This is Ectro's Parlor. Ectro's Parlor presents Zaregoto, Volume 1, Decapitation Cycle, The Blue Savant and the Nonsense User. Written by Nisioisin, translation by Greg Moore, cover art by Take, read by Ectro.
And Holly Hagman.
Prologue. Having one too many talents is even more dangerous than having one too few. Nietzsche.
Isn't there something really scary about people who knowingly, consciously use others as stepping stools?
I wonder. Actually, it's the people who unknowingly, with all the best of intentions and delusions of just cause, use other people who are way more disturbing.
But you're a good guy, right?
I was just laughed at. Thankfully, whether or not I'm a good guy has nothing to do with anything. Instead, it's like this. It's not about two different ways of thinking, it's about different ways of living. About the absolute and enormous difference between people who can get through life without even needing to walk over others, and those who aren't even worth walking over. In the end, I think that's what it's about. For instance, a painter without a style. For instance, a scholar whose studies are complete. For instance, a chef who has already tasted success. For instance, a fortune teller who has transcended too far. The women on that island were far too different. Both the host and the guests were of a hopelessly different breed, of an unstoppably different breed. Of a different breed you wouldn't think to stop. Just of a different breed. Their existence was so out of reach, so distant, that you could never even hope to muster a desire to approach. And...
In other words, this is a question of what is genius and what isn't. Now, being incompetent, it's better, really. If you can be completely oblivious, to be so oblivious as to never think for a second about one's purpose in life, to never think about the meaning of life, to never think about the value of life. Then, this world would be a paradise. Calm, peaceful, and serene. Trivial things would be major, and major things trivial, and life could be lived to its fullest.
Surely that was indeed the case. The world is harsh to the brilliant. The world is harsh to the competent. The world is harsh to the beautiful. The world is harsh to the attentive. The world is kind to the inferior. The world is kind to the incompetent. The world is kind to the soiled. The world is kind to the obtuse. But, if you figure that out, if you realize that, it's already over right then. It's a problem with no solution and no interpretation. It's over before it's begun, and by the time it's over, it's complete. I guess it's that kind of story. For instance,
essentially, people live in one of two ways. Either they live in awareness of their own worthlessness, or they live in awareness of the worthlessness of the world. 2 ways. Either you allow your value to be absorbed by the world, or you chisel away at the world's value and make it your own.
The value of the world and of your own worth. Which should take priority? The world being boring, or yourself being boring? Which is more palatable? There's bound to be some amount of ambiguity and uncertainty. Are there really any defined criteria there? Is it really just a choice between A and B? Do you have to choose?
Where does genius begin and end?
Where does truth begin, and with whom does it end? With whom does truth begin, and where does it end? You mustn't ask. I was treated to a cynical smile.
So, how about you?
Well,
how does the world look to you?
To me, after having experienced that island, to me, there next to the blue, to me, now with this person before my eyes, it wasn't worth the trouble of even thinking of an answer, because it was all just innocuous nonsense. And so, I said nothing. Instead, I looked away and thought of something else. Just how did the world look through this person's eyes? Just how did she, meanwhile, see me?
Morning of the third day. Savant Ultramarine.
Part 0. Don't be so edgy. Relax, okay? Part 1. The third morning of our life on Wet Crow's Feather Island was just greeting us. I woke in a daze, trying to distinguish between the dreams I had just had and the reality yet to come. The high rectangular window admitted just a bit of light, so the room still remained dim. Since the room had no lights, I would just have to wait for it to get brighter. The sun had only just risen, and it was maybe about 6 a.m., judging by my internal clock. I suspect this way of determining the time has no more than a 15-minute margin of error. But even supposing I was an hour off, it's not like it would be a problem. Getting up, I mumbled, and slowly rose from the bed. The room was mostly empty, its only furnishings a chair and a futon. Aside from that, it was completely bare. Its high ceilings gave it an even more spacious feel, and that hollow atmosphere that evokes so vividly images of a prison cell or something. I couldn't help but feel a little like an inmate on death row. It was the second time in my life I'd woken up with that feeling. But while this was in fact not a prison cell, neither was it originally a bedroom. It was formerly a storage space. When I asked Akari to show me the smallest room in the mansion, this was where she brought me. The smallest room. Even so, it was infinitely bigger than my room at the lodging house. Boy, was that ever depressing. Nah, it's past depressing. Now then, I switched my cognitive channel from death row inmate mode to routine mode. Wondering what time it really was, I glanced at my wristwatch and the LCD screen displayed nothing. Maybe the batteries had died while I was sleeping. But wait, I changed them just a little while ago. There had to be some other problem. Well, I could always get Kunigisa to fix it. Clearing my sleep-fogged mind, I did a couple of simple stretches and then left the room. I walked around for a while. The carpet was thick, bright red, and looked like, and most probably was, super high quality. It eventually led to the spiral staircase, which is where I bumped into Ray and Akari. "Oh, good morning. You two are up early." It was only common courtesy to greet them, but they simply passed by with no more acknowledgement than a simple head bow. Guess they're the quiet type. To be fair, they were probably working, and I wasn't exactly a guest, per se, so I just had to live with that lukewarm response. If I expected anything more out of them, I'd have to throw my arms out wide and cry, "How you feeling, my freaky people?" And frankly, I didn't care to put myself on the line like that. Ray Honda and Akari Chika were maids employed at the mansion. Ray was the head maid, and Akari was her subordinate. And there were 2 other maids at the mansion, of the same rank as Akari. A total of 4 maids. Considering who owned the mansion, and the size of the mansion, it seemed as if a staff of 4 maids would be too small. But these women carried out their duties with the swiftness and skill of true specialists. The mistress of the mansion, and the person these maids served, was Iria Akagami. She was the proprietress of the island, as well as the mansion. And furthermore, she was the one who had invited me and Kunigisa here. Right. It's not like I got invited. At any rate, just how old was Akari? You could tell just looking at Ray that she was probably in her late 20s. It's not easy for kids like me to tell exactly how old a woman that age is, but that's definitely the impression I got from her. Akari was the real challenge. I didn't think she was younger than me, but still, she looked ridiculously young. She was one of those women you see downtown who can get away with paying half price for everything when they're actually adults. I wonder if she has a thing for young guys, I thought somewhat nonsensically. No, it was sheer nonsense. As I went up the spiral staircase and headed down the 2nd floor hall, I was headed for Kunigisa's room. Two days ago, when we arrived at the island, a room of course had been prepared for Kunigisa, but not for me. This was to be expected. Even I had no idea I would be visiting this weird little island until that very morning, when Kunigisa called me. Akari prepared a room for me at the last minute, but I'd politely refused. Why? If you saw what lay beyond the door I was about to open, the reason would be obvious. I knocked once, then went ahead and opened it. The interior was vast. Pure white carpet and pure white wallpaper complemented pure white furniture. Even I knew that white reflects light. Kunigisa was crazy about the color white, so they had decorated this room this way deliberately. In the center of the room was a luxurious sofa and a wooden table. A chandelier hung from the uncomfortably high ceiling. The bed was like something straight out of a movie about royalty set in medieval times. It even had a canopy. Yeah, I'd never get any sleep here. And so I had Akari show me to the storage room on the 1st floor. Meanwhile, Kunigisa, lacking my more delicate sensibilities, lay there drowsily on her pure white sheets. Looking at the enormous antique mechanical clock on her wall, also ever so thoughtfully selected in white, I saw that it was, in fact, a little past 6, just as I guessed. Pondering what to do, I sat on the side of her bed, enjoying the feeling of the thick, fluffy carpet beneath my feet. Kunigisa rolled over. Her eyes opened, just slightly.
Oh, Ichan?
She spoke my nickname with the usual diminutive. Whether it was because she sensed my presence, she woke up. She pushed her mussed Hawaiian blue hair away from her face and regarded me with sleepy eyes.
Oh, Ichan, you came to wake me up? Thank you.
Actually, I came here to tuck you in. But what's this? Tomo sleeping at nighttime? That's pretty rare. Or did you just go to bed? If that was the case, I'd have to apologize. She shook her head.
I think I slept for 3 hours. 'Cause, yesterday, well, some stuff happened, Ichan. Give me 5 more seconds. Good morning! It's a bright, brisk morning, isn't it?
She sat up, her petite little body popping up, flashing me an ear-to-ear grin. She extended one arm with her palm open, striking an egg pose straight out of the eponymous magazine.
Huh? Hey, it's not bright out at all. I don't like this. I like for the sun to be way high up in the sky when I wake up in the morning.
You're talking about the afternoon.
Either way, that was some good sleep.
Ignoring me, she kept on talking.
I'm pretty sure I got to bed at 3 a.m. Some really bad stuff happened yesterday, and I just huffed off to bed. 'Cause sleep is the best thing when you're feeling really terrible. It's like sleep is the sole salvation God bestowed upon mankind. Now, Ichan?
Yeah, Tomo?
Stay still for a sec.
Without even giving me time to be confused, she hugged me. Or to put it more accurately, she draped herself on me, burdening me with the entirety of her body weight. She rested her tiny head on my right shoulder, with her body stuck together, her slender arms wrapped around my neck. Squeeze. Not that she was heavy. Miss Kunigisa?
Recharging.
Evidently, she was recharging. Thus, no moving allowed. I gave up on resisting and supported her weight. But hey, what was I? An electrical outlet or something? Looking at Kunigisa, I noticed she had slept with her coat on. As far as I knew, she wore it all the time, indoors and outdoors, summer and winter. A jet black men's coat. On a girl of Kunigisa's height, the large-sized coat easily touched the floor, but she seemed to be madly in love with it anyway. I had told her millions of times to at least take it off when she was sleeping, but to no avail. One thing was for sure. Tomo Kunigisa did things her own way. In that sense, she was kind of like me.
Okay, thanks,
she said, and finally let go of me.
Battery full. Now, let's go face another day.
With a grunt, she got out of bed, blue hair fluttering. She walked over to the computers by the window opposite her bed. They were the 3 computers she had brought from her home in Shirasaki. All 3 were tower models. The 2 on the left and right were of typical size. The one in the middle was exceptionally large. They were all white, of course. I just didn't get why she was so into a color that was so easy to get dirty. The 3 computers were on a U-shaped rack with a cushiony, swiveling chair in the center. Kunigisa plopped down in the chair and leaned back. That way, she could simultaneously control all 3 computers. But no matter how you counted it up, she still only had 2 hands. Why she would even think to use 3 keyboards at the same time was beyond me. I looked over her shoulder. The 3 keyboards were neither ASC2, nor JIS, nor Oasis, but instead some weird, mysterious key alignment. But to question the unnaturalness of it would be futile. For an engineering whiz like Tomo Kunigisa, designing a keyboard from scratch was probably like a walk in the park. Incidentally, Kunigisa didn't use a mouse, because
they're a total waste of time.
But to a novice like me, the sight of a mouseless computer was unnerving, just totally impossible to get used to. Not that that's the worst feeling in the world.
Ichan?
Yeah?
Tie my hair up?
Got it. I went up to her chair. I slipped some hairbands off her arm and tied her hair into 2 braids. Man, wash your hair already. My fingers are getting oily here.
I hate taking baths. 'Cause, your hair gets all wet and stuff.
Well, of course. Look at this. The blue is getting dark.
I can't see my own head. If I leave it like it is, it'll turn ultramarine. Thank you, Ichan,
she said, hiding her lower lip with a smile. An innocent, unguarded, and confounding smile. No problem. Really. Even as we talked, her fingers never stopped moving. They moved with the accuracy of a machine at a constant rhythm with every keystroke. Her movements flowed so smoothly, it was as if she were unconsciously carrying out some pre-planned assignment in some pre-programmed way. Incomprehensible English text and numerals streamed along on all 3 monitor displays at an unbelievable pace. Tomo, what are you up to anyway? You just got up.
Well, I don't think you'd get it, even if I told you.
You really need all 3 PCs to do it? She gave me a perplexed look when I said that.
Ichan, this one in the middle isn't a PC, it's a workstation.
What's a workstation? It's not a PC?
Nope, it's different. Well, I guess PCs and workstations are similar in that they're both intended for individual use, but it's like, workstations are way more top of the line.
So a workstation is like a super good PC? I said, openly displaying my ignorance. She groaned.
Ichan, a PC is a PC and a workstation is a workstation. They're both GPCs, but think of them as 2 completely different things.
What's a GPC? She looked at me as if I were some kind of caveman.
Ichan, you don't know anything, do you?
She said, ambiguously.
What exactly were you doing in Houston those 5 years?
Other things.
Okay,
she said, tilting her head. Then she resumed her work as if a switch had been toggled in her brain. Letters and numbers that looked like hocus pocus to me continued to stream by on the displays. I wanted her to tell me a little bit more about the different classifications or what have you, but I'm not really that intellectually curious. Besides, it would be rude to interrupt whatever she was working on. That, and following this sui generis nerdy cupcake's explanation seemed as if it would just lead to a headache. So with that, I ended the discussion. I massaged her shoulders for a bit, then decided to borrow her sink. where I washed my face and changed my clothes. "Hey, Tomo, I'm gonna go for a walk." Without looking up from her work, she gave me a half-hearted wave. The other hand kept on tapping keys. I shrugged and left the room. Part 2. I'd be lying if I said I knew all that much about the Akagami Foundation. They're not exactly the most well-publicized organization in the world. Plus, since they mostly operated out of the Kanto region, someone like me, who was born in Kobe, raised in Houston, and living in Kyoto wouldn't know that much about them. Putting it simply, the Akagamis were a storied Zaibatsu, a clan of business barons. Maybe they engaged in commerce of some sort. Maybe they were situated in a system where money just poured in on its own. I'm not sure exactly what it is that they did, but whatever it was, one thing was for sure. The Akagami Foundation was loaded. Holding real estate not just in Japan, but all over the world, the Akagami Foundation was the owner of Wet Crow's Feather Island as well, and the owner of the Western-style mansion found in the center of the island was none other than Iria Akagami, the granddaughter of the current head of the Akagami Foundation, as her name suggested, a born and bred pedigree princess for whom no obsequious praise is too obsequious. In line to inherit enormous wealth and unbelievable power, and to rule over a great many underlings. But then, the very head of the Foundation had disowned her, so all of that was best expressed in the past tense. Disowned. I don't know what she did to deserve it, but it must have been something big. Supposedly, she was permanently removed from the main family 5 years ago, at the age of 16. At that time, the head of the family left her with a small severance package, which was probably still an unimaginable sum to a regular Joe like me, and this little island floating around in the Sea of Japan. In other words, she had been marooned. Maybe these days that seems old-fashioned, but far be it for me to butt into other people's way of doing things, especially when those people are Foundation that resides in a different world. Anyway, Iria had spent the last 5 years here with her 4 maids, not once setting foot off the island. 5 years on this god-forsaken island in the middle of nowhere, with no amusements, no nothing. In a sense, it was life in hell, though I would speculate that it was also just a little like life in heaven. Iria, however, didn't seem to be feeling lonely or bored. Indeed, you could say it was to stave off her boredom that Kunigisa had been invited to the island. Of course, it wasn't just Kunigisa. It would be no exaggeration to say that Akane, Maki, Yayoi, and Kanami had all been brought here just so that Iria wouldn't feel bored. Well, okay, that would be a bit of an exaggeration. Anyway, forbidden to leave the island, Iria said,
"Well, if that's how it is,"
and proceeded to invite, as her guests, the world's most prominent figures. Now, if prominent figures sounds a little weird, let me put it another way. Iria had decided to invite so-called geniuses to her mansion. It was a remarkably simple formula. If she couldn't go to them, they could come to her. Famous and unknown alike, those who possessed genuine talent and skill were summoned by Iria, one after another. Naturally, all expenses, including accommodations, were covered. In fact, Visitors to the island were often given money, so we're talking about some real largesse. To me, it seemed like Iria was going for that whole ancient Greek salon image, collecting and cavorting with all these artists and geniuses, and thereby living a fruitful life. To be sure, it wasn't the most typical idea around, but yes, there was something wonderful about it. The small, solitary island had nothing apart from the mansion and hills and woods. But maybe that was perfect for world-weary men and women of talent who needed to rest both the body and the mind, and Iria's plan had been a tremendous success. Now then, I was walking around aimlessly on this empty island, basking in the wood's aroma, and it was near a cherry blossom tree, pretty far away from the mansion, that I ran into Shinya. Ah! Or should I say, hi! He greeted me, raising his hand. You're quite the early bird there. What was your name again? Sorry, my memory's a little weak, you see. He had a good 4 inches on me, and his designer clothes were much better than mine. His expression was mild-mannered, and his way of speaking was mild-mannered. Putting aside his attire and height, though, whether or not Shinya really was mild-mannered, I couldn't say. I don't have the skill to judge someone just based on their appearance, and I'm not so incompetent as to jump to conclusions after knowing someone for just a couple of days. I don't believe I ever told you, I answered with a shrug. I'm just Tomo Kunigisa's sidekick. No need for an accoutrement to have a name, am I right? That's awfully modest of you. Not that it's any wonder, being on this island. But speaking of sidekicks, I suppose I'm in the same boat as you, Shinya said and smirked. Yes, Shinya and I were no more than tag-alongs. It probably goes without saying at this point, but I wasn't here walking around on this island because I was any kind of genius. Tomo Kunigisa was the genius here, and I was nothing more than her attendant. If she hadn't said to me,
Ichan, it turns out I'll be going to some island, so come with me, Kay?
Right about now, I would have been in my 4.5 tatami-sized room in Kyoto, getting ready for my college classes. No question about it. The guest of honor was Kunigisa. Tomo. Let's just make that clear. Now then, as for whom Shinya was accompanying, well, she was right under the cherry blossom tree. With those thoughtful, thoughtless eyes, she gazed at the fluttering cherry blossom petals. She had blue eyes and golden hair. Her dress, pale in color, would have suited a celluloid French doll and was accented with dazzling jewelry. Just one of her necklaces or bracelets was likely worth more than my liver. Even if I sold off every part of my body, I still couldn't pay for it. Kanami Ibuki, one of the geniuses. Having, supposedly, suffered problems with her legs from birth, she was confined to a wheelchair, and thus, Shinya, as her caretaker, had tagged along on the trip. As I'd heard it, until a few years ago, she had also been totally blind. Her blue eyes were not a sign of foreign blood. Kanami was a painter. Even I, without the slightest knowledge of that field whatsoever, had heard of her. She had earned a reputation as a painter who didn't have a style. I had never actually seen any of Kanami's paintings, but I thought maybe she was gazing at the cherry blossoms in that way, so as to later portray them on canvas. What's she doing? As you can see, she's watching the cherry blossoms. It won't be long before the petals fall. She has a fondness for that moment just before death, if you will. The ephemeral things in life. Most of the trees on this island were evergreens, but for some reason there was one cherry blossom tree. It looked quite old, and the fact that there was only one on this whole island was nothing short of bizarre. Most likely, Iria had transplanted it here. So they say dead bodies are buried under cherry blossom trees, I remarked. How hackneyed. Ouch. I was just trying to make conversation, but he'd cut me down. Of course, bringing up that short story was pretty hackneyed. Just joking. Shinya laughed. Personally, I think it would make more sense if that legend was about a plum tree. But then, I guess it wouldn't be a legend, but a myth? By the way, kid, have you gotten accustomed to this island yet? This is your 3rd day here, right? How long were you planning to stay again? A week, so we have another few days. That's too bad, he said with a tinge of mystery. What's too bad? Oh, it's just that I heard Iria's favorite will be coming here in a week. But if you're leaving in 4 days, you'll just miss each other, won't you? That's just too bad. Ah, I see. I nodded and thought about it for a moment. Iria's favorite. In other words, some sort of genius. A chef, a fortune teller, a scholar, an artist, and a techie. What could be next? I asked. Well, I haven't heard any specifics myself, but apparently this person is capable of just about anything. Not a specialist, but a generalist. Hikari tells me that this person is as sharp as a tack and full of knowledge and has lightning reflexes. What a totally amazing person. Let's assume it was just some ridiculously over-the-top rumor. The fact that such a rumor even existed suggested that this particular genius wasn't just anyone. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't intrigued. Couldn't hurt to meet this person, you know. What do you say to asking for an extension on your visit? I'm sure Iria would more than welcome you. Sounds nice and all, but I probably looked less than excited. To be honest, this island is a little stifling. For a mediocrity like me, I mean. Shinya guffawed boisterously. Now there, kid. Is that how it is? Kaname and Akane and all of them haven't given you a complex, have they? An inferiority complex. Even supposing it wasn't something you could put so bluntly, what I felt was certainly something similar. Shinya gave me several pats on the shoulder. There's no reason to feel inferior to that lot. Okay? Let's keep it together, brother. Whether it be Kaname... Kaname glanced up from under the cherry blossom tree. Whether it be Akane, Yayoi, or even Kunakisa. If they were to play the two of us in rock, paper, scissors, they would only win 1 out of 3 times. I suppose Maki would be an exception there, but nevertheless. That's such a bald way to put it. Not to mention, Shinya had just referred to his own employer as part of that lot. I'm not saying they were at each other's throats or anything, but maybe Shinya and Kaname weren't quite the best of friends. Talent isn't such a big deal. In fact, I, for one, am glad I don't have any. Talent isn't worth spit. Why's that? If you've got a talent, you've got to exert effort. Being mediocre is a breeze. Having nothing to master is an advantage, if you ask me, Shinya said with a cynical shrug. I think we got a little off topic. Anyway, I don't think it would be a terrible thing if you were able to extend your stay, if you ask me. And hey, Just maybe this generalist will beat us in rock, paper, scissors all 3 times. Well, I'll talk it over with Kunagisa. It would hardly be right for the tag-along to decide something like this on his own. I bet, Shinya said. You're a lot like me, he added, looking me in the eye. His gaze was deeply disconcerting. It made me uncomfortable, like I was being examined inside out. Me and you? Alike? How do you mean? In what way? Don't sound so unhappy about it. In particular, you're practically identical in holding the idea that you are an accoutrement to this world. Seemingly with no intent on explaining himself any further, he broke his gaze and looked back at Kaname. Predictably, Kaname was still staring at the cherry blossoms with complete concentration. She was surrounded by a sort of transcendence, as if just that one spot was isolated from the rest of the world. She had the air of being unapproachable, even sacred. So, Kaname's been painting ever since coming here? Well, it's more like she came to this island to paint. That's really all she does, after all. I suppose you could say she lives to paint. Can you believe it? He spoke with a tinge of frustration, but if you took his words at face value, it sounded like an incredibly enviable existence. A life where what you want to do and what you have to do are directly connected. It was a way of life I could never even hope for. I, who had discovered neither what I wanted nor what I had to do. I noticed that Shinya was watching me with a wicked smile, like he had just remembered a prank. I recoiled a little. I was getting a bad feeling, like a premonition. And then, Shinya, with a look on his face as to say, I've just had a revelation from God, clapped his hands deliberately. That's right. It's such a prime opportunity. So why don't you try modeling? He set me aside as I stood at a loss for words, and unable to comprehend his, and faced Kaname. Hey! He called. Kaname! This fella here says he wants to be your model! Wait, Shinya! Finally grasping the situation, I spun in front of him. I can't give me a break. Now, why are you so embarrassed? That hardly suits your character. Leave my character alone. I was catastrophically averse to this sort of thing. Asking Kaname to paint me, that was incredibly intimidating. But Shinya blew off my protest with a simple, Now, don't be shy, and waited for an answer from Kaname. Kaname adjusted the direction of her wheelchair and took a look at me with her blue eyes. She scanned me up and down from the tip of my head to the tips of my feet, observing me, assessing me, and said,
So you want me to paint you?
She sounded truly irritated. This was a difficult question to answer. With someone as talented as Kaname, the simple act of hesitating would have been rude. I was weak in these situations. A real pushover. A 19-year-old who spent his life going with the flow has not the power to alter the flow of a tale. Yes, absolutely. If you don't mind, I said. Kaname simply looked disinterested.
Fine then. Come by the atelier this afternoon,
she said, and swiveled her wheelchair back towards the cherry blossoms. She spoke with heartfelt apathy, but at least she was accepting the offer. Well, that's settled then. Are you free this afternoon? Shinya said, oddly joyful. I told him I was free and decided to get going before I got into any more trouble. I returned to the mansion and visited Kunagisa's room once again. Kunagisa was just as I'd left her, sitting in her revolving chair, her 3 PCs, 2 PCs and a workstation, in front of her. Right now, she was focused on the workstation, and the 2 PCs had their power switched off. "What are you up to, Tomo?" No reply. I went up to her from behind and tugged both of her braids.
Ah!
She uttered in a strange voice, seeming to at last notice my presence. Without changing her position, she gaped at me in bewilderment. Surely I appeared upside down in her eyes.
Yo, Ichan! You're back from your walk.
Yeah, well... Say, is that a Mac? The monitor on the workstation opposite Kunagisa was displaying a Mac OS screen for some reason. As far as I had heard, Mac OS only worked on Macs.
Yeah, it's Mac OS. You see, there are some applications that only run on Mac OS, so I'm running it on a virtual machine.
Virtual machine?
Basically, I'm making the workstation think there's a Mac inside it. In other words, I'm tricking the software. Of course, Windows is in here too. Most OSs are installed on this workstation, so it can do anything.
Ah, I didn't really get it. This is a dumb question, but how are Mac and Windows different anyway? She gave my truly amateurish question a moment's thought.
They're different because different people use them,
she answered, with an air of precision. Well, yeah, that's true, but... Well, forget about that. So, an OS is like the core software, right? I think that's right. So then it's like this computer has multiple personalities?
That's a pretty apt simile.
So then, that PC, workstation? What's its core OS? Like, with multiple personalities, you have a main personality, right?
Geocide.
Never heard of that. Is it like Unix?
That's Unix with a U sound. Come on, you studied abroad. You should know not to pronounce the alphabet like Romanized Japanese, Ichan. It makes you sound so stupid. Well, it is compatible with Unix, but it's an original OS developed by a friend of yours truly.
A friend. Kunagisa's friend. A friend of Kunagisa's who could have developed an original operating system had to be a part of the team. That notorious team. Several years back, in the last century, during the time when the Japanese network was still underdeveloped, that group appeared. Or, no, appeared isn't the correct expression. They never for an instant let their visage, nor their shadow, nor even a whiff of them grace the public eye. They never announced their name. Whatever name they had ever been known by had been applied by others. Whether you called them a virtual club, cyber terrorists, a crack unit, or a gang that made mountains out of molehills, it didn't matter to them, and they probably wouldn't respond. They were completely peerless, species unknown. How many people were there, and just what types of people comprised the team? These things were all shrouded in mystery. And what did they do? Anything. They did anything. That was all you could say about it. They did so much of everything, there was nothing they didn't do. They wreaked havoc, and more havoc. I wasn't in Japan at the time, so I didn't get to see it firsthand. But they say it was such full-on ludicrous havoc that it was practically refreshing. lending no hint as to their motives or aims. Beginning with pure hacking and cracking, they also had their hands in corporate advising and fixer fraud. It's also quietly speculated that back then, they controlled a number of large corporations. But you couldn't say they existed solely as a nuisance. For better or worse, it was thanks to them that the overall level of network technology improved drastically. You could even say they hammered it out. If you looked at it on a micro level, sure there were some losses, but in the big picture, the gains outweighed them tenfold. But of course, the powers that be saw them as little more than pesky law-breaking criminals, and your usual hackers and crackers didn't appreciate the competition. Thus, the team was always despised and pursued. But it was never caught, and without ever revealing exactly what it wanted, sometime last year, suddenly, and without anything in particular having happened, it was never heard from again. It was as though they had just burned out and vanished.
Yo, what's wrong, E-chan? You're quiet all of a sudden.
Nah, it's nothing. Kunagisa giggled, her blue hair fluttering. It's nothing. Really. Who would believe that the leader of the unparalleled team, which in a sense had met an anticlimactic end, was this happy-go-lucky girl still in her teens? Exactly who in their right mind would believe something so nonsensical that couldn't even be called a sick joke? But if that wasn't the case, Kunagisa wouldn't have been invited to this genius-ridden island as a systems and mechanical engineering specialist. How could I not have a complex, Shinya?
Huh? Did you say something?
Kunagisa glanced up at me for a moment. Yeah, just nonsense, I replied. So, geocide. Doesn't that mean Earth murder?
Yup. Of all the existing OSs, it's probably the most awesome. Geocide as number 1. Even the racist is perfect.
Sometimes I think you use difficult words just to tick me off. What's a racist?
It's an acronym for reliability, availability, serviceability, integrity, security. But of course, that's in English.
She said, a bit irritably.
Basically, it means stability. Sure, it requires a high-performance system, but you almost never get errors. Man, that Achan really is a genius.
Achan. She was referring to him with the familiar diminutive. Sounds like you two are pretty close.
Jealous?
She said, with a peculiarly pleased tone and naughty smirk.
It's okay. I like you bestest of all.
Right. Appreciate that. I shrugged and tried to change the subject. But if it's such an amazing OS, why not market it? If it sold like Windows, you'd make a fortune.
No can do. You know about increasing returns, right? With that much of a head start, we'd never catch up. Business goes beyond skill or talent.
Increasing returns. The law of economics that states, the more you have, the more you get. A death knell for the have-nots. It had been a while since I learned it, so I didn't remember it very clearly. But to put it simply, once there is a gap in practice, it's impossible to bury that gap. Whether it be in regards to skill or money, it seemed to make no difference.
Besides, just creating Geocide satisfied Achan. He knows how to be satisfied with self-satisfaction.
Hey, he sounds like a happy guy.
Even if that wasn't the case, I don't think it would be possible to market it. Even though it's just core software, it requires some pretty outrageous specs. Seriously astronomical figures. Even my machine just barely cuts it.
Huh. How many gigs is your hard disk? About 100?
100 tera.
Different unit. Tera? The opposite of a pico? So, 1,000 times a gig?
No, 1,024 times.
Nitpicky chick. Man, I said. I've never seen a hard disk like that.
To be specific, it's not a hard disk. It's holographic memory. Unlike hard disks, which require data as lines, it's a medium that records two-dimensionally. It's capable of 1 tera per second rapid transfer. It might take a lot more time before it goes on the market. This is the kind of media they're using in the development of space technology.
She had those kinds of connections too? What an unpleasant community.
Of course, this goes for the machine's capacity as well, but if the motherboard specs aren't customized homebrew as well, you're probably out of luck. Achan just makes things without considering any of the surrounding circumstances, you see? So they just end up like this. He doesn't try to suit things to other people.
Homebrew motherboard? There are people who do that?
Like yours truly, for one.
She indicated herself with her thumb. Right. She was an engineer after all. She must have been the culprit providing her teammates with the hardware and software that were to be their weapons. If you thought about it, it was fairly disturbing. It was one thing to develop a seemingly unmarketable OS like that, but to take it and build your own motherboard for it was just plain freakish. Mr. Earthmurder aside, have you ever considered selling this stuff? Like that motherboard you're so proud of.
I'm the self-satisfied type, too. How about you, Ichan?
I wonder. Regardless of talent or lack thereof, in the end, all people are classified into two groups, those who pursue and those who create. My own case notwithstanding, Kunigisa was overwhelmingly the latter.
Besides, as far as money is concerned, I've got plenty and then some. I'm not thinking about making any more right now.
Ah, no wonder. That was true. Kunigisa wasn't in a lowly position that demanded she go into business at this late date. It wouldn't be much of an exaggeration to say she spent money like it was water. A 19-year-old occupying a high-class, 2-floor condo in Shirasaki and spending money as fast as she could. I didn't know how many people out there had more money than Kunigisa, but surely few individuals spent as much. Between the Akagami Foundation and the Kunigisa family, to say who held the greater power was beyond the realm of my cogitative capabilities. But either way, what was certain was that they possessed enough of a fortune to enjoy the best things in life, and still get back change over 9 to the 9th power to the power of 9 lives. Speaking of which, Kunigisa resembled the mistress of this island, Iria, in that she too was semi-disowned by the main family. Perhaps they were similar people. In the 3 days I had spent on the island, signs pointed to the contrary. But, well, they were both eccentric, that was for sure. So much so that it would have been impossible for them to blend in or serve as organization people. Surely that's how it was. In which case, this island, the meaning of this so-called island of wet crow's feathers. Kunigisa returned to her typing. I'm gonna go have breakfast, I told her. What about you?
No thanks. Not hungry. It's mating season. Ichan, go ahead on your own. Eat for me too.
Gotcha, I said, and headed for the dining room. Part 3. Akane was in the dining room, so I tensed up. She sat alone at the round dining table with her legs crossed, the elegance of her pose almost un-Japanese, having her breakfast. Or no, she had already finished breakfast and was enjoying an after-meal coffee.
Oh, good morning.
It was the bright and lively voice of Akari in the midst of cleaning the dining room. No, wait, it wasn't her. Akari never greeted me bright and lively. That wasn't the Akari I knew, which meant... Hi, Akari, I said, determining that it was her. Evidently, I was correct, as she grinned at me and bowed. Akari Chika and Hikari Chika. They were sisters. Twins. In fact, they were triplets, along with their silent younger sister Teriko. Teriko apparently had poor eyesight and was recognizable by her black-rimmed glasses. Akari and Hikari, however, were perfectly identical, from the length of their hair to their clothes, to the point that they weren't just similar, but the same. But unlike Akari, Hikari was incredibly approachable, generous, and good-natured. Even though I wasn't a true guest, she treated me like everyone else.
Breakfast? Wait one moment, please,
she said, then spun around and hustled off to the kitchen. She must be so good at spinning because she's small, I thought. With Hikari gone, I was suddenly left alone with Akane. After a square root of 2 seconds hesitation, I went ahead and took a seat near her. I thought to greet her, but she seemed completely immersed in thought, mumbling to herself in an inaudible voice, not even looking in my direction. It was as though she hadn't noticed me. What in the world was she thinking about? I pricked my ears to listen in.
Sente 9-6 pawn. Gote 8-4 pawn. Sente same pawn. Gote 8-7 pawn. Sente 8-4 rook. Gote 2-6 pawn. Sente 3-2 silver general. Gote 9-5 pawn. Sente 4-4 bishop. Gote 5-9 gold general. Back. Sente 2-7 knight.
Meaning unknown. She wasn't one of the 7 fools for nothing. Even the things they mutter to themselves are different, I thought, thoroughly impressed. But listening closely, it sounded like she was chronicling a match of shogi. Wow. Blind shogi. And by herself, no less. Is this what she always did in the morning?
Gote 2-3 pawn. Promote. Sente forfeits,
she said, and glanced over at me.
Ah, I was wondering. It was you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Isn't shogi tough? The pieces have a wider possibility of moves than in chess. I was playing Gote just now. It was a close victory.
Huh. You can go first in single-player shogi? Maybe Akane was able to partition her brain like a dolphin. Yeah, it seemed likely for someone like her.
Are you good at shogi or chess? Whichever?
She asked. I wouldn't say so. No.
Is that so?
Reading other people's minds isn't my forte.
No? I suppose not. You've got that kind of face.
She nodded.
I saw you from the window a little earlier. Out for a morning walk, were you?
Yes, a walk in the woods.
Ah, a walk in the woods. How nice. Very nice. The phytoncide released by the trees has a bactericidal effect and such.
What the hell? In Houston, Texas, in America, there's a research facility called the ER3 system. There, brilliant minds from around America, nay, around the world, gather, and it is referred to as the ultimate bastion of learning that delves into anything that could be called a field of study or research. From economics to history, political science to cultural studies, physics and higher mathematics to biochemistry, electrical and mechanical engineering, to parapsychology. It's also known as the Comprehensive Research Center. It was where those who loved learning and research above all else, you could say, crazies, assembled. A nest for the inhuman whose desire for knowledge exceeded even their natural biological desires. An entirely non-profit organization, they dared not sell their knowledge or research findings, and they were, in a sense, a closed and introverted clandestine organization. There were only 4 basic rules. Have no pride. Have no principles. Have no attachments. No whining. They were to unbegrudgingly cooperate with one another on all things under the sun to the fullest of their abilities, to never traffic in trifles even if the world should perish, and to never quit halfway even if the universe were to fail. The final destination for those who wanted to do research, who wanted to know, who had to know, with means and an end in complete harmony, it was the ER3 system. The people gathered there ranged from highly esteemed college professors to frontline researchers and amateur scholars, a truly principleless assembly of all manner of individuals. Their roster was so bizarre that the elements of the media ridiculed them as a cult of overeducated loonies. But their research had yielded great rewards. The demystification of Delevio's non-linear optics, the overwhelming advancement of volume hologram technology, and more recently, the establishment of the near-magical DOP as a sensory technology were all thanks to the ER3. Not the work of individuals, but rather team efforts, and non-profit work at that. They declined all awards and other various honors, and thus didn't draw much attention, but their reputation within the academic world was certainly high. It was a research center with a relatively brief history, not even a century old, but it was already globally networked. And within this research center existed a transcendent group known as the Seven Fools. 7 individuals that the selected as the 7 who were closest to the world's answers. They were truly geniuses among geniuses. One of them was Akane Soniyama. She had beautiful black hair, cut ruler precise to lend her an air of intellectualism. She was tall for a woman, with a stylishly slender build. There was no part of her that wasn't overflowing with a handsome femininity. She stood at the pinnacle of female Japanese academics. The ER3 system is relatively unknown in Japan. The fact that the ER3 itself is so exclusive is no doubt part of the reason for this. but the main reason is likely that the uncategorizable nature of the center doesn't fit with the Japanese way of doing things. Nevertheless, Akane was the first purely Japanese person, in her 20s no less, to rise to the ranks of the ER3 Seven Fools. She ought to have been a household name in her own country. Now, this may all beg the question of why a purely Japanese person like me knows so much about this. But there's no special reason, really. It's not that I'm particularly well informed. It's just that the ER3 and I have crossed paths a bit. You see, in preparation for the long term, ER3 system implements a study abroad program to educate the youth of the next generation. For 5 years, beginning with my second year of junior high school, I'd participated in that program, so naturally I knew of Akane Soniyama's reputation as one of the Seven Fools, and her above-the-clouds existence. That's why I was so surprised to discover her here on this island. I'm not at all the sweet type who surrenders unconditionally at the first sniff of authority or talent, but I couldn't help but be nervous. What exactly do you say to one of the Seven Fools? I was sitting there, all clammed up, when Akane spoke again.
By the way, that blue-haired girl, Kunagisa, I mean?
Yes?
She's just lovely. Last night I had her do some maintenance on my PC. She's incredibly skilled, isn't she? We have techies at ER3 as well, but I've never seen one with such mechanical precision. She made it look like routine work. This may sound rude, but for a moment I wondered if she was really human. No wonder Iria absolutely adores her.
Really? I hope she wasn't a bother or anything. Akane let out a chuckle.
You sound like an escort vehicle.
An escort vehicle? That was some unfounded praise. Do you mean escort personnel?
Well, don't they both guard you?
One of them is an automobile.
Ah, sure.
She nodded. For all her evident ability in math and science, it seemed Japanese was not her forte.
Well, either way, she didn't try to seduce me or anything.
Well, naturally.
Then again, she seemed a bit of the socially awkward type. I don't think she listens when people are talking. And as a result, my PC evolved about 2 generations.
She's actually gotten quite better. She used to be terrible to talk to, just starting and stopping whenever she felt like it. It was pretty rough for me.
If you want my opinion, I think there's a certain charm to her unapologeticness.
I'm not so sure I agree on that.
Have it your way.
Akane shrugged.
By the way, I also heard from her that you were in the ER program.
Ow. That blabbermouth had let the cat out of the bag. I told her to keep that quiet. Not that I wasn't fully aware that there's no point trying to keep that girl quiet.
You should have told me. We could have had quite a chat. I feel as if we've wasted 2 days. I don't suppose you were holding back by any chance. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not such a big deal.
No, it's not like that. I guess it was just hard to bring up. And also, even though I was in the program, I quit midway. The program is a 10-year curriculum. I dropped out my 6th year this last January. From there, I returned to Japan and reunited with Kunagisa. Luckily, I was already qualified as a high school graduate after my 2nd year in the program, so I was able to transfer directly to Kyoto's Rokumaiken University.
It's still quite admirable,
Akane said.
Regardless of what a sprain it became for you.
That's a strain.
Regardless of what a strain it became for you, the ER program's entrance exam is a great obstacle to have overcome. You should have a little more pride about your accomplishments.
The ER program's entrance exam was unusually difficult. Moreover, the application guidebook said, "There are no perks. This does not guarantee your future. No one will come to rescue you. We offer only an environment in which you may sate your intellectual curiosity." Still, elite candidates from all around the world gathered to take the test. So it was true, merely passing the test was something to boast about. But I hadn't completed the curriculum. There's no point when I dropped out midway. Results are everything in this world.
Everything in this world is a result, I happen to believe. Or are you one of those a genius is a genius is a genius people?
She asked in a somewhat sarcastic tone.
A genius is not a rose. In Japan, you often see people who take pride simply in the effort they give, don't you? I've endured great hardships regardless of the results, they say. They say there's merit in effort alone. I think that's a valid outlook. Having worked hard is a fine result in and of itself. What I have a problem with is scum who spout absurdities like, I could have done that if I wanted, or I couldn't do it because I just wasn't trying, or I said I can do it, but that doesn't mean I will. That's all ridiculous. There really are all sorts of people in this world, huh?
Me, I don't do because I couldn't.
It seems you're quite the humbling person.
You probably mean humble.
Bingo.
The right part of her lip curled up in a half-smile, and she produced a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. In a graceful, fluid motion, she put one in her mouth and lit it. Wow, you smoke? I'm surprised.
Are you the type who doesn't like women who smoke?
Well, no, not women particularly. Smoking is bad for your health, you know.
Health is bad for your smoking, you know,
she retorted, slowly exhaling smoke. There's that seven fool's wit, I thought, but she smirked with embarrassment.
Mere sophistry. Don't mind me. It'd be awful if you ended up thinking poorly of me,
she said.
Shall we change the subject? I was actually in Japan all the way through high school.
Really? I was a little surprised, but if you thought about it, it was really no mystery. Which high school?
Just your average prefectural school. It isn't particularly well known. I was in the girls' karate club back then. It was fun enough. I didn't like it at all at the time, but in retrospect I must have had fun. Gee, that takes me back. It's already been more than 10 years. The skirts back then were this long. I didn't have the best grades, but I was good in math and English. That's why I ended up at an overseas university. My family was very against it, but I defied them. After all, don't they say if you love someone, set them ablaze?
No.
Anyway, it was like that, so in the end I cut myself off from my family and crossed over to America on my own. It was a hell of a big move for someone like me back then.
And thus, she ended up in the Seven Fools. She was a unique sort of Cinderella. So, you do like math? I had a feeling, I said.
Well, I don't dislike it. In high school, I liked how there was always one concrete answer, no vague components, so math was all I did. I liked clear-cut things. But after college, at the ER3 system, I came to realize that wasn't necessarily the case. It's just like shogi or chess. You just have to get a checkmate, but there are an infinite number of ways to get there. I felt as if I had been swindled or something.
Like when a lover shows an unfamiliar side of himself to you?
A romantic idea, but not exactly,
Akane answered, laughing.
But I was also a little touched, In my high school days, I always figured math wouldn't be of any use once I got into the real world. But in fact, there really are cases where you have to use calculus and cubic equations and such. You use factorials in everyday life. I was definitely touched by that fact.
I understand. I nodded. I really did. She smiled in a satisfied way.
Are you a math person too? On average, men are much more likely to be mathematically inclined than women, supposedly because of the way their brains work.
Is that so?
Well, based on statistical data.
Sounds like sexist data to me. Besides, statistical evidence is pretty unreliable. If you roll a die 100 times and it lands on 6 every time, that doesn't necessarily mean it'll be a 6 the next time too. I told her this, but she protested.
If it lands on 6 100 times in a row, it's a die that only lands on 6. It's too significant a difference to be written off as a coincidence or leaning odds. Male-female statistics are kind of like that too. So you're a feminist? Or are you just being polite around me? Well, unfortunately, I'm not a feminist. Listening to talk about expanding women's rights and women's liberation makes me sick to my stomach. I mean, right? They're obviously spouting nonsense. Sure, it's a man's world, but it's not gender equality we need, it's equal opportunity to apply our abilities. Men and women are so different that you can practically call them genetically separate creatures. So, Akane Sonoyama believes they have separate roles. Of course, that rests on the major assumption that your role and what you want to do are separate, and the minor assumption that if you have to choose between the two, what you want to do should come first. And maybe a prior medium-sized assumption that you can do what you want to do. To me, it all sounds like a convenient excuse for when you can't do anything.
There's also the factor of environment.
Environment, huh? But was there ever an age when women were forbidden from writing or from sculpting? Regarding recent trends, I've become more inclined to sympathize with men. I feel as if they're closer to my own point of view. But also, until the modern day, the workplace was always exclusively man's domain, right? So it's no wonder they got angry when women wanted to butt in.
It's just righting a wrong. Such are the pangs of birth, I said, wondering why I was having to take the feminist stance. She nodded.
Maybe you're right. I don't really know. But I can understand why women get angry at men, too. If all they're doing is carrying out their roles, then there's no call for them to put on airs. The anger is called for. just so long as they don't try to mix me up into anything. I guess what I truly want is for feminists to just do it away from me. Whatever the case may be, women are inherently a boring breed. Just like you men. Come to think of it, there are more men than women at ER3, too. Within the 7 fools, 5 are men.
Increasing returns.
Oh?
She seemed taken aback.
I'm afraid I don't know that term in Japanese. What is it, some kind of dieting thing?
It means beta lost to VHS.
Ah, you mean the bias that occurs in economics. That's right, to return a once male-biased world to equilibrium, you'd have to go through quite a bit of hardship. Really, there wouldn't be any problems if men and women weren't always acting jealous of each other. But nobody gets it, do they? Originally, discriminating just means knowing the difference.
Akane, coming from you, this all sounds convincing. I guess you must be going through quite a bit of hardship yourself.
Never,
she said flatly.
I just make a little effort.
It was a loaded statement. Suddenly, I recalled something I had wanted to ask someone ever since I learned of the 7 Fools' existence at ER3. Say, who's the number 1 smartest person in the entire ER3 system? In other words, who was the smartest person in the world? Akane answered with little deliberation.
Number 2 is Fraulein Love.
And number 1?
Come on, kid. You expect me to say it myself?
Ow.
Kidding. To answer your question seriously, the person I respect the most, or in other words, the person I place above myself, and all others, is probably Assistant Professor Hewlett. He is certainly supreme.
Almost unspeakably accomplished, he was the single greatest mind of the last century, and probably this one as well. The first and probably last man to finish mastering every subject when he was still in his single digits. Granted criminal immunity on the level of the president, his intellect was safeguarded with his nation's whole might. If Akane was a god from where I stood, Assistant Professor Hewlett was the very fabric of the universe.
If he had been a woman, history would have changed course,
Akane said, looking off into the distance. It was a look of adulation.
Sorry for the wait.
With expert timing, Hikari appeared, pushing a cart. On top of it sat my breakfast. With experienced hands, she placed it in front of me, followed by a knife and a fork on either side.
Please take your time,
she said, with a bow and a radiant smile, and then went off somewhere once more. It seemed like she had lots of work to do. 9 pieces of deep-fried risotto balls and lettuce, fish soup, salad, and a sandwich made with Italian bread, plus coffee.
That sashirano is hot stuff, huh?
Akane muttered, eyeing my meal. Yayoi Sashirano. She ran the mansion's kitchen, but she wasn't an employee. Indeed, she was one of the geniuses who had been invited to the island. Having already been here for over a year, at this point, she was the longest-running guest. There was no doubt that many of the elite visitors to this island had come in hopes of trying her cuisine. Officially, her specialty was Western cuisine, but she could just as skillfully do any other type, whether it be Chinese, Japanese, or what have you. She was a cooking master with whom no one in the culinary world wasn't familiar, or so went the tales about her. Personally, I was even more ignorant about cooking as I was about art and academics, so I had sadly not even heard of Yayoi until visiting the island. But having the privilege to try her dishes 3 times a day, plus between meal snacks, even I came to know of her extraordinary culinary prowess. The typical image that accompanied a first name like Yayoi is either that of a stuck-up know-it-all or a short, spunky girl. But this Yayoi fit neither description, instead turning out to be a dignified, fresh breeze of a woman with short hair. With a polite manner about her, she was the unarrogant type, despite being called a genius. She was probably the most down-to-earth person on the whole island besides me. Likewise, she was the second most amicable person. Incidentally, Hikari was the first. There I go spouting nonsense. Word had it that Yayoi possessed some power that allowed her to make any food better than any other cook. But just what was it? I was curious to know, but had yet to inquire. She spent most of the day in the kitchen. Is that what you call a shut-in? So opportunities to speak with her were rare. I noticed that Akane was hungrily eyeing my risotto balls. After a moment of refusing to speak up, she transferred her gaze to me. Something about her eyes was slightly different from before, like those of a carnivore hunting prey.
Have you ever heard that people originally didn't acknowledge any numbers past 7?
I have, as a matter of fact. Apparently, all numbers past 7 were simply thought of as a lot. I had also heard in my program training that this was the fundamental reason why the fools were limited to 7 people.
Yeah. So just looking at things objectively, if your 9 risotto balls turned into 8, I don't think it would be such a great loss.
And?
You're dim, aren't you? How do you ever get along with Kunagisa?
It's not like that between us.
Don't change the subject. You'd have one of the 7 fools bow her head, is that it? Fine. Sashirono's risotto balls are delicious, so give me one. You happy?
I slid my plate to her without saying anything. Akane began to gleefully pop down the risotto balls one after another. Before you knew it, they were all gone. Apparently by 1, she meant 1 plate. Well, I was never one to eat a whole lot in the morning anyway. I was supposed to eat for Kunagisa too, but it was her fault for leaving it to me. Switching channels, I made my way to the sandwich and salad. Not to be too generic, it was really good. If you said this was the only kind of food that was served at this island, and all of it free no less, no genius would decline. Surprisingly, even Akane was evidently in that boat.
Now then, to get back to the subject you're so slyly avoiding,
she said, awfully unjustly, wiping her mouth with a napkin.
If it's not like that between you two, just what is your relationship? If you were just friends, you wouldn't have come to this island together. You have school to worry about.
Indeed. By coming to this island, I had missed every day of class since the college entrance exam. Incidentally, I also missed the entrance ceremony. In other words, well, yeah. I met her before I was in the program, so roughly 5 years ago.
And when you got back, she turned out to be a cyber terrorist, huh? That's a sordid little tale.
Indeed. I saw it coming even when we were 13 years old. Nevertheless, reuniting with her after my 5 years of study abroad, I was honestly surprised at how little changed from the old days. Anyone would be surprised if a girl stayed in her early teens. Of course, that was just how things seemed. In reality, she had become much more, if not grown up, human in terms of personality. Our relationship. Asked flat out, it was a tough question to answer. Kunigisa needed me. That much I knew. However, it didn't have to be me. It would be extremely difficult to explain those circumstances. To do so, I'd have to explain a lot about Kunigisa herself, and I didn't especially want to do that. Akane nodded.
I haven't talked with Kunigisa all that much, but it seems to me she has too many shortcomings to go through everyday life. I guess I shouldn't say shortcomings. It's not like she's defective, but her focus is just so skewed. It reminds me of my friend whose kid is an idiot savant.
Savant. In French, it means a person with wisdom. I was aware that Kunigisa, too, used to be described precisely in those terms. I was all too aware of it.
So she probably really does need a caretaker, a friend like you. There's no doubt about that. But I mean, how does that make you feel?
I didn't have an answer.
It seems like your relationship is almost codependent.
Akane continued. Codependent? She tilted her head.
Haven't you heard the word? It's an addiction that affects human relationships. Like, for example, let's say there's a recovering alcoholic who has a caretaker by his side. He needs that caretaker, and the caretaker devotedly looks after him. But when that devotion goes to extremes, it's a sign of codependency. They get drunk on serving. You even see mild cases of it in romantic couples. Needless to say, it's not a good thing. You end up putting each other to waste. I'm not going to say you two are like that, but you might want to take care.
Sure.
Few things are as meaningless as prolonging a failed relationship. But still, I'm full of nothing but awe for Kunigisa's talents. Even at ER3, we're using software that she created. They created, rather. But certainly I never imagined I would meet her in a place like this.
Why are you on this island anyway? It wasn't like the Seven Fools had the emptiest schedules in the world.
No real reason,
she said, after a few moments' silence. It was a strangely bland response, and I had to wonder.
But more important, even if you're not the best player, you at least know the rules to shogi and chess, right? Why don't we have a game while we reminisce a little more about ER3?
A shogi challenge with one of the Seven Fools. Sounded interesting. Not blind, though. My memory is famously bad. Not the greatest reputation to have, if I do say so myself. If we can change locations, I'm in.
I've got a board in my room. It was the first thing I bought when I got back to Japan. I've actually got some work to do this morning. How's this afternoon?
Sounds good. Wait, I can't. I've already got something.
Oh? Meeting up with Kunigisa or something? Well, if that's the case, what can you do?
No, with Konami. Akane's expression grew exceedingly stern. Damn it, I'd forgotten. When I had first arrived on this island, Hikari had been kind enough to let me know that Akane and Konami were on catastrophically bad terms. But because of my famously bad memory, I had forgotten.
We're pals, so I'll give you a bit of advice. You shouldn't hang around with someone with such a vulgar occupation. Lowering oneself like that is stupid, you know?
Akane, you really hate Konami, don't you?
No. There's no real reason for me to embrace any feelings of like or dislike toward that woman. But artists truly are a despicable race. Seriously.
She banged her hand on the table.
There's nothing I hate more than painters. They're the most inferior race in existence. Compared to them, petty thieves and serial rapists look like Jesus. All they do is dab a little bit of paint on something with a little brush, and they think they're so damn great. A little red, a little blue, and that counts as a day of work? Ha! Anybody can do it.
It was as if she had turned into another person. It was such an abrupt transformation, it almost made you wonder if a painter had once stolen her research materials or something.
Sorry,
she said, returning to her normal self upon noticing my stunned expression.
I guess I got carried away. Not that I'm going to take any of that back, but I know it's no fun listening to someone gripe about someone else. I think I'm going to go cool off.
Her words racing, she helped herself to the rest of my coffee and then made for the door as if she were beating a hasty retreat. It seemed like she was regretting losing her head like that, even if she wasn't going to take it back. Phew. I let out a sigh once I was alone. Man, I had been nervous. I'm not that used to holding conversations with people in the first place, much less Akane Sonayama of the ER37 Fools. No sweat, right? Well, aside from that blunder at the very end, we were actually able to hold a much more natural conversation than I would have ever imagined, so I guess I should have been happy. And maybe, sometime in the next 4 days, I would get to have that game of shogi with her. I'd ask her to play without her rooks, bishops, and generals. I let out another sigh, but there was no time to snooze. Having finished breakfast, I decided to pay another visit to Kunigisa's room. But not a second later, Maki appeared in mid-yawn, fully dressed in outdoor gear, which she complimented with a very high ponytail. She looked very much like she had come to this island on vacation. She hummed cheerfully as she strolled over and took a seat by me.
Good morning.
Hello.
Tut, tut. You gotta say good morning when you greet someone in the morning. Wait. I guess I'm not such an early bird, am I? You've been up since 6. Wow! As for me, I have superordinarily low blood pressure, so I can't be like you,
she said with another big yawn. I gave the usual nod and yep combo. There was no point in asking how she knew when I woke up. I was once again nervous, this time in an entirely different way than I was with Akane. Maki Himina. Of course, she wasn't just here to go surfing. There was a solid reason for her being on this island. Maki's occupation was fortune-telling. Just as Kaname was a painting genius and Akane was an academic genius, Maki was known as a genius in the world of fortune-telling. Now that's a real talent, huh? That aside, I felt really awkward with Maki. We had had a bad first impression of each other. You're a fortune teller? I've never met one of those before. So, how does my fortune look? It's not like I actually cared all that much about my fortune. I just figured that since she was a fortune teller, it was the socially appropriate thing to say. Anyone would be thrilled to have the conversation turn to his or her field of expertise. As Churchill once said, I want to talk about what I know, but people only ask me about what I don't. I didn't want to be one of those people. That's just an excuse, though. In response, Maki grinned and said,
Well, give me your year, month, and date of birth, your blood type, and the name of your favorite movie actor.
I answered, wondering what possible connection my favorite actor could have to my fortune, birthday, and blood type aside. In fact, I had forgotten my blood type, and I didn't really know a lot of movie actors. For that matter, so 2 of my answers were bullshit. After hearing me out with her eyes shut, Maki said,
Okay, I see. Then take this.
She produced a slip of paper from her pocket and handed it to me, and with that, she left. Assuming this was like a paper fortune, I opened it and took a look. My date of birth, along with the blood type and actor I had just given, were inscribed on it in a typewritten font. It's gotta be some sort of trick. Later, I checked with Kunigisa about it, saying, I figured it's that worn-out magic trick where you hide slips of paper with random numbers all over yourself. Kunigisa shook her head.
No way. That might work for playing cards, but for something like this, there'd be too many. Plus, she couldn't have looked you up beforehand. It's not like she could have guessed you would lie about your blood type and favorite actor.
And then, Kunigisa gave me the Maki Himina lecture. It seemed that although uneducated folks like myself hadn't heard of her, Maki was actually a known name in the fortune-telling world. She didn't do those soothing horoscope cold readings like you see in magazines, but rather used her skill to advise bigwig politicians and corporate clients mainly, like some guru who nonchalantly stayed out of the limelight. Maki Himina, genius fortune teller.
Also known as a medium,
Kunigisa said meaningfully. Her catchphrase was, a power who knows the past, the future, human beings, the world, and all inside it. A power? I asked.
She has a superpower. Extrasensory perception,
Kunigisa said aloofly, using the English words.
ESP. Superpowers are divided into 2 categories of ESP and PK. What Maki's got is ESP. Retrocognition, precognition, and telepathy. I think it was. Retrocognition means she can see the past. Precognition means she knows the future. Telepathy means she can read your psyche.
Wait a second. I don't follow. Wind down your RPM. Tomo, she's a fortune teller, right?
Occupationally, yes. Using her special abilities. That's all. Being able to run fast isn't an occupation, right? But being an athlete is. Being good with your hands isn't an occupation, right? But being a technician is. Special abilities are abilities, and fortune-telling is an act, but fortune-teller is an occupation.
I nodded. So, Maki...
Yep. She read your thoughts in advance, including the fact that you'd ask her.
Kunagisa said with a bright smile. Superpower, I muttered softly so as to not be heard by Maki, now sitting next to me in the dining room. I recalled my conversation with Kunagisa, which had been somewhat convincing to be sure. But seeing this sleepy-eyed, spacey woman, it was really hard to think of her in such a way. She was just a weird sister with low blood pressure who was feeling drowsy.
You seem to have a problem with my being a fortune teller,
she said, suddenly shifting her glance towards me. For some reason, she seemed to be picking on me a little since our first encounter.
Perhaps you'd like me to go walking around with a black hood and crystal ball? Should I speak to you in vague, cryptic terms about your impending doom? You just take everything at face value, don't you?
I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I'll bet. I know all about it,
she replied, shaking her head.
Well, whatever. You don't matter anyway.
I don't matter?
Yup. You're the Japanese representative of things that don't matter.
In other words, the most unimportant guy in Japan. It was a terrible thing to hear.
But I'll give you one piece of advice out of the kindness of my heart. Your impression of me is quite out of line. And that's not all. The ideas you hold about the residents of this island are all out of line. And that includes Kunagisa. More important, it looks like you intentionally adjust all your beliefs when you're talking to other people. That's surely a very comfortable way to live, but I wouldn't call it a wise one. It'll end up hurting you, big time.
She rattled off at me before letting out another cat-like yawn. For the last 2 days, I'd gotten the same earful of gripes every time we met, and I couldn't say she was all that far off the mark either. Her remarks were so accurate, I wonder if she really was using telepathy. I'll be honest, I found her really creepy.
Oh, I'm sorry for being creepy.
Muttering those words, she walked off in the direction of the kitchen, presumably to get her breakfast. Part 4. So as to not let this opportunity slip through my fingers, I immediately made my way out of the dining room and back to Kunagisa's room. As I expected, she was still face to face with her workstation. It didn't seem right to be such a shut-in while also being a guest in another person's home. But I guess we just had different values. Kunagisa looked back at me.
Oh, Ichan, welcome back! How was it? Did you run into anyone?
Almost everyone. Today I've seen everyone except Teriko and Iria. Oh yeah, Yayoi too. Though having eaten her food, I felt as if I had met her.
Well, that's almost perfect.
What is?
Your score in the Meeting Everyone on Wet Crow's Feather Island by Mid-Morning contest.
That didn't quite flow off your tongue. But anyway, there were currently 12 people on the island. Artist Kanami Ibuki, Akane Soniyama of the Seven Fools, Chef Yayoi Sashirono, fortune teller Maki Himina, and Teki Tomo Kunigisa. Also, Shinya Sakaki and myself, the Tagalongs. Then there were the original residents of the island, starting with Iria Akagami, who owned the island and the mansion, plus head maid Rei Honda, and all three all-purpose maids, Akari Chika, and Teriko Chika. A dozen total. In an ordinary-sized house, things would have already gotten fairly cramped. But in this oversized palace, there was still an excess of space. That's what I remembered. Hey, Kunigisa, how long were you planning to be here again?
Another 4 days? So, for a week, yeah?
Shinya was asking me about something. I explained to her what Shinya had told me. The rumor about Iria's favorite jack of all trades and master of all coming to town. Kunigisa, however, seemed uninterested, tuning out the majority of my story.
Is that really important? It's all really vague information, so it's hard to say. But I don't think we really need to meet this person. I didn't really come here to meet any geniuses, and I'm not really interested.
Well, yeah, but hey, I've been meaning to ask you for a while. Why exactly did you come here? If you're not interested in that kind of thing, what were you so interested in? I couldn't figure out why someone who hated leaving the house as much as Kunigisa did accept an invitation like this. She tilted her head a bit, and after a moment's pause, said,
Just 'cause.
A non-answer.
There's no particular reason, really. Or are you the type of guy who always needs there to be one for everything?
I shrugged. No way.
As long as I have network access, it doesn't really matter where I am. Home is the best in the end, though,
she said, in spite of still being on vacation. Well, whatever. She was just being her usual whimsical self. I didn't particularly mind, and it wasn't like I was supposed to either. I sprawled myself out on the pure white carpet and stared up at the chandelier on the ceiling. Man, what an unrealistic scene. Then again, if you asked me what would be a realistic scene, I wouldn't know what to say. Kunigisa looked at me sprawled on the floor.
Ii-chan, I don't suppose you're bored?
I'm bored with life.
You know, that's really unattractive.
How? She laid it right out for me.
If you're free, why not read a book? I brought a few.
A book, huh? What you got?
An English-Japanese dictionary, the statute books, and Imidas.
The last was an encyclopedia of contemporary terms. Bring that stuff in digital form. Who had fun reading that kind of stuff anyway? Oh, right. She does. Half giving up and half fed up, I rolled over.
Huh? Ii-chan, your watch is broken, isn't it?
What? I took a look at my watch. Right. Come to think of it, I had meant to ask her to fix it. After running into so many people this morning, I'd forgotten all about it.
Let me see. I'll fix it for you.
Here. Maybe the battery's dead. She held the watch up to the light.
Nope. Something else is wrong. Did you bump it into something hard? Anyway, I think it'll be a quick fix. But you know, wristwatches have become sort of an anachronism these days. Most people just get by with their cell phone. Wait, speaking of which, where's yours?
I left it at home.
You should bring it. That's what makes it a mobile phone.
But what if it got lost?
Well, I guess, but...
And it would be out of service here anyway. It would take a phone like yours to get any signal here. Kunagisa used a phone that receives signals from relay satellites and lets her connect to any place in the world. Even on a solitary island in the middle of nowhere, her phone didn't know the meaning of the phrase, out of service. Of course, it didn't come cheap. It was a terrible waste of money for an anti-socialite like Kunagisa, but she wasn't the type to give much thought to such matters.
Well, maybe so,
She said.
It's not like being an anachronism is a bad thing.
She narrowed her big eyes and placed my watch next to the computer rack. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Kunagisa showed no response whatsoever, so I had no choice but to open it myself. The visitor was none other than Hikari, cleaning supplies in tow. Hello. Thanks so much. I invited her in.
Yo, Hikari! Ciao!
Kunagisa welcomed her with a full-faced grin. Hikari responded with a smile of her own. For some reason, these two girls had hit it off and just plain got along. It's a rare thing for someone to be able to become so friendly with Kunagisa in such a short period of time, so I couldn't help but be a little surprised.
What are you up to, Tomo?
The maid asked.
I'm making some game software right now. I'm creating an application that converts text to music. I figured I'd give it to Iria as a memento of my visit.
What kind of game is that? I butted in.
Well, shall I explain? Okay, so, Ichan, what's the longest book you've ever read?
I quit halfway through the tale of Genji and Don Quixote. So, Tolstoy's War and Peace? Yep, that was long.
Okay, so let's say you converted that whole book into a text document, whether by using a scanner or by typing it all by hand. Then, you do a DA conversion, like where A is C, E is D, I is E, and so on. If you do that, you end up with the War and Peace orchestral piece. For that much text, it would probably come out to around an hour, maybe? Of course, in reality, it's more complicated than that. The code conversions and sessions and everything have to be in harmony. But still, it turns novels into music. Sounds fun, right?
Well, I don't know about fun, but it definitely sounds interesting. What programming language are you using? VB? How about C?
Machine language.
An extremely basic level coding language. I didn't think anyone used it these days. So, it's like you can communicate with the machine, like it's some close buddy of yours. She laughed, just a little boastfully. Seemingly even more ignorant than I am about computers, Hikari wore an ambiguous, half-comprehending expression.
How amazing!
She simply marveled. Seriously, I said. But what's actually fun about this software? I guess I don't really get it.
Making it is fun.
It was a solid reason. I couldn't object. Hikari listened with apparent interest, but then seemed to remember something.
Oh, right.
She turned to me.
Would it be alright if I cleaned your room later on? I stopped by the storeroom a little earlier, but you were out.
Sure. No problem. I didn't know what cleaning there was to be done in that room, though. Hikari politely thanked me and resumed cleaning Kunagisa's. When she was about done, she stopped and crouched to the floor.
I apologize. I'm just a little exhausted.
Why not take a break? I suggested.
No, I'll be fine. Ray would get mad anyway. I've said it before, but she's so strict. I'll be fine. I'm peppy. That's my one positive trait. I'm fine. Please forgive me for causing you concern,
she said firmly, then exited the room. Sure seems to have it tough. Maybe it's just my assumption, but seeing her like that, it seems as if she's bearing an awfully big load on her own.
Do you feel a little like you're watching yourself?
It's not like that. But I do feel a bit of sympathy for her. She did come across as the long-suffering type after all. Ray and Akari seemed to have a distinct notion in their heads that this was just work. But Akari didn't seem to be able to mentally process it that way. It was like the concept of work had been figured into her internal circuit. Perhaps there were circumstances surrounding that. As for the other maid, Teriko, I wasn't sure what she was thinking, so I couldn't comment.
Everybody's suffering through something, Ichan,
Kunigisa said, knowingly.
Or, if they aren't, they're at least striving in some way. Hikari, your pal now, Akane, everyone. If there's anyone who's living and not suffering or striving, it's probably me.
Part 5. After having lunch, I headed for Kaname's atelier as promised. Kunigisa claimed, as usual, not to be hungry, and headed to bed shortly after noon. She was a chronically sleep-deprived little techie.
Wake me for din-din, please. I have to see Iria and stuff,
she said. I knocked on the atelier door, waiting for a response, then turned the knob. The floor was uncarpeted hardwood. In some ways, it reminded me of the art room in my elementary school, except of course that this room wasn't lined with scarred-up desks, and there weren't any fake-looking plaster sculptures. It wasn't as big either. The total area of the atelier was probably about half the size of the room Kunigisa was staying in.
Welcome. Take a seat over there,
Kaname said, after briefly staring at me in cold silence. Shinya must have been in his room or someplace, as Kaname was the only person there. I walked past a shelf containing paint and paint supplies, and took a seat as told. I faced Kaname and said, "Thank you for doing this." I couldn't deny that she was a pretty woman. With blonde hair and blue eyes, she was like one of those cloistered princesses you see in old films. She exuded intelligence, too. And moreover, she had an artistic talent. It was like she had God's favor. No, maybe I can't say that. She had bad legs, and until a few years ago, she couldn't even see. I guess it would be pretty damn low of me in all of my able-bodied good fortune to gripe. But on the other hand, Kaname herself didn't seem to view her condition as a handicap or disability.
God is fair. If I had been able-bodied, it would have conversely been unfair to the healthy. Legs are just a decoration. Even when I gained my eyesight, my world didn't really change. The world looked just as I thought. Natural selection and fate have unusually bad taste.
All quotes from Kaname's art books. She sat in a round wooden chair, just like the one I was sitting in. She was in a dress, so it looked mildly uncomfortable, I noticed. "Kaname, is that what you wear when you're painting?"
Are you doubting my fashion sense?
Her face grew subtly more stern. It seemed that this was no joke. She was actually miffed. I scrambled to weasel my way out. No, I didn't mean that. I was just thinking your clothes might get dirty.
I don't go and change my clothes every time I paint something. Up to now, I've never dirtied my clothes even once while painting. I'm not an idiot.
Oh, I see. I guess it was just like being an expert calligrapher. In retrospect, getting paint on your clothes is probably a pretty amateur blunder. To Konami, one of the top artists in the entire world, the mere suggestion was probably rude, like preaching to the Buddha. I shrugged. But is it really okay painting someone like me?
What's that supposed to mean?
She snapped with the same stern expression. She seemed to be in a pretty awful mood. Or no, maybe this was her default setting. No, it's just that, won't it decrease your worth as an artist? Like, for example, it was probably safe to say that Kunigisa had tech skills like no one else in the world. However, she only ever used them for fun, so the number of people who actually acknowledge her as amazing and brilliant was extremely small. Authority is an outcome, as Kunigisa herself put it. Not doing and not being able to are the same thing. I figured it was the same with painters. If you just choose your subjects randomly and mess around all the time, it's hard to get another person to acknowledge your worth as an artist. But Konami denounced my thinking.
Didn't I just tell you I'm not an idiot? Do you have a brain at all? I don't go around choosing subjects. You know, if you keep your mouth shut, people won't see how stupid you are, so why don't you just do that?
She sounded so fed up that my heart sank too.
I hate that kind of thinking. It makes me want to puke. Oh, there were no good subjects to paint. My model was no good. The environment was all wrong. That's not the kind of subject I should be painting. And it's not just with painters either. Oh, this isn't what I want to do. Or, teacher, I can't figure out what I want to do. You must know people who say such obnoxiously egotistical things.
Yes, as a matter of fact, me.
For God's sakes, I hate people who bitch about what they want and don't want to do, shelving their own ineptitude. I want to tell them to stop living like pricks. I don't mean they should all die, but they should be more humble. Just get on with whatever and stop whining all the time. I don't care if it's some boring jerk or a pile of bug guts. I'd turn it into gorgeous art.
Despite her nice and sweet appearance, she was incredibly proud of herself. She was so uncompromising that she didn't even forgive others who compromised. Being compared to a pile of bug guts wasn't my favorite thing in the world. But if she could paint that, surely she could paint me. It seemed that attempting any further considerate remarks would be impolite, or rather, futile, so I decided to stay quiet. I noticed that behind Konami was a canvas. An under-angle view of the cherry blossom tree was drawn on it in pencil, the one she had been looking at this morning with Shinya. It was so perfectly drawn, it looked like a monochrome photograph, with about 10 million pixels. No, that's dumb. There was no need to cheapen such an intricate drawing with that kind of metaphor. I pointed to the picture. When did you draw that?
This morning. Got a problem?
It was early morning when she was observing the tree. That was about 5 hours earlier. Had she completed this amazingly detailed picture in a mere 5 hours? It felt like such a drawing should have taken at least a week to complete. I must have shot her a skeptical look, without thinking, because she treated me to an audacious and malicious smile.
Only idiots spend 3 or 4 months doing something you can finish in a week. Idiots or lazy people. And since I'm neither, I don't spend more than 3 hours on something that shouldn't take any longer than that.
Ow. Being the pure embodiment of laziness, this was painful to hear. It stung. I wish Kunagisa could have heard it too.
Right? Even you have to agree a little too, right?
She said in a cruel tone, demanding my concurrence. I couldn't help but feel as if she were attacking me with a direct insult, and I doubt that that was just a false impression. No, well, yes. But anyway, you're really good.
Yeah, sure,
She answered, completely uninterested in my generic praise. It was an exceedingly bland comment for me to make, in retrospect. You're really good. Just like that. It sounds like something a 5-year-old would say. Am I stupid or what? So, Kanami, you do detailed pictures?
I do all kinds of pictures. You didn't know?
Of course, I put my foot in my mouth again. The woman before my eyes was Kanami Ibuki, the woman artist who rejected styles and repudiated stances. Whether it be detailed or abstract, there was no picture she couldn't or wouldn't paint. She squinted just one eye at me.
Getting hung up on one style is the height of folly. I won't say people should be indifferent to being themselves, but getting too hung up is just plain bizarre. It's nuts. If there's one thing in life I want to do as I please, it's painting.
That might be so. Unable to disagree or agree, I nodded half-heartedly. Having seen through my impoverished state of mind, or not, she gave a contemptuous snort.
Hey, have you even seen my art?
Well, a few times, in some of your art books. But owing to my ignorance, this is the first time I've seen it in person.
Ah. And what did you think? Not the art book stuff, but that cherry blossom one.
To me, Kanami's question was a bit of a surprise. I never figured that so-called geniuses cared much about other people's opinions. For instance, starting with Akane Soneyama of the Seven Fools. None of the people at ER3, including my fellow program participants, a despicable bunch, had any vanity or desire for glory, and nobody cared about how they looked in other people's eyes. I know my worth better than anyone else. I don't need any praise from half-assed dimwits. That was their unanimous way of thinking. Probably why I wasn't a big fan of theirs. I said, groping for an answer. Well, it's a very pretty picture.
A pretty picture, huh?
She repeated my words.
You know, there's no need to try and flatter me. I won't get mad.
No, it's just that I don't really have much judgment or a critical eye for that kind of thing. But I do think it's a pretty picture.
Ah, pretty, huh?
She wore an utterly disappointed expression as she stared at her canvas. She muttered, as though to herself.
Pretty, 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 pretty. That's not the kind of compliment you give to art.
Huh?
You don't get it? Such a shame. I really don't want to do this. What a waste.
She let out a heavy sigh, hunched over a bit, and picked up the canvas. She lifted it up over her head and smashed it into the hardwood floor. The sound of splintering wood. Of course, it wasn't the floor that had broken. Hey, what are you doing?
As you can see, I'm disposing of my screw-up. Ah, why did it have to come to this?
That decidingly should have been my line. She stared down at the wrecked canvas, a sorrowful look on her face, and let out another sigh.
Geez, it looked like it would have been worth about 20 million one day.
20 million yen? I ventured.
$20 million.
different unit.
Of course, we're talking about several decades later.
Artists can be pretty reckless at times. Did she really need to do that in front of me? I couldn't help but feel guilty that my crappy comments had invited this disaster.
It's not your fault. This is my responsibility. I'm not the kind of imbecile who pushes her own responsibilities onto other people.
But I'm just an amateur. You didn't have to do something like that based on the opinion of an amateur.
It's not art if you get to pick who looks at it,
she insisted. So that's how it was. I could understand that. Her words and her manner were filled to the brim with spite. But to be sure, this woman was an artist to the bone. But it was so realistic, just like a photograph.
That's not a compliment either, you know. Listen, if you have a habit of complimenting people by saying, it's just like blah blah blah, I think you'd better quit it. It's really an insult of the highest order. If your brain absolutely needs to box everything into a style, though, I guess there's no hope.
She turned back towards me.
I suppose I can understand why you say it was like a photograph, though. After all, photographs originally spawned from drawings.
Is that right?
Yeah, you didn't know?
She raised an eyebrow at me. It seemed saying, "You didn't know?" was her habit.
The person who invented daguerreotype photography was in fact an artist. Apparently the study of perspective is related to the invention of the camera. At least you've heard of the camera obscura, right?
Heard of it, yes. The so-called dark chamber. The phenomenon where if you make a hole in one spot on the wall of a pitch-black room, the outside scenery will project onto the opposite wall. It was quite an old technology that was even mentioned by Aristotle in the BCs. Supposedly, it was the origin of the camera.
It was one technique among others devised to create accurate images,
she continued.
The main idea behind perspective is to show things the way they really look. That's how the French artist Courbet put it. He also espoused realism by saying, I've never seen an angel, so why would I paint one? It goes against my philosophy, though. If you get a kid to draw something, it never has any perspective or depth, right? Everything's just displayed in the foreground. The size of objects is also chosen at whim. So, for example, a house and a person are the same size, or the most important thing is drawn the biggest. In other words, what they're putting on the canvas isn't what the objects look like, it's how the objects feel. If you believe that drawing pictures is a form of personal expression, then I think that's the correct way to do it. If you think about it like that, a drawing that looks just like a photograph isn't a good drawing at all, is it?
Okay. As soon as she had broken out of the lingo, I lost my grip on what she was talking about. And with all her chit-chat, she hadn't even started setting up to paint. When was she planning to get going?
Truth be told, photographs aren't such an accurate representation of reality either. If you edit a photograph well, it's not hard to fool people. Maybe they're not so different from paintings in the sense that they're both selective.
Economy, were you going to draw me?
Right now, I'm memorizing.
Just as I thought, I was about to get called incompetent again. She spoke to me with unexpected gentleness.
Maybe you didn't know? I'm the type who has to do her work alone. When I'm with other people, my focus goes wacko.
She sounded like Leonardo da Vinci. Artists who don't look and paint at the same time weren't the kind of thing you heard about every day. But they weren't unheard of either, so I wasn't particularly surprised.
So when I do portraits, I just have to rely on my memory.
You can do that?
To me, memory and perception are synonymous.
Now she sounded like Hannibal the Cannibal.
Let's just stay and talk like this for the next 2 hours. Then I'll start painting after you leave. After I redo this cherry blossom picture, that is. I want to turn it into something at least you can comprehend. For your painting, I'll need to put down 2 layers of color, so it'll take a little while. I should be able to give it to you tomorrow morning.
You'll give it to me?
Sure. I don't need that kind of painting. I have no interest in paintings that are finished. I'll sign it, so if you sell it, it should be able to make something decent. Of course, you could always destroy it if you don't like it, but that seems like a bit of a waste. It should be worth about 50 million.
What a materialistic conversation. Oh, by the way, I said, I hear you're on bad terms with Akane.
That's right. Or really, it's sort of a one-sided hatred on her part. I personally feel nothing but goodwill for Sonoyama the scholar, Sonoyama the researcher, Sonoyama of the ER3 Seven Fools. Nothing but admiration.
Nothing but? And how do you really feel? She gave me a little smirk.
As for just plain Akane Sonoyama, I despise her.
Two hours later, after leaving Kaname's atelier, I headed for Kunigisa's room. She was in bed, but evidently she had awoken at some point and fixed my watch. In a prank that was pure Kunigisa, the digital display was now mirror-imaged, but at least it seemed to be working. So I stuck it on my left arm, patted the sleeping Kunigisa on the head, said thanks, and headed to Akane's room. Play me without your rooks, bishops, and generals, I requested.
I'll allow a bigger handicap,
she said, with a delighted smile, and proceeded to line her side of the shogi board with chess pieces.
An East-West mélange.
It feels more like a mixed martial arts match. Handicap notwithstanding, I was thoroughly trounced.
And that's checkmate.
7 times in a row.
Evening of the 3rd day. Set and arithmetic.
Part 0. If we turn a blind eye to the fact that your opinion is entirely wrong, you're quite right. Part 1. I roused the slumbering Kunigisa awake, forced her to wash her face, and tied her blue hair up in a ponytail for her. Then, with her still half asleep, and me half carrying her, we headed to the dining hall, where everyone else from the mansion was already gathered. Round table, 2 empty seats. I helped Kunigisa to her seat, and then sat down next to her.
Thank you, Ichan.
As I settled in my chair, I took a quick look around the table at each person. Out of the 12 people present, the most eye-catching person, and I'm not sure whether or not this goes without saying, was none other than the mistress of the house, Iria Akagami. The concept of beauty is wholly subjective, varying from one person to the next. So to say Iria was beautiful would probably be pointless. If I say she was beautiful, that was simply something I personally felt and nothing more. Besides, Akari the maid was way more up my alley, as long as we're talking about personal preferences. No, I guess that's irrelevant. Seriously, to give something more objective, Iria Akagami was a classy woman. She wore her pretty black hair in a roll, coupled with an expensive-looking dress. She was actually somewhat mismatched, but her excessive classiness more than made up for it. She seemed to be around the same age as me, still in her 20s. But man, upbringing and lineage really do have their effects on people. Of course, there's always other factors as well, but those things are important for sure. That's always been the case. Iria Akagami, the black sheep granddaughter of the Akagami Foundation.
Well then, now that Kunagisa is here, shall we commence with the best part of the day?
She put her hands together like a little kid and said,
Thanks for the meal.
It seemed she was fairly jejune. Perhaps it was more that she wasn't a worldly person, but same difference. Incidentally, this island where people were largely free to do as they wished had a single rule.
We all eat dinner together.
It was a simple rule that shouldn't have been hard for anyone to follow, but indeed, quite a few men and women of talent had failed to do so and ended up leaving the island. There are a lot of similarities between a genius and a person with no common sense or decency. Iria sat with two maids on either side of her, Teriko and Ray to the left, Akari and Hikari to the right. There was no way to distinguish between Akari and Hikari, so I couldn't tell which one was which. Theoretically, one would have been able to tell them apart by their facial expressions and gestures and such. But for the non-observant type like myself, it was a challenge. Kunagisa seemed to be able to distinguish between the two, which was no mystery, since it was Tomo Kunagisa after all. But from what I'd heard, their mistress Iria couldn't. But the pair didn't seem to mind.
Now then, everybody, raise your glasses. Cheers!
She said in a sing-song voice, her glass raised high in the air. Everyone else, including myself, did likewise. But it bore mentioning that my glass and Kunagisa's were filled not with wine, but with juice. We were underaged. A number of dishes were set beautifully around the table. They were the proud masterpieces of genius chef Yayoi Sashirono. I'll start with the dish closest to me and go in that order. Crowned lamb roast, cappuccino-based sweet potato soup, foie gras terrine with truffle gnocchi, steamed blue mussels, eel simmered in green sauce a la berge, pickled herring, whale meat sashimi, sauce-covered ravioli, ostrich meat carpaccio, fruit salad, potato salad with egg, and finally, oil-sautéed mushrooms. Yep, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Probably because Yayoi had cooked to cater to the tastes of a dozen people, without rhyme or reason. Even after hearing the names, I had no idea. But that was neither here nor there. It's not like a name has that profound of an influence on the thing itself. I think. After all this, there was said to be dessert as well. If you thought about it, it was really a copious amount of food. And with Yayoi being the culinary maestro she was, the food was so delicious that I all but entirely neglected to watch my weight. Granted, Yayoi had apparently factored that into her cooking. After factoring in the nutritional value, it's still this amazing. She really is a genius, I muttered to myself, and not for the first time. Speaking of which, I had spoken to Yayoi a bit during lunch. When I had gone to the dining hall, she happened to be the only other person around, so I used the opportunity to inquire about the popular rumor about her. In other words, what was the secret power that allowed her to make any dish better than any other chef? That was the question. Upon hearing it, Yayoi gave a little amused laugh.
I'm afraid reality doesn't quite live up to the legends. Unlike Jimena, I don't have any sort of wild superpower. Basically, it's just effort and discipline.
Really?
Well, I suppose I can imagine what might have started such a rumor. My senses of taste and smell are a lot stronger than the average person's.
She flicked out her tongue.
To give an anecdotal example, like Helen Keller. She was blind, but they say she could distinguish between people just by their smell. I'm a little bit like that. My sense of smell isn't quite that amazing, but, for example...
She took my arm, and without warning, licked the back of my hand. I never dreamt of this development, and nearly let out a yelp, but somehow managed to suppress it. With her tongue still out, she gave me an Einsteinish grin.
You've got type AB blood, don't you?
She said.
Negative, right?
It occurred to me that she was right. When I applied for my passport, a public health doctor told me,
You have an extremely rare blood type.
So Yayoi was right for sure. But... you can really tell all that just by licking my skin?
Well, by licking your sweat, to be specific. My tongue can distinguish between approximately 20,000 flavors over 20 levels of intensity. My sense of smell is probably around half that good, I suppose.
She tilted her head thoughtfully. It was a cute mannerism.
I'm not smart like Sonayama. I'm terrible at art, unlike Ibuki. I'm not particularly skilled with machines like Kunigisa. I certainly don't have psychic abilities like Himena. And there's not much else I'm any good at. But I've had just this one strength since I was a kid. I figured becoming a chef was the only way of taking advantage of it.
Perfect taste, it was apparently called. It's like the taste version of perfect pitch, except perfect taste isn't something you can acquire with training. In other words, Yayoi Sashirona was, to just come out and say it, one of the lucky few chosen by God. Among the highly skilled, there are two types of people, those who are chosen, and those who choose themselves, those who have value, and those who create value. Of course, Yayoi had discipline and effort, but she was evidently a genius of the former type. So the path of a chef was not really something she had chosen. She had been born with this gift, and for that reason had gone on to study gastronomy, to travel to the West, and to polish her inborn talents even further. Flavor ultimately stems from an individual's ability to discern tastes. How well you can make a flavor your own and put it to use must be a major part of your skill as a chef. It made sense then that Yayoi excelled at it. Well, that's the chopped logic of it, but it doesn't mean much practically. In a nutshell, Yayoi's cooking was damn tasty. If you thought of the round table as a clock with Iria sitting at 12 o'clock, then Yayoi Sashirona was at 3 o'clock, next to Akari, or Hikari. At 4 o'clock was Shinya Sakaki. As you would expect from the man who had long been employed as Kanami's caretaker, he looked not the least bit intimidated, and was rather stately looking. Next to him sat Kanami Ibuki at the 5 o'clock position. Behind her was her wheelchair, which she must have used to come to the dining room. She didn't seem to be in a particularly bad mood, but she didn't look very cheerful either. At 6 o'clock was Tomo Kunigisa. This meant she was sitting directly across from the mistress of the house, Iria Akagami. That was more than enough to make me nervous, but my feeling nervous didn't matter. To Kunigisa, the word nervous didn't even exist in the Japanese language. Then in lucky seat number 7 sat myself. To my left at 8 o'clock sat Akane Soneyama of the Seven Fools. She was completely immersed in devouring Yayoi's cuisine. She had much more of an appetite than you might expect. Of course, she was a human being before she was a scholar, whether or not she would admit it herself. And you can't live if you don't eat. But even disregarding that, she was a serious eater. Just watching her chow down was salubrious. It seemed to me that Yayoi couldn't have wished for more. Next to Akane at 9 o'clock sat the genius fortune teller, the one with ESP superpowers, Maki Himina. At some point she had apparently changed clothes and was adorned in a different fashion than in the morning. She wore a halter-neck striped shirt with a pale pink cardigan and sheep-printed cropped pants. Her hair was up in twin ponytails, possibly because she noticed me looking at her. She looked back at me with an unpleasant sneer and sank her teeth into some roast lamb. It was an expression that said,
I know everything, but I'm not saying anything.
And it made me wholly uncomfortable. It never ends. At 10 o'clock, punitively bearing the same jeans as Akari and Hikari, sat Teriko with her black-rimmed glasses. She was completely silent and mostly expressionless, and depositing the food in her mouth as though she were getting rid of it. You had to wonder if her sense of taste was entirely absent for her to be able to eat these dishes without any sort of reaction. At 11 o'clock was Rei Honda, the head maid and Iria's right hand. In contrast to the overall juvenile appearance of the three sisters, of whom she was the direct superior, Rei was the very picture of a grown-up, brisk-mannered career woman. I hadn't heard her talk much, but she seemed to be as strict as she looked, and I had heard the corroborating sob stories of Hikari on a few occasions. So there you have it. A neat dozen. Lucky number. With such a lineup? Nonsense. What did it even mean? I obviously didn't belong here. I couldn't be more out of place. Then again, in my 19 years, there had never been a place where I did belong. Not Kobe, not Houston, not Kyoto, certainly not this island. In this wide world, there's only one me. Fine. I like solitude. I'm not bluffing. Or even if I am.
Oh, by the way, if I can change the subject,
Iria said, bringing the conversation that had been unfolding to an immediate halt. The power to direct the table talk lay in Iria's hands alone. It was a selfish privilege befitting an upper-crust girl. She continued, raising her voice.
It seems there are already rumors floating around, so I'll go ahead and make the announcement. This is about the next guest. The latest genius to grace this house.
All eyes were on Iria. Well, all except for Kunigisa, who continued to gobble down the whale meat. To deliberately try and capture her attention was quite a difficult task.
I'd like to emphasize that our new guest is the possessor of such extraordinary, glorious talent that it even bears comparison to you all. I'd like very much to welcome this person, so please cooperate, all of you.
We reacted in our own ways. The part about bearing comparison seemed to have an effect. With everyone checking each other, only the very ordinary Shinya dared speak up. Question. Just who is this? I don't really know a whole lot, just from the rumors I've heard, but it seems this person is a real jack of all trades.
You could say that. We've only met once before, but yes, once was enough. This person is my hero.
She gazed up with an evident longing.
A truly heroic being to me. Like a master detective in a mystery novel, or a monster in a kaiju movie.
Kaiju? I could feel my eyebrows rise of their own accord. Iria had just dropped a reference to monster movies. But was that really an accurate description? That wasn't the kind of vocabulary you typically use to describe a human being. And when you did, it definitely didn't sound like a compliment. Well, you seem to think the world of this person. My expectations are up. So, a versatile genius. Does that include painting?
I've never seen it, but I wouldn't be surprised. I imagine something as simple as painting a picture shouldn't be a challenge.
As you would expect, this seemed to have wounded Economy's pride. She looked a little bit, by which I mean ridiculously, miffed.
Might we possibly be graced with the name of this superior specimen, Iria?
She asked in a prickly tone. I had thought this in the morning as well, but Economy really was proud. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not strictly a good thing either. Far be it for me to cast aspersions about the way Economy chose to live, but to say the least, I knew I could never live like that. Iria, whose expression suggested that she didn't understand why Economy was so mad, and in reality, that probably was the case, answered plainly,
Aikawa.
An anodyne reply. At that point, Economy seemed like the stupid one.
Owing to an extremely busy schedule, Aikawa will only be staying here for 3 days. But everyone, please be friendly. Aikawa is a big deal to me. You could even call it love.
Iria's cheeks turned bright red. These childish antics further diffused the tension. She innately had that sort of air about her where she could make any demand, however bossy, and be forgiven for it. Probably her lineage to blame again. Even so, Aikawa, huh? I had never heard the name, ignorant as I was. I looked over at Kunigisa to see her reaction, but if she did know, she decided to go on eating. The girl was always this way about things that didn't interest her. More incorrigible than a child, and harder to handle than an animal. Well, then again, at least she was staying seated.
I'm so looking forward to it.
Iria said, in a daze.
To think, Aikawa is visiting this island again. I'm glad I didn't give up and kept trying. It's like a dream. Oh, no, what if it really is a dream?
Judging from her state, she must have been pretty head over heels for this Aikawa guy. It was like she was talking about the man she had been in love with for years and years, as though to speak his name were an act of worship.
By the by, Tomo?
She said, turning the conversation towards Kunigisa.
You were going to leave before then, isn't that right? Oh, yep.
The girl responded, not bothering to stop with the chopsticks in her hands. Expecting good table manners from Kunigisa was a lost cause, given that she was holding one chopstick in each hand.
Yep, 4 more days. That's really too bad. It's such a great opportunity. I'd really like you to meet Aikawa. There's really no way? Afraid not. I live in a domain where once you've planned something, you can't change it. They even call me the living timetable. Ichan too, of course.
Don't drag me into this, I thought. Coming to this island was never part of my schedule in the first place. Iria nodded with a truly disappointed look on her face. Then, looking at Kunigisa solicitously, the mistress of the mansion asked,
Is that so? Could it be that you're not having a good time here? It doesn't seem like you've left your room much. I live in a domain where people don't leave their rooms much. But no, I'm having fun. Lots of fun. I can have fun anywhere, anytime, all the way.
Her words made me stiffen a bit. There was no exaggeration in what she said. For someone who's completely immersed in her own world, there's never a time that isn't fun. And not being familiar with other emotions, how tragic it is to be having fun anywhere, anytime. I already knew this about her.
Ah, I see.
Iria shrugged.
But Tomo, meeting Aikawa would be meaningful for you too. You're bound to find some inspiration.
Kaname broke into the conversation as if she'd been waiting for the perfect timing.
Being influenced by another person is proof of one's own mediocrity, of one's incompetence. How ridiculous. I don't know what kind of person this Aikawa is, but I sincerely doubt there'd be any point. Now, is that a fact?
Playing devil's advocate with Kaname was the obvious choice. Akane Sonayama.
I've spent more than 5 years surrounded by the finest minds in the world, and I know for a fact that without the experience, I wouldn't be where I am today. You can better yourself just by spending time with brilliant people. The ER3? How stupid. That's nothing but stupid. Why would anyone ever want to bind themselves to such an organization? I don't consider myself bound. We behave quite freely and help hone one another's skills. Freely? Don't just throw that word around. An organization with no restrictions isn't an organization at all. In the end, even you are no more than a member of a hierarchy, isn't that right? What a crock. I've been here on this island with you for a while now, but I certainly don't feel as if I've become any more refined. If anything, my worth is decreasing.
They glared at each other. To act this way in front of a whole group of people, they really were immature. I was a bit appalled. The maids fretted and made to mediate, but Iria had a look of pure delight on her face, so they refrained from stepping in. This kind of situation wasn't really my cup of tea. Meanwhile, Yayoi looked fairly indifferent as well. Maki looked entirely uninterested, and Shinya seemed to be writing the whole dispute off as an everyday occurrence. Wow, so many people, and no one bothered to intercede. Actually, there was someone. One more person.
In the end, human beings are a species that lives in groups, Ibuki. People such as yourself who purport to rely on nothing but lean heavily on a sense of entitlement all ought to rethink their lifestyle, if you ask me. Doesn't that simply mean, in the end, that you can't function without being surrounded by other people? Humans aren't migratory fish, you know. And I don't feel entitled. I'm just not self-deprecating. I live honestly and assess things as they really are. I wonder. I wonder? Ah, that again. You think you look clever by taking an ambiguous stance without ever clearly stating your opinion. Yeah, have it your way. How so very clever. I wonder, she says. This is just a little hard to listen to.
A voice. It was Kunagisa. She pouted her lips out like a sulky kid and looked at Kanami.
It's a little grating on my ears, Kanami, Akane.
All at once, everyone looked aghast. Nobody had expected Kunagisa, of all people, to say such a thing. I had had quite a few experiences with her in the past, so it wasn't beyond imaginable. She, Tomo Kunagisa, hated watching people fight quite a bit. Considering her usual happy-go-lucky attitude, it might have been a little unexpected, but it did make some sense. She was a fun-loving girl, which meant she didn't like situations that weren't fun. The logic was as simple as that.
I'm sorry. I went too far.
Somewhat surprisingly, it was Kanami who apologized first. In turn, Akane, as a prominent woman of respectable status, couldn't help but acknowledge it too.
I was wrong, too,
she said, awkwardly avoiding eye contact. They both hung their heads. Though the atmosphere was still distinctly awkward, at least the fiasco seemed to be over. Until Maki ruined it completely.
This is gonna get worse before it gets better.
With an audacious grin, she muttered those words in an icy voice that carried. Just what was this fortune teller trying to butt in with now that things had finally settled down? Meanwhile, Iria's eyes were twinkling with excitement.
Is that a prophecy?
She asked.
What do you mean it's going to get worse before it gets better? This is so fascinating. Will you tell us? I won't. I'm not saying anything. Yeah.
Saying this, Maki Himina cast a sideways glance in Kunagisa's direction.
I'm not quite so arrogant as to try to influence the world.
What's that supposed to mean? I protested without thinking. As for Kunagisa, she had already turned her full attention back to nutritional intake. It was as if she merely found the exchange too noisy. Maki, what do you mean by that? I demanded.
There's no meaning. Just like there's no meaning in your actions. You know you're... Wow. So you're the kind of guy who will get angry for the sake of a complete stranger? That's not very good. It's not bad per se, but it's not good. Oh my, and why is that?
Iria said, stepping into our little exchange. Or rather, maybe I was the one on the sideline.
I think it's wonderful to be able to get angry on behalf of a stranger. That's not so common in the world nowadays. You see, people who marshal their emotions for the sake of others are the same ones who blame things on others when something goes wrong.
Maki explained, then told me.
I truly despise people like you.
It had to be the first time in quite a while that someone had spoken that harshly, right to my face. Slowly, she brought her gaze to meet my eyes.
You just let yourself get carried along by other people. You're the type of person who ignores traffic lights just because everyone else is doing it. You're an abominably half-hearted human being. They say, harmonize without agreeing, but in your case, young man, it's like you're agreeing without harmonizing. I won't say that's bad. I won't say anything as to that. Having agency doesn't necessarily lead to individual worth. A train that runs along a track is better than a train that doesn't. So I won't say anything as to that. But I hate people like you. I despise them. People like you always blame things on others and never take responsibility.
just carried along with the flow. To be sure, that is how I lived. However, what business? I hated it. Having met Kunigisa, I was thoroughly repulsed by it. What business does Maki Himina have to be telling me that?
Oh, are you angry? Gee, your boiling point's a lot lower than I expected. Are you the type who has mood swings all the time?
For goodness sake, for Christ's sake, for fucking Christ's sake, for God's sake, you!
Forget it, Ichan.
Kunigisa yanked on my sleeve.
It's not worth getting angry about.
Tomo Kunigisa. Understood. I felt the chill go through my body. The power drained from it. I didn't feel so much deflated as exhausted. I'd nearly risen, but slumped back in my chair.
Sorry. I was just kidding. Okay?
Maki said to Kunigisa, with a terribly sweet smile. And so, dinner that day was a bit of a disaster. Of course, the 2 days prior hadn't exactly gone off without a hitch either. But something about this jack-of-all-trades had wrought havoc. This Aikawa's coming to visit the island was becoming something to dread. Granted, I wouldn't be there when it happened, so I didn't really have much to do with it. Nevertheless, I had no idea why Maki was digging into me so much. Certainly, I hadn't made a great first impression on her, but that couldn't have been the only cause. It was obvious that she disliked me. But that wasn't reason enough to be harping on me so aggressively. The opposite of love is not hate, but indifference. If she just didn't like me, she wouldn't go so far out of her way to pick on me. Why, out of this entire group of brilliant people, would Maki Himina specifically target a boring, ordinary person like me? We didn't have anything to do with each other. It was strange. Brooding over the matter, I didn't reflect for a moment on Maki's prophecy that things would get worse before they got better. If I had given it some thought, it's not likely that anything would have gone differently. But looking back, I can't help but regret that a little. I guess it couldn't be helped. After all, the only person on the island who could regret things before they happened was Maki. Part 2. It was already past 10 o'clock when I borrowed Kunigisa's bath to freshen up. She sat in front of her PCs in the revolving chair, but all 3 terminals were turned off. She just wanted to spin. She must have had a strong stomach. You take a bath too.
No.
I don't care about tonight, but take one tomorrow.
No.
Tomorrow I'll strip you down, tie your hands and feet, and throw you in. If you don't want that, you'd better do it yourself.
Aww, what a drag.
She half rose out of her chair to stretch.
I envy fish. They don't ever have to take baths. But I wonder if they get cold in the winter. Oh, by the way, have you heard this before, Ichan? So, let's say you're keeping a fish in a fish tank, and say you gradually raise the temperature of the tank. Like, you raise it so gradually that the fish doesn't even notice. Eventually, the water gets so hot that it's boiling. But the fish's body has gotten used to the gradual change, so it can go on swimming without even noticing how hot the water is. It sounds like a lie, but it's for real. Now, Ichan, what lesson can we gather from this?
That global warming isn't a problem?
Ding, ding, ding!
She looked utterly amused. What a peppy chick, I thought. Then, without warning, she completely collapsed. Face first, belly down, without breaking her fall. I flinched.
Ow! That hurt.
No doubt. What the hell are you doing?
I'm hungry.
You just ate a frickin' feast.
That doesn't matter. I missed breakfast and lunch, so I probably haven't eaten enough. I slept all afternoon, so I don't have to sleep again until tomorrow, but I guess humans really have to save up on sleep and food.
Human bodies aren't made for that kind of treatment.
I guess I'm not human then. Let's get something to eat, Ichan. Will you tie my hair up first?
I think Yayoi is probably already back in her room. She gets up early, so don't you think she's already sleeping? We couldn't just go wake her up so that she could make us a midnight meal. We had to remember that she was a guest too.
Hikari is probably awake, though. Hikari's cooking is delicious too, in a Hikari kind of way. If Hikari's asleep too, Ichan, you can make me something.
Why me?
Well, 'cause you look so meowsing from behind when you're cooking.
She laughed naughtily, still face down. Okay, fine. Understood. First I'll tie that hair up, so get over here.
Oh me, oh my.
I tied her hair up in a loose ponytail. Then we left her room, heading for the living room. By the way, sorry about earlier, I said.
About what? About the thing with Maki? Yeah, it's okay. I'll forgive you. But really, compared to the old days, you've gotten soft. I didn't think you'd let her off with just a single syllable like that. I wonder if living in Houston repressed you or something.
Yeah, well, living in a desert like that for 5 years, your beliefs start to change. I'm not sure if it matters that it was a desert, though.
You should tell me about it sometime. What happened over there and stuff?
You've changed a lot, too. Not so much on the outside, but on the inside.
There's nothing in this world that doesn't change. It's Panta Ray.
Honda Ray?
The cycling of all things. Ichan, you're supposed to be smart, so why don't you know anything?
I just have a bad memory. All I want is an average one. Really. Just enough of one so that I wouldn't forget the fun times. Just enough of one so that I could realize the world is full of good things, too.
Ah! Akari spotted!
Kunagisa remarked, and charged down the hallway. I looked to see that, indeed, Akari was there. Or really, at this distance there was no way I could tell whether it was Akari or Hikari. It was also possible that it was Teriko with her glasses removed. But if Kunagisa said it was Akari, it was most likely her. By the time I reached them, Kunagisa and Akari had already exchanged a few words. Kunigisa returned to my side, and Akari continued down the hall in the opposite direction. I wondered about her. She must have had work left to do, even at this hour. If that was the case, she really was going above and beyond. What did you talk about?
She says Hikari's in the living room.
Oh yeah? That's convenient. Of course, not everything in the world goes so smoothly. When we arrived in the living room, not only Hikari, but also Shinya and my arch-nemesis, Maki Himina, were there. The three of them sat on a horseshoe-shaped sofa and were engaged in light-hearted discussion. On the table were some glasses and alcohol, plus some cheese on a big plate prepared as a snack.
Ah, Tomo!
Hikari promptly noticed our presence and called out with a raised hand. Having been noticed, there was nothing we could do. We walked over and joined them on the sofa. Awkwardly, Kunigisa quickly snapped up the seat next to Hikari, forcing me to sit next to Maki. All the same, I couldn't bear the thought of turning tail and running now. It was dishonorable to flee in the face of the enemy. Maki, seeming to see right through me, greeted me with a wicked expression.
Welcome to my club,
she jested.
Sorry about before. I guess I hit a touchy subject. Really, I'm sorry. Anybody would get mad about such a sensitive subject.
She apologized, insincerely. It wasn't a particularly sensitive subject.
Oh, it was. It was so pitiful.
She sneered at me. Might she have been drunk? No. She was like this all the time. In fact, she was probably more pleasant when drunk. She slugged down her wine in one gulp, then thrust her glass at me.
Now you drink too, boy. Alcohol is good, you know. You forget all the bad things.
There's nothing so bad I want to forget.
And there's nothing so good you want to remember. I don't think your poor memory is to blame for not having any happy memories. There are a few happy things in your life, and a few sad things. There's not much of anything at all. It's all empty. It's an emptiness scarier than darkness. Isn't life fun?
Retrocognition. Telepathy. It seemed the advertisements about her weren't just baloney. She was a damn clairvoyant. Give me a break, Maki. This is just bullying.
Yep, I'm bullying you. Now drink up.
I don't do alcohol. I'm underage.
How by the book of you? Oh dear, you're being so cold. Oh, Ichan, you're so cool. Is that what you want to hear? That's weird. I should call you the man who's cold even in the summer.
She put her glass back in front of her with a bored expression on her face. Apparently, quite starving, Kunigisa scarfed down the cheese appetizer. She ate with her two hands, displaying terrible manners. Of course, knowing that it would be useless, I didn't feel like scolding her.
It's supreme, Valençay and Marois, cheeses of the forest,
Hikari kindly explained. Apparently they were all good cheeses to have with wine. Trying a single piece, I found that it was indeed delicious, but probably only Kunigisa would be able to stand a whole lot of it without even so much as some water. How was Konami? Shinya asked me after a while, cheese in hand. He seemed fairly interested. Did the modeling go well? Yes, I suppose. There were no problems anyway. She's got a pretty foul personality, eh? He spoke without euphemisms, about his own boss no less. Oh, no. She doesn't... Is that so? Well, at least I've never met a woman with a worse personality than that. I had. She was sitting right next to me, drinking up. No, she was fine, really. Oh, but she did smash one of her pictures all of a sudden, and that was surprising. Oh, that. Yeah. When I got back to the atelier, she was all, Shinya, dispose of this garbage. I was like, who are you, Picasso? Sorry about that. That's just her thing. Don't pay any attention to it. That woman's seen quite a bit of success without exerting much effort, so she's very obstinate. She can't live without acting like a big shot. Her thing? Yeah, you know, if she acts like that, she looks like a world-class artist, don't you think? Didn't she say all sorts of artsy things to you? Sort of snooty things? That's just how she is, you see. Well, but that's just her true nature, right? I mean, I thought it was. Oh, of course. It's unquestionably her true nature. But she doesn't actually have to say that kind of stuff, now, does she? If she were a real artist, she wouldn't talk like that. Kanami is a genius, to be sure, but she's miles away from being an artist. She's just trying to cut a figure. At least, that's what I think. I'd appreciate it if she would just get to the next stage. But you know how it is. He looked a little sad. Seriously, he continued, taking a sip of wine. A wine glass suited him so well, I envied him for it, unrelatedly. That's the reason I asked you to be her model, too. She doesn't do many portraits, you see. Oh, yeah? But she was saying she doesn't choose her subjects. Well, she doesn't, but it's a taste issue. She hates people. No matter how she draws them, they complain, you see. Plus, you know how she used to be blind, and her legs are still bad. And above all else, because she has that kind of personality, she doesn't get along well with anyone. That's how geniuses are. The only genius I'd ever heard of who was at all good at human relationships was Gauss. Apparently Michelangelo, for instance, was widely disliked. But in his case, people didn't like him because he was a misanthrope.
You don't have to be a genius to be socially awkward,
Maki interjected with a phony, innocent expression. Yup, she was right. She has a lot of pride about having reached where she is on her own, Shinya said. So it's no wonder she doesn't get along with Sonayama. Indeed, Akane, who had honed her talents in a group atmosphere at the ER3 system, and Kanami, who was a raging individualist, were practically polar opposites. It was only natural that they never hit it off. I was the one who taught art to Kanami, Shinya told us. Her eyes got better, and you have to understand, back then she had nothing. No family, no special knowledge to speak of. So I gave her a brush. I was only trying to comfort her. But just a month later, she had surpassed me. So you paint too? I hadn't known that. Shinya shrugged his right shoulder, a little embarrassed. After Kanami surpassed me, I quit. When Verrocchio realized that Da Vinci had surpassed him, He broke his own paintbrush. I, too, grew to understand his feelings in that moment. With this person of unbelievable talent right next to me, all of the time, there's no need for me to paint pictures. That morning, Shinya had told me we were alike. I didn't know what he meant until now. Shinya Sakaki, relative to Kanami Ibuki. It was just like me, relative to Tomo Kunigisa. Though he spoke badly of her, it was clear to me now that Shinya had unconditional affection for Kanami.
So you're the kind of guy who does things for other people too, Shinya?
Maki said, as if reading my mind. What a simile.
Of course, in your case, there's a charm to it, unlike with some people.
And why's that? I asked.
He doesn't go around blaming others.
She was trying to bring me down blow by blow. Hikari broke in with a worried look.
Would you like something to drink?
Some kind of soda would be good.
Certainly, right away.
Hikari pulled a small bottle of ginger ale out of the living room fridge and quickly returned. With a bright smile, she placed it beside me.
Please enjoy.
She really was quite considerate. I thought it would be rude to keep fighting like this in front of her, so I forced my wound-up nerves to relax. There I go again, blaming things on others. Damn. Maki had me in the palm of her hand.
Hikari, I want some too.
Kunigisa said.
Certainly.
Hikari went over to Kunigisa with the ginger ale. Seeing this, Maki said,
Come to think of it, you're underage as well, isn't that right, Kunigisa? But it's okay, isn't it? How about it? Just one drink.
Please don't encourage her.
My, playing Guardian, are we?
Maki sneered.
Ah, how wonderful it must be to be young.
But you're still young too.
No, I'm already 29.
She spoke as if it were no big deal, but I was a little surprised. She always dressed so youthfully. I figured she had to be about the same age as Iria. Wow, so that means you're the same age as Kanami, Shinya noted. Then Maki, you are still young. You know, I'm already 32 years old. Once you pass 30, you really start to feel your age. You get winded easily and such. Hikari, how old are you? I took the chance to ask.
I'm 27.
So then, Hikari is 27 too?
Well, we're triplets after all.
27. I've repeated the number a few times in my head. 27 years old. Akari and Hikari, both 27. Maybe this is rude of me, but they really didn't look 27. I almost wondered if there was some sort of age-stopping mystery air flowing through the island. Nah, not likely. This wasn't Neverland.
Akane is 30, right? And I think Yayoi is about 30 as well. Boy, when you sit down and think about it, everyone sure is young. Iria must really like young female geniuses.
That'd be a pretty smug tendency. Kunigisa nodded in agreement as she crammed her face with cheese. Apparently, having picked up a spicy piece, she immediately went for the ginger ale and chugged it. But it looked as if it went down the wrong pipe, and she released a barrage of coughs. What the hell was she doing? Shinya let out a sigh. I thought if I brought Kaname here to live in seclusion with other people, she might change a little. Kinda like when you send a truant kid off to camp. But this strategy seemed to have been off the mark. It was kinda like a last resort. At this point, she'll probably be living like that for the rest of her life. Misunderstood by everyone, not expecting anyone to understand. Not relying on anyone but herself. Eating away at herself all the while. Well, that's one way to live.
Look who's talking.
I don't think I even have to mention whose line that last one was. Speaking of which, Maki, why are you here on this island? Asked Shinya. I've been wondering for a while. It's not just a vacation, is it?
It is. This place is a sweet deal. You get to live for free, and you even get money for it. It's Xanadu. If I use the net, I can even still do fortune-telling. It's a world of convenience. Non-stop good times.
What a crappy excuse for an adult. Pretty damn crappy at that.
I don't recall hearing your story.
Maki gainsaid my silence.
Why are you on this island, then? And please don't tell me something like you came here just because Kunagisa said she was coming.
Oh, this lady. Acting like she didn't know. Seriously, why was she picking on me like that? Maybe she was really just having fun of me with no objective or reason whatsoever. It wasn't unthinkable.
Wrong,
she said, then looked over at Kunagisa.
Fine. Assuming guys like you don't matter anyway, why are you here, Kunagisa? Just a whim, just a whim. I don't go making reasons for every little thing I do. I wonder.
Maki gave a suspicious grin. I didn't know what the deal with her personality was, but she seemed to be getting along with everyone besides me rather well, including Kunagisa.
She's clever, unlike you. Getting sick of this. Oh, you've given up? But I won't stop. I'm gonna keep toying with you until I'm bored of it.
She wore an absolutely sadistic smile. I felt like captured game. Telepathy, eh? Amazing as usual, Himina. But lay off him. Shinya cut in like he had no choice. You've chased a whole lot of brilliant people off this island doing that. He'll be leaving soon enough as it is, so there's no reason to send him home any faster. Right?
Everyone I try to have fun with hates me. It's discrimination against people with superpowers, I tell you.
Superpower. They talked about it like it was an everyday thing. But did such a thing really exist? The ER3 system, which touted itself as being comprehensive, naturally conducted research on parapsychology, which is to say, superpowers. Psychokinesis, ESP, DOP, levitation, and teleportation. I had seen any number of papers on the inexplicable, unobservable subject in my time in the ER3 program, and even met a person who claimed to be the real deal, but turned out to be a phony. But all I had concluded was that no matter how you thought about it, that stuff was a bunch of bull. None of those papers really explained anything, despite how hard they tried to arbitrarily cram facts into conclusion. It was what they called dry love. These theses full of dry love by fake scientists were, to be fair, amusing in their own right. But that's all they were, and absolutely lacked whatever it took to convince other people.
That's just because you have a narrow mind.
Have you ever heard of the word privacy?
It's not my fault. I see what I see, and I hear what I hear. And by the way, trying to run away is futile. No matter where you go, I'll know you like I know myself. So, you have remote viewing and clairaudience too?
Kunigisa said.
I know a lot of people with special powers, but this is the first time I've ever met someone with so many. Amazing.
Despite knowing that our pasts, futures, and minds were all possibly being read right now, Kunigisa was without a care in the world. Or maybe she didn't have any secrets to keep.
I really wanted psychokinesis, actually, but I ended up gravitating toward ESP for some reason. Too bad. I mean, doesn't teleportation seem so convenient?
Psychokinesis, abbreviated as PK, and ESP, were academically defined as two completely different abilities. In mainstream parapsychology, it's often said that the existence of ESP might be supportable with evidence, though the same cannot be said about PK. This is because the idea of PK is something completely inhuman, while ESP is simply an extension of actual human senses.
Fortune-telling is about all I can do with just ESP. It's not such a useful ability.
Certainly there wasn't much she could have done apart from fortune-telling, but I still felt skeptical about the whole idea. Maki, can you prove that you have these special powers?
I don't think I need to. How would you, for example, prove that you are yourself? Would you show us your driver's license? Would you be convinced if I had a superpowers license? It doesn't matter anyway. Whether you think it's true, or think it's a lie, or think it's something else, that doesn't affect anything anyway. Just like my knowing everything doesn't change anything.
Are you sure about that?
You're a suspicious one, aren't you? Okay. How about I give you your fortune again?
She said out of the blue, grinning at me. Damn, I hadn't seen this coming.
We got off track the first time, after all. Yeah. Let's do it. It's a good opportunity for you. I almost never tell fortunes for free.
I'll pass.
Quick answer. You really don't want me to, huh? My mentor always taught me to go out of the way where others hesitate, so that's what I do.
I can't help but wonder if your mentor meant something else.
You're quite a liar, aren't you?
She began her session, heedlessly.
You don't like showing your emotions, but you aren't good at controlling them either, so you have many regrets. Even though you let yourself get pushed around by other people's opinions, you're quite independent. When faced with a challenge, you run away without a second thought, but you're not dumb, and you don't like competition. Sound about right?
Isn't that what you call a cold reading? I shot back. You could have just said anything. Those are all things that hold true for any person to some extent.
Is that so? Maybe. Then let's talk about your relationship with Kunigisa. What we call a compatibility reading. Both you and Kunigisa are the type who don't need friends. Yet for some reason, you stick together. And the reason for that is... oh my, this part is fairly warped. You stay by her side because you're jealous of her. And while you're jealous of her ability to express herself freely, she somehow looks unhappy, regardless of whether or not she really is. You see this girl who has everything you want and can do all the things you can't do, yet she is still, for some reason, unhappy, and that makes you feel better. That makes you feel like it doesn't matter if you can't get what you want. Really?
Kunigisa gave me a confused look. Whether it was true or not, it wasn't okay to say such a thing right in front of her. I shook my head. No. Maki, I think you've got me all wrong. I'm not such a complicated guy. I'm simple as could be.
Yeah, well, maybe. Maybe not. Hey, Maki,
Kunigisa said, moving closer to her.
If that's really the case, then why do I spend time with Ichan? Sorry, but I can't seem to read your mind or past.
Maki gave a gentle shrug.
Occasionally, I meet someone like that. I guess it's a compatibility issue or something, but their surroundings also grow ambiguous and hard to decipher. It's like I'm in a dim place and it's a little unsettling. It puts me in a bad mood.
So that's why she was venting on me. How awful. Maki, in light of the occasion, I'll go ahead and ask a question too. How does it feel to be able to see the future and read people's minds and such? Shinya asked. I'm just curious.
That's like asking how things look to spiders with their 8 eyes. To attempt a simple explanation, it's like watching TV. It's like the entire room is covered with TVs and I don't have a remote. I can't turn them off, and I can't change the channels, so all I can do is watch. It's like having a few more brains than regular people, if you can imagine that.
Yeah, like I could.
Now, what's-his-face got us a little off topic, Kunigisa, but I still haven't heard why you came to this island. It was just on a whim, I'm telling you. No, I may not be able to read you, but I know that's not why.
Kunigisa wheezed out a strange sigh. She seemed a little troubled. I wasn't a big fan of Maki's way of posing the question, but to be honest, I had been wondering about it myself. For what reason had Kunigisa, the ultimate shut-in with no equal, been compelled to travel all the way here to Wet Crow's Feather Island?
Okay, I'll tell you,
she finally said, with a piece of cheese on her tongue.
I'm interested in an incident that took place here in the past.
Part 3.
I'm interested in an incident that took place here in the past.
But I didn't get the chance to learn anything more. What do you mean, incident? I was about to ask, but nearly bit down on my tongue. Hard. Thus, I was unable to get the words out. But, even if I miraculously had somehow, it never would have reached Kunigisa's ears, nor anyone else's ears, including my own. It would have been drowned out by the other noise. The shaking. What? I soon realized it was an earthquake. Gah!
Huh? Everyone, please stay calm,
urged Hikari, whose profession demanded that she remain cool, no matter what happened. But I hardly took her advice to heart. Maki, who looked as if she had been expecting the earthquake all along, reclined on the couch without a hint of worry. I tried to recall what I had learned about earthquakes back in my first year of junior high school, when I was still in Japan. Supposedly, they would start with small tremors, and then get bigger and bigger. I couldn't quite recall which were S waves and which were P waves, or figure out which were horizontal and which were vertical tremors. But that didn't matter. At any rate, the strength of the shaking had jumped a few levels. In a panic, I shoved Kunigisa, whose expression said I have no idea what's going on, onto the sofa and threw myself on top of her. There was a chandelier right above her. If that were to fall, she wouldn't stand a chance of survival with that tiny stature of hers. That was my thinking at the time, anyway. But my efforts seemed to have been in vain, because not a moment later, the shaking died down. Of course, when I say, not a moment later, I mean in terms of real time. To me, it felt only slightly less dragging and terrible than 5 minutes with your hand on a stove. In reality, the shaking had probably lasted for less than 10 seconds. "Is it over?" I asked, still on top of Kunagisa.
Yeah.
Maki answered. It was the word of a prophet, and probably trustworthy. Meanwhile, Kunagisa groaned with her face buried in the sofa, so I got off of her for the time being. An earthquake? It was pretty big, too. I wonder what it rated on the scale, Shinya said, looking around the room. The glasses and bottles on the table had fallen, and Hikari had reflexively begun to clean. "Pardon me, Hikari. I'm going to borrow the phone. I'm worried about Kanami." Shinya pointed to the house phone. Hikari nodded. He headed to the white phone by the cabinet. "Hikari, do you have a radio or something?" I asked. "I want to check the earthquake level." "Oh, Tomo, could you look it up on the internet?"
Well, there's probably already been a breaking news bulletin. We're technically in Kyoto Prefecture right now, aren't we? Or maybe not? It was a level 3 or 4. I can't quite pinpoint the epicenter, but it's probably around Maizuru, where the level would be at 5.
Maki said, quite matter-of-factly.
And it seems like there weren't many injuries, even in urban areas.
How do you know? Perhaps it was inelegant of me to pose such a question, but it just felt like the natural thing to say. She let out a big sigh before answering.
It's like I've been telling you, I just know. You may be smart, but you sure are slow. Don't have much of a memory either, it would seem. Hey, wait, doesn't that make you stupid? Anyway, to use an expression, I can see these things clear as day. Ibuki and the others are all fine.
Remote viewing and clairaudience, was it? Distance wasn't a factor for her. She could glance at a TV somewhere far across the sea and predict what would appear there next. Compound ESP. But even if she had just been making all of this up, there was no way to check. She hadn't said anything that couldn't be waved off with some explanation. It was probably true, however, that the mansion hadn't suffered much damage. Good to know. Shinya returned from the phone. "Kanami's fine," he said. "She says that she's in the atelier. Some paint cans fell off the shelf. It sounded like a big hassle, but at least she's not hurt." Should you go over there? He was her caretaker, after all, and even if he hadn't been, he must have been worried about her, seeing as she couldn't walk. But he spread his arms and said, "Nah, no need. She would probably get ticked off if I did." "Why do you say that?" "Because she told me not to come," he replied, with a pained expression of humility. "She says she's working right now. In fact, she's working on your portrait. Sounds like she's going to turn it into a real masterpiece, so I'd better not bother her."
Even with Ibuki's talent, there's no hope if she used such a terrible model.
"You really hate me, don't you?"
Yup.
Maki nodded, with a straight face. Jeez. Well, whatever. That's how life had always gone for me anyway. I looked over at Hikari. "Does this happen here a lot? Earthquakes, I mean."
Not a lot, really. Shinya, you've been through a few, right?
Yes, but this one was unusually big.
I wonder if any furniture fell over. I'm a little worried.
If you're going to fix things, I'll help.
No, it wouldn't be right. We'll deal with it tomorrow under Rei's guidance.
Hikari flashed a sweet smile. If she were a mother, her kids would grow up proper for sure. If we hadn't met in this kind of place, under these kinds of circumstances, I definitely would have fallen for her. Or at least, I thought I would. It was never going to happen, but I thought so.
That was my first earthquake in a while.
Kunigisa mumbled, scratching her blue hair and finally getting up from the sofa.
I wonder if my computers are all right. They should be. If the epicenter was in Maizuru, the condo should be okay too. Boy, this takes me back to the Great Hanshin quake. Say, Ichan, you were already in Houston in those days, right?
Yep. I think I was. I vaguely remembered seeing something about it on the news back in my tiny room in America.
That was a really tough time for me. I was still in Kobe back then. Most of my computers crashing for real. I was so startled.
Was startled really the most appropriate word to describe living through that disaster? So, shouldn't you be worried about your computers? You must be fully crammed with cheese by now. Let's go back to your room already.
Bye, Hikari.
It seemed like the time was right, so I decided to leave the living room. I didn't trust that I had the self-control to stay cool if I had to talk to Maki anymore. It seemed like a good time to split. As if reading my every thought, Maki's gaze burned a hole through my back, and it took every ounce of willpower in my body to ignore her. I pulled Kunigisa by the arm and took her back to her room. The 3 PCs, 2 PCs and 1 workstation, in her room remained securely situated in the computer rack, and the room had suffered no damage. Kunigisa let out a big yawn and stretched.
I'm turning in for today. Having a full stomach really makes you sleepy, huh? Ichan, undo my hair.
Do it yourself, will you?
Come on, it's hard to undo a ponytail by myself. I'm not flexible. It's not that I can't do it, but I'll start aching. I've broken bones that way, you know.
I get it. You're really adorable, you know that? I removed the band from her hair and ran a comb through it. Tomo Kunigisa let out a naughty little giggle. Once I was finished, she dove into the bed. She sunk herself into the white mattress and rolled around joyously. Take off that coat. How many times do I have to tell you? And aren't you hot?
This coat has special memories attached, so no dice.
Memories. Huh. What were they? Even our dear ESP-endowed fortune-teller, Maki Himina, couldn't read Kunigisa's mind or past. Maybe they had something to do with the team.
Anyway, Ichan, Kanami and Akane are pretty terrible, but you and Maki don't seem to be on the best of terms either.
Well, it's more like she harasses me for no reason, I said, thinking about how similar this was to what Kanami had said. I don't have any problems with her in particular.
Yeah, I'll bet. You're not aggressive enough to hate or resent people. At the very worst, you get annoyed. Isn't that right?
You think? That's interesting.
Just joking.
and held her grin.
But Ichan, you've really never fallen in love with someone before, have you?
Nope.
I love that about you.
Strange. She was being weirdly feisty. I wonder if maybe that ginger ale had really been wine. I'd never seen her drunk before, so I couldn't imagine what she would be like. By the way, Tomo.
What is it?
Do you believe in superpowers?
If they existed, I wouldn't mind at all.
She said, grinning.
I don't really want any, but you can always dream. It's better for Santa Claus to exist than for him not to, right? It's just like that.
You're so laid back. She wouldn't mind. Indeed. That was surprisingly insightful. Whether or not they existed, it wouldn't have much of an effect on my daily life. Now was a bit of an exception. Because we were on this island? Because we were on this island. I'm gonna go back to my room and turn in too. See you tomorrow. If you're planning to sleep now, I'll come wake you up tomorrow. So let's have breakfast together.
Hey, Ichan.
Kunagisa, still lying face up on her bed, called to me.
Let's fool around.
She beckoned to me. I paused, just for a second. No, I said.
Good for nothing, coward, chicken pot pie.
Yeah, I said, and shut the door, went downstairs, and headed to the storeroom where I was staying. It would have been truly awful to run into Maki in the hallway or something, but luckily no such thing occurred. Perhaps she was still busy chatting it up with Shinya. When I got to my room, I realized that it had a lock. Maybe it shouldn't have been a surprise, seeing as it was supposed to be a storage room, but I couldn't help wondering about being trapped inside if someone were to lock it while I was asleep. There was no way I could reach the window even if I stood on the chair, so it really would be like a prison cell. Then again, there was nothing anyone could gain by locking me up, so it was probably just excessive worry. I entered, curled up on my futon, and stared at the ceiling and thought. I was, of course, thinking about what Maki had said earlier.
Oh my, this part is fairly warped. You stay by her side because you're jealous of her. And while you're jealous of her ability to express herself freely, she somehow looks unhappy, regardless of whether or not she really is. You see this girl who has everything you want and can do all the things you can't do, yet she is still, for some reason, unhappy, and that makes you feel better. That makes you feel like it doesn't matter if you can't get what you want.
Damn it. She's exactly right. Akane of the Seven Fools had described Kunigisa and I as a codependent pair. But really, Maki's opinion was closer to the truth. To me, Tomo Kunigisa represented the thing I most wanted to be. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. To me, she was then. Then what? The reason I chose a university in Kyoto rather than Kobe was because she had moved to Kyoto. I also couldn't deny that she was one of the reasons I left Houston. Why had I done all that? As Kunagisa had said, I wasn't aggressive enough to have feelings like love or hate. Even if someone were to bother me, it was a feeling no different from being annoyed when it rains. No matter how much disdain Maki had for me, no matter how many malicious comments Kanami spat at me, no emotion welled up in me about it. I couldn't help but wonder, was I even human? I didn't understand other people's feelings at all, if they really existed. If superpowers like the one Maki claimed to use really existed, perhaps I wanted some myself. Nah, I reconsidered. If I could understand people's feelings, life would just be that much more annoying. I wasn't looking for a life with an open Pandora's box. I didn't have the nerve for it. Such nonsense. I hated trips. I just end up thinking too much. Well, I don't know about too much, but the kind of dangerous thoughts that can wreck you. 4 more days. I could be patient. I didn't hate being patient. Or at least, I was used to it. Suffering and pain. I was damn well used to it. Still, it doesn't feel great. Damn. I want to return to my tranquil quotidian life across the sea, I thought as I fell into the night. But the following morning, I would realize something. The previous 3 days had been plenty tranquil and quotidian.
Morning of the 4th day.
1. Decapitation. Part 0. You can always go higher, but at the very top, down is all there is. Part 1. It was a dreadful sight. If I were to compare it to something, let's see. Yeah, okay. Gruber Norbert's painting, The River. The same sort of creepy, marbled river ran through near half of Kanami's atelier. Seemingly, due to the previous night's earthquake, cans of paint lay scattered around the room, and the simple, iron pole shelf had fallen over as well. The earthquake had caused the shelf to tip, spilling cans everywhere, their contents dumped on the floor, and the river was the result. It was a feasible theory, and that's no doubt how it had happened. But while it was a bizarre enough spectacle on its own, the real issue lay on the opposite bank of the river. It was beyond imagination or speculation and couldn't be written off as the earthquake's doing. An earthquake capable of that didn't exist. The face-down body of a person lay on the floor, with a noticeable vacancy from the neck up. A headless corpse. A decapitated corpse. It didn't matter much what words you chose to describe it. It was what it was. The body with the missing head was clad in the same dress Kanami had been wearing the previous day. That exquisite-looking dress that Kanami had boasted would never get dirty while she was painting was now stained dark red with blood. It didn't look wearable anymore. What's more, there was no longer anyone to wear it. Or let's be more specific. The wearer was no longer alive. This is grotesque, I uttered reflexively. It went without saying, but the words just came out. The room smelled like paint thinner. Next to Kanami's fallen body were a wheelchair facing in a random direction and a single canvas. It was far away, so I wasn't sure, but the painting appeared to be my portrait. It was beautiful, a masterwork. Even from that distance, separated by the river, I could tell. I felt the shock with my body, not with my mind. In some ways, it was more disturbing than the sight of the decapitated corpse. I recalled what Kanami had said the previous day.
It's not art if you get to pick who looks at it.
Point taken. This one was it. Without a doubt, Kanami Ibuki was a genius, to the point that it made me tremble, and this made her death all the more devastating. It had been a long time since I had felt devastated by anything, but I was truly devastated by this. By Kanami's death. By Kanami Ibuki's death. Why? Yes, Kanami Ibuki was dead. I mean, who could stay alive after their head's been chopped off? Even Rasputin couldn't have survived a decapitation, and Kanami was a physically normal human being. Well, we shouldn't just leave her like this, I said, breaking everyone's silence. I looked over at Kunigisa. Sticking out her lower lip, she was looking at Kanami's body dubiously, quizzically. Was she skeptical about something? But now probably wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. If I had to give a reason for each and every one of Kunigisa's actions, I'd be spending my entire life doing nothing else. As I tried to take a step, she tugged at my arm.
Ii-chan, wait a sec.
Huh? Why?
The paint isn't dry yet.
Oh yeah. Crouching down and checking with the tip of my finger, I found that she was right. My middle finger turned marble-colored. And now isn't really the time to worry about things like that, I objected. There was a severed corpse right in front of us. To worry about dirtying your shoes at a time like this was beyond trivial.
Hey, I said wait.
Before I knew what she was getting at, Kunigisa took off that black coat of hers and tossed it in the middle of the river of paint. It was now like a stepping stone in the river. Wasn't that your precious coat?
The circumstances call for it.
I made to say something about her just tossing her memories off like they were nothing. But as she suggested, there was a bigger issue at hand right now. Besides, what's done is done. With little recourse, I jumped to the coat, then to the other side of the river. It had been quite a while since I'd last seen a headless body up close. I removed my sweatshirt and placed it over Kanami's upper body. I looked back towards the door, where everyone was standing, and slowly shook my head. I didn't need to open my mouth.
Everyone,
Iria finally said.
Could I have us all gather in the dining room? I think we need to discuss what we'll do from here on out.
With that, she made her way for the hall. The 4 maids, Ray, Akari, Hikari, and Teriko, quickly followed close behind. Finally, the other guests began filing out of the atelier. The last ones to remain in the room were Kunigisa, me, and Shinya. He was staring at Kanami's body, his face pale and blank. Shinya. Stepping back on the coat, I returned to the entrance side. Let's go. There was no point in staying here, but I dared not finish. Oh, yeah, right. His mind was off in a very different place. Despite his response, he made no attempt to move. He stood completely rigid, his mind unable to comprehend, refusing to comprehend the sight before his eyes. I understood how he felt. If the same thing had happened to Kunigisa, I probably would have been the same way. No, that's not right. I probably would have broken down and started screaming. I know that's hard to imagine for a guy like me, who, as Maki said, doesn't like showing my emotions. But that's probably what would have happened. In that respect, Shinya was truly admirable. He didn't look too good, but at least he hadn't broken down, and he could even speak. His mental faculties remained intact, albeit just barely. This is what separated him from me. I was just a kid. Shinya was an adult. I didn't know what kind of relationship Shinya and Kanami had, whether he was just her caretaker, or something more, or something less. However, remembering the sad look in his eyes the previous night, and seeing him now, I somehow understood.
Ichan, let's go ahead.
Kunigisa tugged my arm, this time to urge me to move. Yeah. And thus ended our tranquil lives on the island. Thus opened the next act. Part 2. The morning of the 4th day on the island had started extremely normal. Really, extremely normal. I awoke the same as always. By the time I got to Kunigisa's room, she was already awake and sitting at her computers. She said she was checking her email.
Do my hair,
she said, without so much as a good morning. I put the hair on the top of her head in 2 tails, what we called a twin tail. I figured it would be easy enough for her to undo it herself this time.
I feel like breakfast today,
she said, so we headed for the dining room. Peeking into the living room on the way, I found that Maki and Shinya were still there drinking wine. They must have been up all night drinking. They sure aren't paying their age any mind, I thought. But of course, I stayed quiet. Out of courtesy, I invited them to breakfast, and they accepted. The 4 of us entered the dining room. Sitting at the table were Akane, and, making a rare appearance, Iria.
Oh, What an unusual occurrence.
Iria also said.
To have everyone gathered like this even in the morning? Well, it feels like more than chance. Shall I call in the others? It would be nice to all do breakfast together.
She summoned the nearby Akari and asked her to go fetch Yayoi, who was no doubt in the kitchen, and the other maids. Well, I'll go fetch Kanami, Shinya said. She's probably all done painting by now anyway. I wonder if she's still sleeping. She doesn't get cranky in the morning, despite her lousy personality. He chuckled a bit at his own line and looked at me. Hope you're looking forward to seeing that picture, he said, and left the dining room. It would have been the first time Kunigisa and I had done breakfast with the entire group, but it never actually happened. When Shinya returned to the dining hall, what he brought was news of Kanami's death. Kanami's been murdered. That's how he phrased it anyway, and few dead bodies could express that better than that. There was no way she died of sickness or an accident, or even suicide. She was missing from the neck up. But still, a murder case. And not just a murder, but... Me? I was... Right. After dinner, I was with Kunigisa the whole time. I took a bath in her room, then she said she was hungry, so we went to the living room. On the way, we ran into Akari. Isn't that right? Yes. In the living room we met Hikari, Maki, and Shinya. And then, the earthquake. There was an earthquake, right? We were in the living room until that earthquake occurred. After that, I took Kunigisa back to her room, and then I went to sleep. I woke up today at 6, and I've been with Kunigisa ever since. I tried my best to sound calm, even under everyone's gaze. An alibi check. Why we had to start with me, I don't know. But Iria had requested it, so there was no choice. It seemed she viewed me as the prime suspect. The dining room. Eating my slightly cold breakfast. No one else seemed to be able to eat after seeing the headless corpse, and indeed, I was feeling pretty squeamish myself. But Yayoi's cooking was so good, I couldn't just let it go to waste. The round table. Iria, Rei, Akari, Hikari, Teriko, Akane, Maki, Yayoi, Shinya, Tomo Kunigisa, myself. We were all sitting in our usual seats, with only Kanami's seat at the 5 o'clock position empty. It would never be filled. Iria tilted her head at me a bit in response to my testimony. Then she glanced over at the 1 o'clock seat.
Hikari, is that true? Yes.
The maid nodded.
Up until the earthquake occurred. 1 o'clock was it? Yes, 1 o'clock. The 5 of us, including me, were talking the whole time. I can vouch for that. Did anyone get up and leave for a while? No.
Hikari said, with a bit of uncertainty.
I don't think so. Although, I couldn't say for certain. No one left,
Kunigisa said, coming to her rescue.
And I've got a perfect memory. Nobody left the living room. Is that so?
Iria closed her eyes.
In that case, you and Kunigisa, Sakaki, Himena, and Hikari can all account for one another up until the earthquake, is that right? How about after the earthquake?
I slept alone, so I suppose I don't have an alibi.
Thank you. Well, then, I suppose I should go ahead and give my alibi next. Last night, I was with Rei and Sashirono in my room talking. Yesterday's dinner was even more delicious than usual, so I was asking her about the recipes. Isn't that right, Sashirono? Huh?
Possibly because her name had suddenly come up. Yayoi looked a bit startled.
Yes.
Rei shrugged a bit, but said nothing. If you thought about it, she must have been a really cool-headed person, given the situation. Of course, Teriko was quiet as ever, but Rei was more taciturn than you would have ever imagined. Whether she was just being loyal to her employer, or this was just her natural personality, I wasn't sure.
The earthquake happened, and then I decided to go back to my room.
Yayoi said, as if struggling to remember.
That's right.
Iria nodded.
After that, Rei and I were up all night talking. Kunigisa will be leaving soon, so I thought we should discuss the idea of holding some kind of fun event. You know, like a farewell party. That's the tradition here. Anyway, we ended up foregoing sleep, so I just came straight here for breakfast.
In other words, Iria and Rei had perfect alibis. Yayoi, like Kunigisa and I, had an alibi up until the earthquake.
Shinya and I have complete alibis as well,
Maki said.
Kunigisa and the rest can confirm that up until the earthquake, and Shinya and I can vouch for each other after that. My, alcohol is just wonderful.
Just how trustworthy was a drunk person's testimony? Maki must have known I was thinking that, because she glared at me. But without a word to me, she turned to Shinya.
Isn't that right?
She asked. Yes, he replied vacantly.
Hikari, what did you do after the earthquake? I went back to our room. Hikari and Teriko were there too. After that, I went to bed. I woke up today at 5 o'clock and then got back to work. What about Hikari and Teriko then? Hikari, answer. After dinner, we didn't have any work left to do, so...
Hikari paused with a hand to her cheek as she tried to think.
Teriko and I were together in our room the whole time. Then the earthquake happened and Hikari came back soon after that. That's when we decided to go to bed.
The three of you share one room? I asked. Hikari's eyes shot in my direction, as if she never would have guessed I would speak up.
Yes, the three of us share a room. Is something wrong with that?
Oh, no. Nothing. Just wondering. I bowed to her. I wanted to ask if they shared the same futon as well, but I decided to stay quiet. That meant that Hikari and Teriko had solid alibis up until the earthquake as well. After that, they had all gone to bed, so they couldn't really vouch for each other. Teriko nodded a bit after listening to Hikari's testimony, but ultimately said nothing. It was a simple gesture, but somehow hard to understand.
This is becoming quite complicated.
Iria looked towards the last possible suspect, Akane Soniyama.
What about you?
She said.
What were you doing last night?
Akane, who had been soaking in the situation up until now with arms folded and mouth shut, let out a sigh and opened just one eye.
Judging from the fact that nobody's mentioned my name up until now, it's probably pretty obvious, but yup, I wasn't with anyone last night.
She spoke unhesitatingly.
After I finished dinner, I went back to my room and got on the computer. I was working on some modeling and, well, I'll spare you the boring details. There should be a log so you could check that for proof, but I suppose that kind of thing can be forged. I guess you couldn't call it an alibi. I don't know much about computers. What do you think, Kunigisa?
Kunigisa's head popped up. Hell of a time to be daydreaming.
Oh. With a degree of skill, a person could easily manipulate something as simple as a log. Akane, how much do you know about computers?
Akane smirked.
There's probably no point in my answering that. Oh, okay.
Kunigisa nodded.
Yeah, I guess you're right. With the right tools, even an amateur could alter a log. It's not like it's very hard. You can find that kind of software all over the place.
Isn't there a way to see if the log's been altered? I asked.
There is, but that can be faked too. Just about anything's possible with a computer, you see. So it's hard to use one to confirm an alibi.
Tomo Kunigisa, invited to this island as the leader of the team. She was peerless in her field, so there was no way she was wrong. In which case, Akane had no alibi to speak of. Akane let out another sigh.
But I suppose I have to make a defense for myself. I do hold myself dear, so I'll just go ahead and say it. I didn't do it. Certainly, I hate artists, but I don't think they're worth killing. They're already dead when they're alive. It wouldn't be worth the effort. You can't pen this on me.
She probably meant to say, "You can't pin this on me." But at any rate, she didn't seem to be bluffing or playing tough, and it didn't seem like an act either.
Okay, everyone, please hold on a minute.
Iria requested.
I need to work this out in my head.
Before that, please hold on, I said to her. The conversation was growing bizarre. Hold on before we hold on? Iria, what exactly are you trying to do?
I'm sorry?
It's just that this all feels really strange to me. Of course, this is your island and your mansion, so I know it's probably better to not say anything. Plus, I'm not even really a guest. But I'm asking anyway. What exactly are you trying to do?
Well, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, of course.
She smiled softly.
It seems pretty clear to me,
She continued,
that Ibuki was murdered by someone. And in this case, that means she was murdered by someone in this room. As you said, this is my island and my mansion. One of the guests I've invited here has been killed, and the murderer is right here. Surely you don't think we can just leave this alone?
She smiled and glanced over the crowd. Indeed, she was right. This was a remote island. A remote, solitary island. Completely isolated. Wet Crow's Feather Island. If there were 12 people on the island and one was killed, the murderer had to be one of the remaining 11. Even elementary school students can do that sort of basic arithmetic.
In any case, another death.
Huh? Another? Did she just say, another?
And another decapitation at that. Could it be that this island is cursed? Say, Himina, can you see into that? You're the one who's cursed.
Maki answered, without missing a beat.
The island is just an island. If anything is cursed, it's you.
As disheartened a statement as that was, Iria replied with amused laughter.
Maybe so.
Ah, it all made sense. It had seemed odd to me that despite her attitude, Maki was able to get along so well with everyone other than me. But now, I got it. Nobody else on this island cared about what other people said.
But this is a fairly simple case,
Iria remarked.
Maybe there's no need for detective work. After all, the time of the incident is pretty much laid out for us.
Is it?
It is. You saw it too, right? All that paint got knocked over during the earthquake, and Nabuki's body was lying on the other side. How wide do you suppose that river of paint was?
Nobody ventured an answer, so I went ahead. At a quick glance, I would say about 10 feet.
Right, it's certainly not small enough to jump over. So we can confirm that the murder must have happened before the earthquake.
The shelf had fallen over in the quake, resulting in that marbled river. What did that mean? The quake must have been more intense than I had realized. But that's not all. What did that river really mean?
Hold on a second,
Akane interrupted. She looked a bit concerned.
This conversation doesn't bode well for me. You know why?
Because everyone besides Akane had an alibi prior to the earthquake. I was with Kunigisa the whole time. Same with Hikari, Maki, and Shinya. Same deal with Hikari and Teriko, and of course, Iria, Rei, and Yayoi. Everyone had an alibi and could vouch for one another. Iria was right. There was no way someone could jump that river of paint the earthquake had created. There was no way to cross the river without stepping in the paint and creating footprints. In which case, the murder had to have happened before the earthquake. The only one with no alibi at that time was Akane. Indeed, this didn't bode well for her at all. She clicked her tongue and said,
Iria, I'm just going to ask you straight. Do you think I did it?
That certainly was straight.
Yes.
Iria admitted, just as directly.
I mean, who else could have?
Akane broke eye contact with Iria and fell silent. She was at a loss for an effective argument despite that 7 fool's brain of hers. Feeling some sliver of a connection with her somehow, I wanted to jump in and save her. But if a member of the 7 fools couldn't think of a rebuttal, there was no way a programmed dropout could. An awkwardness hung in the air for a while, but it was Kunigisa who broke it.
That's wrong,
she said.
I don't think that logic makes sense, Iria. Oh? Why is that?
Iria seemed strangely glad to hear it.
Ah, I see. You're talking about the possibility of an accomplice. I suppose there is that possibility. That would make everyone's alibis a little shaky. No, not that. Even if you don't consider an accomplice, you're missing something. Right, Ichan?
Huh? I blurted out, completely surprised that I would be pulled into this. Missing something?
Come on, Ichan, tell her about what happened last night.
Something happened? Last night? Looking fairly irritated, Kunigisa clammed up. This was a fairly rare thing for her. What can I say? Unlike you, I have a bad memory.
Geez, you really don't remember? Your memory isn't bad, it's non-existent. Is it even normal to forget something this important? After the earthquake, Shinya made a call to Kanami, right?
Oh.
Huh?
Right. Hikari and Shinya looked up in surprise, too. Right. Shinya had called Kanami after the quake and confirmed that she was okay. Confirmed that nothing had happened to her. Wow, that was important, just like Kunigisa said. What did that mean, though? How did things appear now?
In other words,
She explained.
Kanami must have been killed after the earthquake. Hold on a sec,
Iria said in a bit of a panic, her hand reaching towards Kunigisa.
but that river of paint... Well, Iria, that must mean this.
A brief pause.
The atelier was a locked room.
Everyone exchanged glances for a moment. That river of paint was unjumpable for sure. It was 10 feet wide. Maybe it was possible if you were a long jumper, but even then, there was no space to get a running start. If you considered that, the murder must have happened before the earthquake, just like Iria said. But then, Shinya denied it. Immediately after the earthquake, Kanami hadn't been murdered, let alone beheaded.
Sakaki,
Iria asked him.
was that her voice for sure?
He looked pale and confused, but at last, he nodded. Yes, it was definitely Kanami. No mistake. She said she was busy, and that the paint had fallen over, so everything was a mess. She had to have been alive after the earthquake.
I heard him talking on the phone as well.
Hikari told her mistress.
He asked me if he could use the house phone, and I think she must have been alive still.
Yes, still. Shinya spat self-mockingly and clutched his head in anguish. If I had only gone to the atelier instead of neglecting my duties! Damn it! I'm scum! I'm nothing but scum! There wasn't much to say to that. Only that in the end, it wasn't earthquakes, or thunder, or fire that was frightening. It seemed there's some kind of solace to be found in regret. It serves as an escape from what's right before your eyes. You end up pinning all of your bad deeds on the former you, so it's hardly self-condemnation. When you are regretting something, you're technically being good. I'm not saying Shinya was a monster. People are just wired that way. If anyone was a monster, it was me, for only being able to nitpick at people's flaws like this.
This is starting to get strange,
Akane said, stroking her chin.
According to Shinya, Hikari, and Kunagisa's testimony, the murder can only have happened after the earthquake. But after the earthquake, the river of paint had already been formed, in which case there is nobody who could have killed her. Hence, yep, Akane.
Kunigisa interrupted with crooked lips. She had that look she gets when she's starting to find something interesting.
This is an incredibly strange situation. So, that's what you mean by a locked room.
Iria nodded, seemingly convinced.
Indeed. Even now that paint isn't dry. You can't traverse it and enter the room without leaving footprints. Say, Akari, where's the house phone in Ibuki's atelier? It's beside the window on a phone stand.
Akari answered with great certainty. Iria crossed her arms and considered this.
Kunigisa, you've posed this question, but I don't suppose you know the answer already? Do you know who did it? Nope,
Kunigisa answered with weird confidence. Of course, I didn't know either. Nobody knew. What about the window? Is it possible that the person entered through the window? Shinya asked. It was Hikari who answered him.
But it's the second floor. I don't think it's possible. I'm pretty sure that window is locked from the inside, so...
It can't be opened from the outside at all? I asked.
Probably not,
she replied. Check. So the window was impossible, and so was the door. It couldn't have happened before the earthquake, or after the earthquake. Which meant... Okay, we were at a complete dead end. Everyone fell into silence once more, and then eyes started shifting back towards Akane.
Huh?
She seemed a little surprised.
Hey, I thought I had cleared myself. Maybe not,
Iria said.
Clearing that paint river is impossible, right? So ultimately, it must have been before the earthquake. What about what Shinya said? He could have been tricked. Maybe it was an auditory hallucination or something.
An auditory hallucination? Nonsense. It was beyond nonsense. I had to say something. I think that's just what you want to believe.
I don't think so,
opined Iria, unfazed by my opinion.
Even supposing it wasn't an auditory hallucination, it could have easily been some other sort of misunderstanding. There's no crossing that river of paint. That much is for sure. Thus, it's only logical to presume the murder happened before the earthquake, in which case it couldn't be anyone but Akane. This isn't good,
Akane said, seeming truly worried despite her wry smile.
I know this probably won't help my case any, but I can't help but feel like Akari and Teriko's alibi is a little sketchy. I mean, family members vouching for each other? It wouldn't hold up in a court of law. We're not talking about a court of law,
Iria said flatly.
I didn't think so,
Akane said, as if she expected such a response.
Still, determining the criminal by process of elimination isn't quite fair to me. It's silly. And simply ignoring Sakaki's testimony isn't exactly what I would call logical thinking. It's selective thinking. Selective thinking?
Akane shot me a look, as if to say, will you please explain? A confirmation bias. I frantically recalled from my program training, desperate not to make a fool out of myself in my senior's presence. In other words, it means when you only consider testimonies and evidence that suits your opinion and write off all evidence to the contrary as some kind of fluke. Actually, for supernatural ability experiments, it's... My eyes wandered over to Maki. It's mentioned a lot. Dry love, was it? They obsess over any evidence that suggests these abilities exist, while ignoring any evidence that suggests they don't. It's their way of getting desirable results.
I don't really follow you.
I'd gone to all the effort to remember these things, and Iria wasn't even letting me finish. What a waste of breath.
I suppose Ibuki and I were on pretty awful terms.
I recalled their nasty bickering from the previous night's dinner. It didn't exactly do wonders for her case. Certainly, it wasn't only Akane's lack of an alibi that made Iria doubt her so much, but this as well. Of course, it wasn't that I didn't understand how Iria felt. If you took Shinya's testimony into account, even Akane couldn't be a suspect. An uncommittable crime. With no suspects, 1 victim, 0 suspects. The situation didn't make any sense, and thus, to fix it...
Sakaki's testimony seems a little shady after all,
Iria said, staring right at him.
Even if it's not a lie, it could be some kind of misperception or dream or some such. But I heard him talking on the phone,
Hikari said. Iria shook her head.
It's not like you heard Ibuki's voice, right? Sakaki is the only one who heard her voice directly, which means...
Come on. That's... Shinya started to protest, but as if realizing he had no basis for an argument, he went silent.
Well, if that's the way it is, I guess there's no choice but to suspect me. That's one way to look at things, anyway.
Akane said, almost as if she were talking about someone else. Even now, she didn't seem to be lying or acting. Akane Soniyama, ER3 system, 7 fools. She seemed all too used to this kind of pandemonium.
But still, you don't have any proof. Iria, even if you are the mistress of this island and this mansion, you wouldn't treat me like a criminal without any proof, would you? This may not be a court of law here, as you say, but it's not some dusty old detective novel either, right? You can't just assume I'm the criminal based on this unformulaic process of elimination and selective thinking. Nobody can do that. But, Soniyama, you also can't prove that you're not the criminal. You can't put it on the innocent to prove their innocence. Proving that something can't be proved doesn't constitute a proof. I'm innocent until proven guilty. You're talking law again.
Akane's shoulders slumped.
Well, what's your point, Iria? So I'm the prime suspect. Fine. That's absolutely right. I'm the only one with no alibi before the earthquake. Nobody could have entered the atelier after the earthquake. Sure, I'm with you on that too. Therefore, Sakaki's testimony becomes suspicious. Makes sense. So what now?
So, what now?
What should we do?
Iria looked around the table with a troubled expression. It seemed she hadn't thought any further than that. How anticlimactic.
Throw me to the police or whatever you want,
Akane said, brushing the bangs from her face. Akane of the 7 Fools being sent off to the police?
I hate the police.
Iria stared up at the ceiling and looked only more lost.
What to do?
A heaviness filled the air once again. Hey, Tomo, I whispered to Kunigisa.
What's up, Ichan?
Isn't there some way to stop this Inquisition?
There is.
There is?
Yeah, but...
She looked at me.
You ought to say it, not me.
All right. I nodded, then raised my hand.
Okay, speak up.
Iria called on me with a curious look. Ah, good. It would have hurt if she just ignored me. I have a suggestion.
Yes?
How about using the room I've been staying in? It looks like you can only lock and unlock it from the outside. What if we kept Akane there for a while?
Keep me there?
Akane eyed me dubiously.
Do you mean in prison?
Not in prison, exactly. Not imprisonment. Just a brief quarantine. Iria, I think the biggest thing we have to fear right now is that this turns into a string of murders. Kanami was killed. Okay, that's already said and done. I hate to be so frank about it, but what's done is done. More important, we can't let anyone else die. The quickest way to deal with a situation like this is to quarantine the prime suspect. If Akane really is the murderer, naturally she won't be able to commit any more crimes. If, on the other hand, someone else used some kind of trick, and managed to sneak in and kill Kanami after the earthquake, then that person would be brought to a standstill. After all, if they tried anything again, it would prove Akane's innocence. I looked around to see people's responses. In other words, creating a state of equilibrium so that the killer can't make a move. This includes Akane, as well as everyone else. Our alibis are hollow if we consider the possibility of accomplices. The atelier may have been a locked room, but locks are made to be unlocked. There might have been some trick. There might have not been. Either way, it doesn't matter. Akane might have done it. Someone else might have. Just as I might or might not be the culprit. So I think the best thing we can do is create a situation where the killer can't do anything.
Ah, I get it.
Yayoi said, a bit to my surprise.
That makes a lot of sense. I'd have to say I agree. I don't think there's a very solid basis for suspecting Tsuneyama. Iria's reasoning seems rather arbitrary.
Iria gave her a quizzical look. Nonetheless, Yayoi continued.
I don't think it's a bad idea. But you don't intend to just lock her up forever, right? In such an awful environment?
I was staying in that awful environment, damn it. Lousy bourgeoisie. Well, just until the police arrive, I explained. This may be a solitary island, but it shouldn't take more than a day or two to get enough investigators.
I'm not calling the police.
Iria cut in imperiously. Huh? Pardon me, mademoiselle. Did you just utter something insane?
I mean, what's the point? Even if we call the police, they'll just figure Tsuneyama was the criminal and it'll end there. The police won't help one bit.
It wasn't Iria's words that I found suspicious, but her facial expression. The police won't help one bit? Why did she say that with such a stern face? But we can't just not call the police. If we didn't, there wouldn't be any point in establishing an equilibrium.
Not necessarily. We just have to piece things together while she's in there. We'll track down the real culprit with evidence and reason. Won't that do?
Will you be the one investigating, Iria? Something about her idea of reasoning didn't sit well with me at all, but to my surprise, she shook her head.
No, not me, of course. Don't you remember? I told you yesterday, didn't I? In a week, no, 6 days now, a wonderful, marvelous human being is coming to this island.
The proverbial detective of this mystery novel. Iria's favorite. Iria's hero.
Surely Aikawa will solve this situation so not a speck of it remains.
Not a speck of it. What an expression. And she didn't look like she was exaggerating either.
6 more days, huh?
Akane, who had fallen silent, said cynically, letting her crossed arms drop down beside her.
Well, whatever. Fine. Fair enough. I don't think I'm suspicious, but if this is what it takes to convince you, what can I say? Iria, I presume we can trust this Aikawa? Yes, of course.
Iria gave a confident nod. You could feel her utmost faith in this hero of hers just from looking at her. Akane let out one more big sigh.
Got it. Let's do this then.
Part 3. I wonder if that was the right thing to do, I mumbled as I played with Kunagisa's hair. She said it was too heavy all tied up high like that and wanted me to redo it. Here I had thought it was adorable, but if she didn't like it, I had no choice. Everybody had since split up, and the two of us had gone back to Kunagisa's room.
I think it's okay. It's pretty much what I had in mind. Akane must be kinda grateful, too. It's a way better idea than continuing that unproductive bickering anyway.
I wonder. As the one who suggested the idea in the first place, I couldn't imagine Akane was too happy about it. I feel a little guilty. It might well have been the only solution, but I couldn't help but wonder if there was some other way. All done.
Thank you.
Kunagisa crawled over to her computer rack and sat down with her back to me. Then, she switched on the power and started typing away. I feel like we've wronged Akane.
Maybe. But some things can't be avoided, you know, Yi-chan?
After breakfast, Akane had gone off to my room on her own 2 feet. It had been decided that Akari and the others would deliver meals to her directly, and that she would have to call them from the room phone every time she wanted to use the bathroom. Akane's only request was for a reading lamp, so that she could pass the following 6 days reading books she had brought. 6 days. Objectively speaking, the room wasn't a particularly bad environment, but the door couldn't be unlocked from the inside, and the window was way high up, so there was virtually no means of escape. In that sense, it really was imprisonment. 6 days. It really was too long to be locked up. If only Iria would call the police, we wouldn't have to do all of this. It's like she's trying to cover up the incident altogether.
But Iria is right, you know? If we called the police, they'd blame Akane and close the case right there. Or even if they didn't convict her, she'd be treated as a suspect. I mean, wasn't that what you were trying to avoid? Seriously, one of the 7 fools becoming a murder suspect?
Do you know a lot about the ER3, Tomo?
I've got a few acquaintances from over there, but I'm sure you know more than I do.
The 7 fools are not. I doubt Akane enjoys criminal immunity.
But in that sense, it would be even worse of a situation for me, not to mention Yayoi and Maki, who are both well respected. Nobody needs a scandal like this to deal with. Of course, the same goes for Iria, so it's only natural that she isn't calling the police.
Natural, huh? It was probably the island itself that was unnatural, but judging from Iria's demeanor, I got the feeling that there was more to the story, like she had some more fundamental reason for not wanting to call the cops. Do you suppose she has some specific reason for disliking the police? I asked.
Well, why don't you ask her?
I doubt she'd tell us.
Yeah, maybe not. Anyway, why worry about it? Once this Aikawa character Iria's so crazy about gets here, everything will be solved. It's just another 6 days.
Sure, but Iria was the mistress of the island, and if she said no police, there was no going against her. For what it was worth, there would probably be no more murders with Akane locked up. Still... Say, Tomo.
What, Ichan?
I want to ask a favor.
I accept. What is it?
Would you be able to do something about that locked room?
I don't know. But for you, I'd try.
There was no need to spend the next 6 days just sitting around. I was the one who had proposed the course of action in the first place, so I had a duty to give the case some serious thought.
Yup,
Kunigisa said.
if we can figure this case out quick, we won't have to keep Akane locked up, whether she did it or not.
She swiveled her chair around to face me.
Here!
She beckoned me closer. I walked over to the computers as told.
For the time being, I've typed up everyone's alibis.
Kanemi Ibuki, murdered. Akane Soniyama. She had no alibi before or after the quake. Tomo Kunigisa. She was alibied before the quake by me, Hikari, Maki, and Shinya. She had no alibi after the quake, but her medical condition removed her from the suspects list. Yayoi Sashirono. She was alibied before the quake by Iria and Rei. She had no alibi after the quake. Akari Chika. She had a tentative alibi from Teriko, and no alibi after the quake. Hikari Chika. She was alibied before the quake by me, Hikari, Maki, and Shinya. She had no alibi after the quake. Teriko Chika. She had a tentative alibi from Hikari, but no alibi after the quake. Shinya Sakaki. He was alibied before the quake by me, Tomo, Maki, and Hikari. He was also alibied by Maki after the quake. Rei Honda. She was alibied before the quake by Iria and Yayoi, but only had a tentative alibi from Iria after the quake. Maki Himina. She was alibied before the quake by me, Tomo, Hikari, and Shinya. She was also alibied by Shinya after the quake. Iria Akagami. She was alibied before the quake by Rei and Yayoi, but only had a tentative alibi from Rei after the quake.
Look about right?
I understand the O's and X's, but what are the deltas?
Akane was right about family testimonies. Iria, Rei, Akari, Hikari, and Teriko are pretty much family, so theirs need to be checked out. But these alibis, I really don't know about them.
She scrolled down the screen and checked the chart one more time. For now, I said, let's ignore the possibility of an accomplice, as well as the issue of the family testimonies. In that case, the one we can remove from the suspect list for sure are Shinya and Maki, plus Rei and Iria. 4 people down, 7 left. If Shinya's testimony is accurate, then the locked room with the paint becomes a problem. But if it's a lie, that means only Akane could have done it.
I can't imagine why Shinya would lie, though,
objected Kunigisa. Well, it could have been a misunderstanding, or something rather than a lie. Well, how about that? I was starting to sound like Iria. But I insisted, Akane really is the prime suspect here, objectively speaking.
Yeah, you can't help but think that, looking at this chart. No matter how fair or sympathetic you are, it doesn't change the fact that she is the only one without any smidgen of an alibi. If that weren't the case, she probably wouldn't have accepted this whole seclusion idea.
Yeah, for sure. So, Tomo, do you think Akane did it?
I wouldn't say that. Like she argued herself, there's no evidence. You can't decide who the culprit is by elimination alone. We haven't even examined Kanemi's body yet.
Right. And there's the fact that it was a locked room.
But if you take that into account, nobody could have done the crime. Ichan, you have any ideas about that?
Maybe, I said, as I pondered. I might figure something out after a little while. How about you, Tomo?
I've got tons of ideas,
she said.
Just need to give it a little more thought and it should all fall into place. Oh, and Ichan, whether or not Shinya's testimony is true, I think the murder happened after the earthquake.
Huh? Why?
That painting of you. Do you really think she could have finished that before the earthquake? I don't think so.
Well, it was tough to say. Kanami was pretty damn fast when it came to painting. But if what Kunigisa said was true, then it was all the more certain that we were dealing with a locked room. That wasn't the most helpful development.
And there's the headless body itself, Ichan.
I nodded. Regardless of who killed her, why would they cut her head off? They say, I noted, to beware of swapped identities when a body shows up with no head, but I don't suppose there's any need to suspect that here. There were 12 people. One's been decapitated, and now there are 11, and we know exactly who and where those 11 people are.
Yuppie! If it was one of those 3 maid sisters who got killed, it would have been a real problem, huh? But with Kanami, there's probably no need to worry about it. If there's someone else on this island, that's a different story.
Let's not consider that notion either. If there'd been a 13th, or maybe even nth person beyond the dozen of us, all this narrowing down of suspects and alibi searching would be pointless. I don't know what this great detective coming in 6 days will have to say about it, but for now, let's just worry about the 11 people we know about.
Yeah,
Kunigisa said, gaping at the ceiling.
If we consider the possibility of an accomplice or some kind of remote trickery, only you and I can be taken off the suspect list.
Why me too?
'Cause I trust you,
she answered, flipping over.
Still, why did it have to be decapitated? Is there any reason other than body switching for it? I wonder. And it wasn't like that was the cause of death.
True. If it was, there wouldn't have been so little blood. It would have been more like a river of blood. But at a glance, there didn't appear to be any stabbing wounds or anything. So maybe she was poisoned or strangled. I mean, just to speculate.
I wonder if she went down easy.
Probably. Her legs didn't work, and though her eyesight had been restored, it definitely wasn't perfect. If you snuck up on her, or even strode up to her, the murder itself must have been easy, and cutting off the head wouldn't be much of a challenge either. As long as you didn't hesitate, it would only take a few minutes, and the culprit, mostly likely, hadn't been hesitant. That was my gut feeling. There's no clear motive either, I said. Why did Kanmi have to be murdered?
Nobody has to be murdered. But yeah, I wonder why. Aside from Shinya, everyone met Kanami here, right? But maybe that's not the case. Maybe somebody actually had some connection with her before coming here. It wouldn't be so strange.
I guess you could presume just about anything on that subject. In which case, there was no point in presuming anything.
Well, let's just worry about these other details first and figure out who knows who later on.
How are we going to do that?
Who do you think you're talking to?
She grinned at me impishly. Of course, this blue-haired girl had a backstory, so to speak.
Now then, shall we do a crime scene investigation?
She picked up her nearby digital camera. Part 4. On the way back to Kanami's room, we passed by Yayoi. I meant to greet her, but the mood was, awkward, so I missed my chance. She continued walking in the opposite direction. We had passed right by each other, but it was like she hadn't even noticed us.
I wonder what she's up to,
Kunagisa said.
Weird.
She looked kind of worried about something. Or maybe just in deep thought?
Yep. Since she came from that way, maybe she was looking around Kanami's room. Maybe she had the same idea as us. Solve the case quick so we can all go home.
I wonder. She's been here the longest, right? I doubt she'd suddenly want to just pack up and leave.
Dunno about that. Personally, I hate islands where murders take place.
Right. Don't know about that. Just before we'd all scattered from the dining room, Iria had laid down a rule.
Until Aikawa gets here in 6 days, nobody leaves the island. We're all suspects here, myself included.
In other words, Akane wasn't the only one being imprisoned. It wasn't just a curiosity motivating Kunagisa to dig deeper. She wanted to go home as planned. As loose and lazy as she was strangely anal about her schedule.
Well, either way is good,
she said.
I certainly wouldn't mind if Yayoi solved this case for us.
I don't think that's what she's up to. She had a sort of melancholy, somber vibe about her. Almost like she disposed of evidence or something.
That would certainly suck a lot for us.
Kunagisa eyed me through the digital camera.
Let's hurry up and check it out.
Kanami's door had been left open. You could see the inside of the outward opening door. Nobody seemed to be around. I wondered what everyone else was doing, except Akane, who had presumably been in the storage room. But I decided to set that thought aside for the time being. People will do as they please, insofar as they are allowed. That was true on this island, and it was true anywhere else. The room still smelled like paint thinner, but the paint seemed to mostly be dry by now. Kanami's body remained in the same place it had been this morning, and looked exactly the same. Oh boy. There's something terribly comical about a headless body. What makes dead bodies so creepy and terrifying is that emotionless expression on the face. But with no head to display that face, the creepiness and terror is replaced with a sort of ridiculousness. It's like looking at a screwed-up attempt at a plastic model or something. The marbled river. Kunagisa's tossed coat remained right in the middle. By the way, about that coat, how much was it?
About 10,000 for a pair of them, I'd think.
Dollars?
Nah, yen.
Wow, an average price. I was a little surprised. Well, might as well go inside. I tried to take a step forward, but Kunagisa tugged on my sleeve just like she had this morning. What now?
Try jumping.
Huh?
Come on, it's an experiment. Get a little running start here and see if you can jump the paint river. Your athletic skills aren't so bad, right?
They're not so good either.
Give it a shot.
You got it. I revved myself up a bit and gave my best leap, but as expected, I couldn't clear the river. I landed on both feet, only slightly past the center point. That's all you're gonna get. Kunigisa stepped across, using her coat as a stepping stone.
If you can't do it, Shinya's the only person here who might even have a chance. He's the only other guy and all.
Yeah, but those maids seem pretty able-bodied, to be honest. I mean, they carried all of your luggage, including those PCs in the workstation. Those things ain't light.
But they're all petite, so there's the simple matter of their stride. But then again, people can outperform themselves when push comes to shove. I guess it's kinda hard to say. Now let's see what's going on with Kanami.
Kunigisa approached Kanami's body, camera in hand. Kunigisa seemed to be particularly interested in examining the body, while I was more concerned with Kanami's canvases. There were several lying around, including the cherry blossom picture she had smashed up, as well as the redo. I had to tremble at the sight of it. Even I, who had not so much as a passing interest in art, couldn't deny that I was looking at value itself. And then there was the painting I had modeled for her. Kanami had promised to give it to me, but there was no way I could accept such a thing. The pressure was too much, and I wasn't so insensitive. Though that's probably nonsense. I went to pick up the canvas, but then stopped myself. It might have been bad to leave any fingerprints behind. Then again, it might have not mattered. Huh? Hey, Tomo.
Yeah?
Isn't there something weird about this painting?
You mean that picture of you? What's weird? It's a normal painting.
Kunigisa's taste certainly wasn't normal if she thought about it, but that was beyond the point. Something about the painting was off, in a maddeningly subtle way. It wasn't anything about the picture itself, but somehow it felt absurd. Well, snap a picture of it, will ya? It's bothering me.
Got it. I'm still not finding anything unusual over here.
She appeared to be inspecting Kanami's body. Really? I said, walking over to her.
Yup. I'm no professional, though. The cause of death is still a mystery, and I can't narrow down the time of death either. Without a coroner, it's probably impossible. If only Iria had invited a medical genius here, too. Heil, Herr Dr. Blackjack. Then again, it would probably be pretty hard without the head.
I guess we're not going to figure anything out here after all.
Yup.
Kunigisa lifted up the corpse. Even years ago, she had no qualms about touching a dead body.
Kinda takes me back, you know? It's just like the old days.
Yeah, you're right, but it doesn't feel like that to me. It's like I'm seeing a dead body for the first time all over again. I'm feeling uneasy. An indescribable anxiety, like when you find a scar on your own body you don't remember having.
It's jamais vu,
Kunigisa told me. It's what?
The opposite of déjà vu. It means you feel like you're doing something for the first time, even though you've really done it many times before. Supposedly it happens when your senses have been numbed.
Then my senses must have been numbed some time ago. A lot of things had happened abroad, too.
Anyway,
Kunigisa said,
there aren't any stab wounds, so maybe she was strangled after all. And then, to hide the bruises, the killer cut her head off.
That sounds crazy. Whatever the killer used to cut the head off, knife, axe, hatchet, whatever it was, why didn't they just use that to kill her?
Maybe they did. There are no stab wounds, but that's just on the body. Maybe they stabbed her in the head.
Hey, yeah. Maybe, I said. Speaking of that, where do you suppose the head went? I wonder where the killer took it. I mean, if the killer took it.
Half the island is forest. Maybe they buried it somewhere out there? Or they could have tossed it out to sea. Disposal probably wasn't much of a problem.
Which brings us back to the question, why did the killer cut her head off? But that question was a dead end.
I've got one more question, Ichan. Take a look at this. The head is cut off from the very base of the neck, right? Why is it cut like that? Don't you think that if you were going to decapitate someone, the normal place to make the cut would be around the center of the neck?
The position of the cut was indeed unnaturally low, but I didn't think it was significant. I silently crossed my arms. This crime scene investigation didn't seem like it would yield any clues after all. At best, we had confirmed that the river of paint couldn't be jumped, but that seemed more like a step backwards than progress. Kunigisa went over to the phone stand by the window and picked up the receiver.
Nothing unusual here either.
You thought there would be?
Well, maybe the circuit had been rigged so that calls to this phone would connect to a different phone. But there doesn't seem to be anything wrong on this end. Doesn't look like it's been tinkered with either.
The phone, huh? Say, how'd it go again? What did Kanmi say to Shinya?
The paint's spilled, I'm busy working, so don't bother me. Stuff like that. But Shinya should have gone to check on her even if she told him not to. That might seem harsh, but it was his duty as her caretaker.
You're right about that. But there's no use talking about what's already done. And anyway, Shinya would be bearing that burden and his remorse from now on. It wasn't particularly our place to lay the blame on him, and there was no need to do so. It's an irrational world, but it's also a world where we have to take responsibility for our actions, and sometimes we also have to take responsibility for our own lack of action. I wondered aloud. Is it possible that they restored the phone back to normal afterwards?
Well, I wouldn't say it's totally impossible, but it practically is. It's not like plugging and unplugging a cord or something.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to look at other possibilities. By which I mean the locked room aspect. So you think I was lying? Suddenly, I heard Shinya's voice from behind me, so I spun around. He stood in the doorway with some kind of orange bag in his hands. But I could hear Kanami's voice for sure. That's no lie. He sounded pretty worn out. Understandably. I'm not saying you lied, Shinya. I don't see the necessity. But is it possible the voice you heard wasn't hers? No, he shot back. I'd known Kanami for a long time. There's no way I would have mistaken her voice. Are you doubting me? It's not like that. There's no reason you would have killed her after all. Who knows? Maybe we weren't on the best of terms. He gave a weak smile. Then he stepped through the dried paint and approached us. Upon closer inspection, it became clear what that orange bag was. It was a sleeping bag. Shinya looked up at me. We can't just leave her here, right? He said. I got permission from Iria and everything. I've decided to bury her on the mountain out back. It's not like Iria's going to call the police. And this is all her property anyway. Burying Kanami is all I can do now. We'll help you, I said. He tried to say something, But perhaps realizing the benefit of having 2 extra people with him, he thought better of it. Together, we lifted up Kanami's body and silently stuffed it into the sleeping bag. It goes without saying, but her flesh was completely devoid of warmth. Shinya, do you have something to dig with? They're supposed to have left out a big shovel by the entrance. Kunigisa, maybe you can carry it for us? Say, is that a digital camera?
Yup.
Kunigisa nodded.
We have to keep a record of the crime scene for when the master detective shows up. It's not like corpses can assert a right not to be photographed.
That was probably the worst way she could have phrased it. But Shinya responded with a nod and a wry smile. Shinya, about this painting. Kanami's painting. It's fantastic, isn't it? It's the last painting she ever did. But she meant to give it to you. So please, take it. Is it okay? I want to honor her last wishes. Last wishes. Yes, she died, without having accomplished a thing. Get her feet, will you? I'll carry the head in it. Oh. Shinya cut himself off, most likely realizing there was no head to carry. Keeping my mouth shut, I picked up her legs. Shinya no doubt wished he could bury the body with the head, but its whereabouts remained unknown. Either the killer was hiding it somewhere, or it had been tossed in the woods, or thrown into the sea, like Kunigisa said. Holding onto the legs, it occurred to me how heavy corpses are. When people are unconscious and aren't supporting themselves, they're heavier than you'd expect. It probably wasn't impossible for a single person to carry, but 2 people were definitely better. From that point on, none of us spoke. In silence, we lifted her body and left the mansion. In silence, we headed for the mountain in the back. And in silence, we dug a hole. The sleeping bag that held her body was such a cheap-looking orange excuse for a coffin. I couldn't help but find it comical. Maybe I thought the death of a human being is comical, and nothing more. People die. That was something I knew all too well, to a nauseating degree, and Kunigisa did too. And Shinya, being a full-fledged adult, had no doubt been touched by death in the past as well. That's probably why we were all so quiet. Finally, Shinya spoke. You 2 can go back now. I'm going to stay here a little longer. I wanted to say something, but didn't. Pulling on Kunigisa's hand, I left without a word. Maybe Shinya was going to cry. Maybe he wasn't. Either way, we no longer had a reason to linger. After all, we were only strangers.
I wonder if it was okay to just go ahead and bury her.
Kunigisa mused rather belatedly. I think so. Shinya seems to be the only thing she had resembling a loved one, and that's what he wanted to do. And we couldn't just leave her lying in the atelier all week.
True. But...
Say, Tomo, how big a crime do you suppose it is to dispose of a corpse?
You'd probably get less than a 3-year sentence. It would probably be a suspended sentence, too. But you and I are both underage anyway, so no worries. No matter what happens, we can get off with a little money.
What a tasteless conversation. Not that I was looking for a tasteful one. Such nonsense, I muttered. Kunigisa gave me a funny look.
Afternoon of the 4th day. The tragedy of 0.14.
Part 0. What exactly were you trying to do? Part 1. Lunch was prepared by Hikari. Yayoi had complained of being under the weather and was resting in her room. Indeed, she did seem pretty pale when we passed her in the hall.
It's nothing like what Yayoi makes us, but please enjoy,
Hikari said, with a shy smile before leaving the dining room. That left only me and Kunigisa and Maki. She was having lunch, too. I did my best to ignore her as I crammed Hikari's cooking down my throat. Kunigisa, who didn't seem to be hungry and had just tagged along, looked around restlessly.
Hey, boyo.
As expected, Maki was going to harass me.
Looks like you've been having some fun, eh?
So you meant this, Maki.
What are you talking about?
Things getting worse before they get better. Isn't that what you said at dinner yesterday? What a lovely precognition that was.
I sense a bit of sarcasm there, but I'll go ahead and take that as a compliment.
If you knew this was going to happen, couldn't you have prevented it?
All I can do is watch and listen. I think you're misunderstanding me. Psychic abilities aren't such a great convenience. I told you before, didn't I? It's like watching TV. Can you alter the contents of a TV show?
She gave a mocking smile and ferried food into her mouth. Something about her resembled Kunigisa, I thought. So emotionally immature, yet at the same time enlightened. In the aftermath of Kanami's murder, she seemed completely unfazed. In fact, it didn't seem like anything could ever faze her. Then please inform us. What's going to happen next?
Sure, if you pay me.
Suddenly, she looked furious, and without another word, she got up and stormed out of the dining room. Why was she so mad?
That was insensitive of you, Ichan.
What was?
Forget it. If you're done eating, let's go back to my room. We've got things to do.
Yeah. Okay. Maki must have just been a moody person. I optimistically decided to assume that was the case, and give it no further thought. I didn't know what darkness lurked in the heart of someone who knew everything. We returned to Kunigisa's room. First, we unloaded the digital photos onto her PC using a USB cord. Then, she switched on the workstation and inserted a floppy disk. What's on the disk? I asked.
Tools. My original creations, of course. It's set up so that they only run on this workstation, so even if I lose the CD, it's okay. Now, let's get to the bottom of this.
To put it plainly, what Kunigisa was about to do was illegal. But I guess you could also call it research. Including Kanami, there were 12 people. Excluding Kunigisa and me, there were 10. As planned, Kunigisa was going to run a background check on them and find out who knew whom. Kanami had been murdered. There must have been a reason for that. Of course, there are murders that occur for no apparent reason, but the other type is overwhelmingly, absolutely, and depressingly more common. Supposedly, everyone here had met for the first time on the island. But what if that wasn't the case? The possibility was there, and just thinking about it wouldn't do much good. And thus, it was time for Tomo Kunigisa, leader of the team that had thrown the cyber world into total chaos last century, to act. So what now?
First, I'm gonna access the high-spec machine I've got back home. This workstation doesn't have the power we need.
Even with Terra?
This has nothing to do with capacity. Ichan, you really don't know anything, do you?
Quit saying that. I might not know as much as you, but I do know some things. I took an electronics class back in Houston at least.
Really? Sounds like a lie to me. Once, when I asked you to copy a disc for me, you said sure and headed for a convenience store that had a Xerox machine.
That was before I went to Houston. Curse that memory of hers.
Well, whatever. That's Ichan for you,
She said.
Anyway, from there, I'm going to use about 10 UG servers as a platform and contact Chi.
Chi? Never heard that name before. But I could guess that it was a member of the team. I asked if it was, and she nodded.
Chi was mainly in charge of seeking. There's nothing in the Milky Way galaxy that he can't track down.
The Milky Way galaxy, huh? This was a freakish pack of talented people indeed.
He's got a terrible personality, but he's a good guy.
He's not the one who made the operating system, is he? That was Achan, right? So what's this Chi doing nowadays?
He's in prison. He got a 150 years sentence. Oh, plus 8 years. 158 years. He kept hacking on his own even after the team disbanded. He tried to crack the G8 database, but yeah, that did get him caught. He made it pretty far, but he got stuck at the 87th line of defense. If you get too good at something, it's always the easy stuff that gets you in the end.
You sure know a lot about it.
Yup, I was the one who designed that line of defense.
Huh.
I had heard a rumor that she was after top secret UN information. I couldn't just let the situation be, so I contacted a few friends and we set up a defense. Even then, it was a close call, which is a testament to his skill.
And he got thrown in prison? You really think he'll help us? In fact, how is he going to from prison? They don't have the internet in there, do they?
There's always an exception to the rule, you know. And Chi happens to be pretty exceptional. He'll definitely help out. Chi's not the type to sweat the small stuff.
She continued typing away, even while she talked. I already had no idea what she was doing. Why do you call him Chi?
His net handle is Cheetah.
Kind of an obvious handle, huh?
Yeah, well, he's a fast runner, too. He says he's rammed a car before.
While driving, I'm sure.
No, while running. I bet he was the first person in Japan to pay damages for hitting a car while on foot.
How's that for eccentric? Was this like attracting like? Or did Tomo simply like them? Don't ever introduce us, I said. He sounded like the kind of person I'd rather quietly observe from a distance. Kunigisa nodded.
You got it. We all have rules after all. We never introduce friends to each other no matter what. 'Cause friends aren't just information. I don't want you introducing me to anyone either, Ichan.
Sure. So I guess that'll leave all of this up to you then. If you're going to be contacting that guy, I probably shouldn't be hanging around, huh? I've got a few places to go, too.
Peace out!
Kunigisa saluted. With that, I left her room. I made my way down the spiral staircase. There, I paused for a deep breath and began down the hallway. I was on my way to Iria's room. Hikari had given me directions earlier, so I didn't get lost. Even in a mansion like this, where everything was of the finest quality, the door to her room was of exceptional craftsmanship. I doubted whether the sound of my knocking would even reach the other side of such a chunky door. Nonetheless, after giving it a try, the wave of sound did somehow appear to reach the inside, and my knock was answered with a,
"Come in."
I opened the door and went inside. The room was probably twice the size of Kunigisa's. It wasn't straight out of a movie. I was practically in a movie. I felt like a fairy tale character visiting a palace. The words, "receive an audience," came to mind. It was head maid Ray, who sat on a sofa, while Iria stood beside her. They must have been in the middle of a conversation. Iria tilted her head at me.
"Is something the matter?
She looked perplexed. It seemed she had forgotten my name. No, I actually hadn't given my name once since coming to this mansion. I wanted to talk to you about something.
Certainly. Please, take a seat there."
I was thrown off by her cooperativeness. As instructed, I sat myself on a sofa that was even swankier than the one in Kunigisa's room. It was like sitting on air.
"I didn't get much sleep last night. I was about to go to bed, so please keep it short."
She slowly began removing her dress as she spoke, presumably to change into her sleepwear. Ray nearly rose to her feet, but perhaps thinking twice about finding issue with her mistress's actions, ultimately said nothing. Seriously, this was about what you'd expect from a woman of pedigree. The gaze of a mere plebeian meant nothing to her. What nonsense. Iria, why won't you call the police? My question brought her to a halt.
"I believe I've already explained that. If we call the police now, they'll treat Sonoyama like a criminal."
But isn't that what we've been doing already? We've already locked her up. Aren't we committing crimes here?
Sheltering a criminal, imprisonment, and disposing of a corpse.
She continued, changing.
What's wrong with that? Murder, theft, those are crimes. And Sonoyama isn't being imprisoned, really. She gave consent. Besides, aren't you the one who suggested it in the first place?
Indeed I was. There was nothing I could say to that. Iria continued.
The people gathered here are the VIPs of the world. I refuse to allow them to become victims of the boorish authority of the state. Why call for excess meddling? Nobody wants that. Plus,
she smiled,
no matter who did it, I don't intend on subjecting anyone here to the law, even if it means exercising the full power of the Akagami Foundation. I'll be protecting them.
Why?
Because geniuses are above the law.
Of that, she sounded totally certain. It left nowhere for me to stand. If Shinya or I were the criminal, on the contrary, it sounded like she wouldn't protect us. What a feeling. What a crappy, crappy feeling.
How do you define the word genius?
Iria suddenly asked me. After a moment's thought, I answered, well, doesn't Kretschmer ascribe it to people who are able to arouse permanently, and in the highest degree, a positive, grounded feeling of worth and value in a wide group of human beings?
I asked for your opinion.
Seriously, what a crappy feeling. But really, she was right. After another moment's thought, I answered once again, someone who's far away.
Yes,
Iria said.
That answer is spot on.
I get the feeling there's some other reason you won't call the police.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm just saying, it doesn't mean anything.
Well then, are we done here? I want to go to bed.
What a waste of time. It was like we were having a debate with a foregone conclusion. Sorry I bothered you, I said, and rose from the sofa. Ray stood up with me.
I'll see you out. You don't have to do that, Ray,
Iria commanded.
It's okay. It's my job. Please excuse me, miss.
Ray and I left the room together. It felt rather like I'd been given the brush off. But, well, I had expected as much for now. It would take more than a modest effort to convince someone like Iria.
Please don't mind her views,
Ray said, in a subdued tone on the way out.
Being considerate isn't her forte.
Okay. Come to think of it, this was the first time I had spoken with Ray like this. I don't really mind anyway.
She's really so fond of Aikawa, you see. That's why she doesn't want to call the police.
Aikawa? Oh, this person coming in 6 days?
For her, this is sort of a welcoming present. You see, Aikawa has a knack for these cases. And, well, it's no coincidence that my mistress uses the term detective.
Interesting. So this whole murder fiasco was some sort of present for Aikawa. If that was the truth, he had to be one hell of a guy. No. To put it plainly, maybe this whole incident was just Iria's way of killing time. Island exiled heiress to the Akagami Foundation, she certainly had no lack of money or time, and she had already gathered up all these geniuses here for her amusement. Could it be that this murder was just some special event? I shook my head. I was overthinking it. There aren't actually people like that. People like that couldn't exist in the world.
Well, please excuse me now.
Ray bowed to me in front of Kunigisa's room and went back the way she'd come. After talking, she had turned out to be an unexpectedly nice person, so I was a bit surprised. Hikari had made her out to be so strict. Thinking about that made me feel a little funny as I opened the door. Inside were Kunigisa, face to face with her computer rack, and one more person. Ah, the peerless fortune teller. Why the hell? Maki was smoking, but once I entered, she put out the cigarette with her own index finger. She rose from the sofa and approached to pass me without a word. But as if changing her mind midway, she butted her head into my chest, pushed me out into the hallway with her, and shut the door behind her. I eyed her suspiciously. She laughed childishly, but that's all she did, without even attempting to speak. In a better mood now.
It's not just my mood that's improved. You're so careless, or maybe just rash.
What brought this on?
Do you have a favorite author?
This conversation was all over the place. No.
How about celebrity?
No.
You're so boring. Fine. Let's say there's somebody who admires a genius. But there are 3 patterns to that. There are those who think, I love this person, I admire him, I respect him, I want to be just like him. Pure, right? The second type is similar to the first, but they separate themselves completely from the object of their admiration, and even hold that person's life above their own. Finally, the third type thinks that by taking an interest in this wonderful person, they can absorb some of that wonderfulness and increase their own worth in turn. A despicable, rotten-minded breed that hangs on others. Now, which one of those 3 categories do you belong to?
The second, I suppose.
Correct! And warped as it may be, even I can't help but be moved by your loyalty to Kunigisa.
Maki conceded with a grin.
But with that said, aren't you being awfully careless? Leaving her all alone in her room like that? What if I was the killer? If you really truly want to take care of something, you shouldn't let it leave your sight, even for a second. Keep that in mind, boy.
She smacked me twice on the shoulder and disappeared, singing some tune. I was left alone in the hallway. Damn it. I cursed to myself, opened the door, and entered. Part 2. With the usual rules apparently still in effect, come dinner time, almost everyone was gathered around the table. Almost. Naturally, Kanami wasn't around, and Akane was absent as well. Additionally missing were Akari and Teriko. Apparently, they had crossed to the mainland. The reason for this was that they needed to contact our dear detective, Aikawa. Couldn't you just call or email him? I asked.
We can't.
Hikari said.
Aikawa is famously difficult to reach. It's a busy life, I guess, and I believe there's something going on in Aichi Prefecture right now. So Akari and Teriko won't be back until tomorrow.
Busy life, huh? What is this person anyway, profession-wise?
A contractor.
What the heck? I wasn't entirely familiar with that kind of lingo. This night's dinner was Chinese food. According to Yayoi Sashirono, master of flavors, Chinese was the quickest and easiest food to make. Of course, that was from her perspective, so it probably wouldn't serve as a reference for me in my own cooking anytime soon.
By the way, Kunigisa,
Iria said, just as dinner was ending.
I hear you were conducting some covert ops this afternoon. Did you figure anything out? I thought your specialty was machines, but you can conduct these types of investigations as well? I do all sorts of stuff,
Kunigisa said, with sweet and sour pork crammed into her mouth.
I need to tie myself down with specialties and such.
That sounded familiar. Ah, right. They were Kanami's words. The words of a style-free painter. Regardless of your strengths and weaknesses, likes and dislikes, there's no need to specialize. This was a fundamental teaching at the ER program as well. Yet, in a world that categorizes everything, that was not easy teaching to adhere to. It began and ended with the likes of Tomo Kunigisa, Kanami Ibuki, and Akane Soniyama. For me, It was an impossibility.
So, did you figure anything out? About how the culprit entered the room, or who it may have been?
It sounded more like she didn't want Kunigisa to figure anything out. I recalled what Ray had said earlier. If the case were solved before Aikawa got here, it would be something of a killjoy for Iria.
I know it all. I know so much, I don't know which to choose.
Nobody seemed to understand what Kunigisa was talking about. Instead, they eyed her skeptically and said nothing.
Himina.
Iria switched the conversation from the techie to the psychic.
Since coming here, you've put all your effort into harassing the other guests, and have yet to do any fortune-telling. So how about it? Don't you think it's time to tell us what's going to happen next? It'll cost you.
Maki was living here for free and receiving a stipend, and she still had the nerve to demand a fee? What a money-grubbing atrocity of a human being. I had never met a person like her before. She was like the devil.
You're one to talk.
She was glaring at me. I wasn't talking, damn it.
Well, it sounds the same to me.
She pointed out.
And I use my abilities to make a profit. I'm not so young that I can stay motivated by morality and humanity alone, especially in terms of emotional age.
I understand what she was saying, but she must have already had enough 10,000 yen bills to fill 10 Tokyo domes. So what more did she want? It wouldn't hurt for her to tell fortunes for free every once in a while.
Who gave you the right to think that?
She spat and snapped her attention back to Iria.
Of course I'll pay for it.
Iria put her hands together.
Please, I'm asking you. It ends soon.
Maki spoke without even changing her tone of voice. Everybody waited for her to continue, but she was already fully invested in her twice-cooked pork. It looked like that was all she had to say.
Is that all?
Iria asked, evidently somewhat surprised.
I have to say, that was a little, that was charity. Since a certain somebody here has so many complaints about me, I thought I'd be a little generous. Don't worry about it. It has no bearing on the main storyline, so to speak.
Maki Himina. Just what is it like to know everything and stay silent about it? For someone like me who knows nothing, it was impossible to even imagine. In that sense, Maki was, for me, the biggest mystery on this whole island. So much so that the mystery of a decapitated corpse and a room locked by a river of paint was all blotted out. After that, Maki said nothing more, and so the fourth night's dinner ended without any significant developments. She and Kunigisa made a few bizarre comments as usual, but that was it. And yet, there was one thing that bothered me. Shinya and Yayoi hadn't said a single word the entire time, and they didn't even appear to be listening to anyone else's conversation. They just sat there putting food in their mouths, just because it was there. It wasn't so remarkable, but there was definitely something unnatural about the two of them. It was one thing for Shinya, who had lost Kanmi, to be like that. But what was Yayoi's issue? Granted, she had complained of feeling under the weather earlier. Part 3. Just past 9:00 p.m., I was alone in Kunigisa's room, viewing the digital camera data on the PC that looked like I might just barely be able to operate it. I had no mouse, making it difficult to control, but it wasn't completely over my head. Kanami's corpse. A shot from the chest up as well as a full body shot. A shot of the severed neck and a shot of the river of paint. In the middle of the river floated a coat. The paint having dried and hardened, we couldn't remove it. I suppose we could have forced the coat out, but it was already ruined with paint, so there was no point. And finally, the picture I had modeled for, Kanami's final work. That unnaturalness I felt upon first seeing the canvas during our crime scene investigation. The disconnect, the alien vibe. It was just a gut feeling, but... I get it, I muttered to myself. Of course, now that I saw it, it was so simple. The bigger mystery was why it had taken me so long to notice. It was such an obvious picture flaw. But this just raised further questions. How could something like this happen? There was no reason something like that should happen. How could an artist of Kanami's caliber make such a simple error? As I thought about it, somebody knocked on the door. It had to be Maki, here to harass me again. I rose from my seat, almost looking forward to it by now. But when I opened the door, it was actually Hikari.
Good evening.
Thrown into confusion by how far off my guess had been, I stared at her for 2 or 3 seconds with no brain functionality. Hey, Hikari. Somehow, I managed to string the words together. Please, come in.
Sorry to bother you.
With a polite bow, she entered the room. She glanced around it for a moment, and then asked me,
Where might I find Tomo?
Oh, Kunigisa? I tied her up and tossed her in the tub just a minute ago.
Huh?
She's like a cat. She hates taking baths. Her hair is actually supposed to be a much lighter blue. She never washes it, so it gets all dark like that. She's no good at slipping out of bonds, and once she gets wet, she just kind of gives up. So she could be in there for a while.
Oh. True. She's kind of like a Russian blue.
Though Hikari wore an expression of dawned enlightenment, what she said didn't make any sense. Seriously, I don't know what she was talking about. Better just to ignore it. So anyway, if you need to talk to her, I'm sorry, but you're probably going to have to wait for Then, a thought occurred to me. Maybe this was a good opportunity. Say, Hikari, are you free right now?
Sure. I've finished all my work for the day anyway.
Then would you mind staying here for a while? It might be dangerous for me to leave Kunigisa alone, I said, recalling Maki's lecture this afternoon. It should be fine now that we've made it hard for the killer to do anything. But just in case, do you mind?
No, it's okay, I guess,
she said, though she wore a troubled expression.
Of course I don't mind, but is it really okay? I mean, to trust me?
No one would attack both of you at the same time.
No, I mean, you don't think you're leaving her vulnerable?
Oh, that. It's okay, I nodded. I wouldn't know about, say, Maki, but I trust you. With that, I shut the door. I headed down the hall, then descended the stairs to the first floor. I trust you, I muttered, self-mockingly. Since when was I the type to make such grandiose claims? Didn't sound like me. Question: what is trust? Answer: not minding if you're betrayed. Not regretting if you're betrayed. Either way, it's nonsense. I arrived at my destination. Once my own room, now Akane Soniyama's prison. "It's me," I said, knocking lightly.
"Oh, you,"
came her reply after a moment. She sounded surprisingly calm.
"What's up? Should you be away from Kunagisa? It doesn't seem like you."
Well, I had my own hesitations, but I wanted to apologize to you.
"Why should you apologize?"
came her reply from the other side of the door, slightly laced with crankiness.
"Weren't you the one who stood up for me? Coming here and apologizing is like saying I'm too much of a thick-headed imbecile to even understand that. If anything, I should be thanking you." "I should have suggested this in the first place, but that probably wouldn't have gone over so well, so I was thankful when you brought it up. I should express my gratitude right now."
She paused for a moment.
"Thank you."
You're welcome." She hadn't risen to the ranks of the Seven Fools for nothing. That wasn't the kind of forgiving place where you could get by with just a little studying and a sharp wit.
"By the way, when Hikari brought my dinner, she mentioned you guys have been snooping around a bit. You and Kunagisa. Mind if I ask how it was?"
Well, I still don't know who the killer is.
"You still don't know, huh? Huh, should I be reading into that? I like your style. Okay, sure. Let me ask a different question. Got any theories on the locked room?"
How about you?
"I think it's a case of the post hoc fallacy."
Is that English?
"Latin. I think it's sort of like, you reap what you sow."
Ah, I sighed. In that case, she must have already figured out the trick behind the locked room. She had solved the mystery, and yet was staying here to maintain the state of equilibrium. She was really an amazing woman, I thought. She laughed.
"Until Iria's dear Ayakawa, was it? Until that person arrives, it's probably best that I stay in here. It's no real problem for me anyway. I used to sit in a cramped room and read all the time when I was young, and that room was way smaller than this."
Do you know who the killer is?
"That I don't. It's no lie. I mean it. That kind of thing isn't my specialty, and although I do read the occasional mystery novel, it's only for recreation. Say, do you ever read Mushana Koji?"
The subject had changed without so much as a segue. Was Mushana Koji even a mystery novel author? I've only pecked at his selected works, I answered, with a slightly confused look on my face.
"Then you must know the story Shinri Sensei."
I did.
"I read the title as Mari Sensei at first, and was incensed that the woman was so horribly full of herself. Not that I can talk. But do you remember how, at the beginning, Truth Sensei discusses the reason killing isn't okay?"
Yeah, he's like, is there ever a time when you wouldn't mind being killed? If you can think of a condition under which you wouldn't mind being killed, please let me know. If you don't like the thought of being killed under any circumstance, then you have no right to kill another, right? Even with a memory as bad as mine, this much had stuck with me.
"Correct,"
Akane said.
"Now let me ask you the same question. Under what condition would you feel it's okay to be killed?"
There isn't one.
"But what if, for example, you had to choose between your life and Kunagisa's?
I don't want to think about it.
Right.
Akane laughed lightheartedly.
In the end, that is what you are. You hate making decisions, don't you? You dislike the act of deciding in and of itself. Yesterday, Himeno was saying similar things about you, but she nailed it, didn't she? You just go with the flow. You hate competition and you hate making things clear-cut. You have to keep things ambiguous.
I won't argue with that.
You won't argue, but you won't agree. You accepted my shogi challenge because you knew you would definitely lose. You wouldn't accept a challenge or compete otherwise.
I didn't hate losing. I hated competing. I was thoroughly put off by the idea of vying with others over something. I hated arguing as well, so I never made friends.
Do you dislike other people?
Asked Akane. Not particularly.
Then do you like them?
Certainly not.
That's right. The foundation of your values rests on the idea that people are meant to live solitary lives. That's your view, yes? Or rather, your will. That's the absolute principle around which you're constructed. You try your best not to get involved and not to cause trouble or pain for anyone. Of course, you can share happiness and good times with others, but you don't see why you should suffer pain and sorrow just to maintain those relationships. Isn't that right?
I always thought couples who spend all their time fighting and stay together all the same were just idiotic. Why don't they get along? Couldn't they just do that much? Why couldn't they? Since when were you such a psychologist, Akane?
Sorry, but I'm a grand unifying, unitary scholar. Such distinctions are meaningless to me. You must really, truly enjoy being alone.
Well, after all, I'm my oldest friend.
True enough. That's the case for everyone, including me. So how about Kunagisa? Altogether, you spent less than a year with her, right? Do you like her?
It was a straight question. I'd been asked the same one 5 years ago. That time, it was her older brother who asked. However, the answer remained the same. Not especially. No. My voice came out so despairingly cold that I almost wondered if it was really mine. Why was I like this?
Is that so?
She sounded a little surprised.
Because she likes you, you know. That much is certain.
Yeah, I know. She told me more than a few times.
I don't particularly like this kind of discussion, but have you ever wondered why the world is full of couples? Why so many people get together? I mean, isn't it strange? It would be too convenient for the person you like to ever like you back. Life isn't a girl's comic book. But sure enough, in reality, you take a group of 100 people, a whole lot of them are going to find love. Why do you think that is?
I have no idea. I've never thought about it. Isn't it just coincidence? Like the law of great numbers or something?
I don't think so. A coincidence like that is unfeasible. This is the conclusion I've reached. It's because it feels good to be loved. Being loved by another person is enough to make you happy and make you love that person in return.
Akane declared. I could see her clever little smile, even through the door. This was becoming more than I could bear much longer. I felt like I was about to be crushed to death. So what are you getting at?
Oh, no. I was just wondering why you hadn't fallen for Kunagisa. You know how it is for us scholars. If we can't figure something out, it'll bother us to no end.
She likes everyone. Seriously, everyone. It's not like she wants me with her in particular. I weaved a response.
So that's it,
Akane said.
You don't want to be liked by her. You want to be chosen by her, as her one and only.
I couldn't argue with that.
But why her? That's what I can't figure out. It seems like there must be some obvious reason, but I don't get it. There have to be unpleasant aspects to hanging out with her. In fact, one would think you'd be repulsed by such an easy woman.
An easy woman? Who? You mean easygoing.
Right. Anyway, someone with your personality shouldn't be able to tolerate a superior but juvenile presence. Plus, you're a man.
It's fun being with her. Or, well, I chose my words carefully. Rather, it's fun being by her side. My favorite place in the world was by Tomo Kunigisa. I had returned to Japan for that very reason. Akane said.
You're a little masochistic, aren't you?
Yeah, basically. I got bullied in elementary school, see?
You were bullied? No, I doubt it. I think you were blackballed. There's a difference between the two. Children abuse weaklings and liars. They blackball the heterodox. But I know how you feel. When I was in high school, I felt like I was surrounded by aliens. When we took exams, nobody shot for a perfect grade. They shot for the average. If we ran a marathon, they would say, "Hey, let's all run together." Tests where no answer is outright wrong. It's egalitarian, for better or for worse. No wonder they're teaching that pi equals 3. Indeed, each of the other 7 fools claims to have experienced similar feelings. It's the tragedy of 0.14. When you're thoroughly egalitarian, the outliers who are excluded even then get to taste true isolation. Genius comes of heterodoxy, but not all outcasts are geniuses.
You mean it's a necessary, but not a sufficient condition? Well, I'm sure no genius.
Maybe not, but I think you at least know the difference between advice and an order, so let me give you some friendly advice. If you want Kunigisa to choose you, I recommend you just take her. If you do that, you'll be the only one for her. She won't resist, that much is for sure. Regardless of how introverted, morose, or warped you may be, no matter how gloomy a stranger you are to adolescence and rebellious phases, I'm sure you at least have the balls to do that.
I don't.
You're a real mallard, huh?
A what? Some sort of lame duck? I'm not even sure this time. But you think I'm a coward?
Oh, I'm sorry. I like you, you know. It's too bad you aren't a woman.
Why the hell? I didn't know what she was trying to say anymore. No, that's wrong. It was simply becoming too painful to keep myself together any longer. If this went on any longer at all...
Well, it's okay,
Akane said.
I'm sure everything will become clear soon enough. Time always gives things some clarity. Say, by the way, have you ever heard the theory that in zero-sum games like shogi and chess, there's always a best move to make?
Is that game theory? Like the prisoner's dilemma?
Yeah, that. The movement of the shogi pieces is mathematically limited, so there is always a best move. If you take that to an extreme, you can say the match is decided after the very first move. Of course, this assumes that both opponents are perfect players. So how about the killer in our case? How about this Aikawa who will play opposite? Isn't it a fascinating notion? Still, this mystery feels more like a maze than a shogi board.
A labyrinth, huh? But mazes are simple. If you just stick your hand on one wall, you'll eventually find the way out. It just takes time.
You're talking about a simple maze. I think this case is more like a multi-connected labyrinth. There's a surefire strategy even for such mazes, but it's kind of hard to explain. If you have a chance, try looking it up. But don't you ever want to play a game with no surefire strategy?
A game with no surefire strategy. A sure way to win. Well, so did this case have one? Anxiety, like standing on shaky legs. I felt sick.
If you think about it,
She continued. This sickening conversation, even though it was sickening. Akane, I said, at last unable to contain myself. I'd like to keep talking like this, but I've left someone waiting in my room, so... I forced my words together into a sentence. I fought the urge to throw up. I think I'd better get back.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
She acquiesced, readily despite my fears.
Anyway, please come again. You sure help pass the time.
Thanks. Well, see you later. With that, I began to leave, but there was something that still bothered me. I knocked once again. About your first question.
What's up?
Do you have them? Moments where you wouldn't mind being killed?
Moments. Not mere moments. Always.
It was a clear answer.
I'll die when my time is up, regardless of where or how I die, or who kills me for what reason. You won't hear a complaint out of me.
And with that, I returned to Kunagisa's room, never thinking for a second that this would be my final interaction with Akane Soniyama, the leading Japanese woman scholar of her generation, that genius of geniuses of the highest order, of the Seven Fools, of the Comprehensive Research Center, ER3. Part 4.
Ichan, you're back!
Kunagisa sat on her bed, her body wrapped in a pure white bathrobe. Hikari was on the sofa. Seeing that I had returned, she breathed a sigh of relief. Trying to handle a conversation with a bath-fresh, spunky Kunagisa was no task for an amateur, so I knew how Hikari felt.
Ichan, look! I washed my hair! Compliment me! Compliment me!
It's cute. Her hair had turned a pretty cobalt blue, the original Kunagisa color.
It's not easy bearing recessive genes,
She told me once.
Are you gonna take a bath too, Ichan? You might come up with a good idea in there, you know, like Archimedes, and then run around the mansion naked just like him. That would be a problem,
Hikari said, in all seriousness. It was like she thought I really might. Gee, what had I done to impart such an oddball impression?
But Archimedes really was a strange person, wasn't he?
The maid added thoughtfully, tilting her head.
Are all geniuses like that?
Was she picturing someone else at the mansion? It felt like it could have been anyone, or no one. Nudity wasn't so uncommon in those days, Hikari, I explained to her. I don't think he was being a weirdo.
Yep, you're terribly learned, Ichan.
Terribly is about right. So, Hikari, what was it you needed?
Oh, yes. My mistress sent me to see what's up with Tomo and you.
She sure was an honest person. I told her there was no point if she went and told us that's what she was doing. She laughed embarrassedly.
I know. Akari's really better at this kind of thing, but she'll be staying on the mainland tonight. She won't be back until tomorrow morning.
She went to call on that detective, right? I was a little bit interested, so I went ahead and asked. So, what's this person like anyway? Judging from the way you spoke, it sounds like you've met before. Are you well acquainted?
Yes, I suppose so. Aikawa came to our rescue in the past. There was an incident, and, well...
Hikari vaguely trailed off. It didn't seem like a secret, just a matter she wasn't eager to discuss. An incident, huh? On this island?
Yes, this was right after my mistress had been disowned, and before it had become this sort of salon. So we called Aikawa here, and, well, the case was solved almost immediately.
Hikari divulged with some feeling.
Aikawa has kind of a violent temper, you see. An emotional sarcast. Angry at the world. Solving cases through sheer rage.
Huh. Hikari seemed to be carefully choosing her words as she spoke, but not very effectively. I couldn't put together a concrete picture of this guy at all. So, Aikawa has a short fuse?
Well, it's more like a perpetual state of rage. Even if you catch a glimpse of a smile, there's always this sort of hostility hanging in the air. And, I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to describe. Anyway, it's like Aikawa has a grudge against the whole world.
I see, I said, even though I didn't. But all the detectives I have ever read about in mystery novels are all so cool and reserved. They're always saying stuff like, "Didn't you realize that?" You could replace 80% of their dialogue with, "What are you, stupid?" And it would still make sense. But based on what you're saying, Aikawa sounds like some sort of hot-headed defender of justice with zero tolerance for criminals.
Oh, well, it's not like that. It's not just zero tolerance for criminals, it's zero tolerance for the entire world. You know, always saying things like, this world and humanity could be so much better. Why are you bastards all slacking?
He really was hot-headed. A rare type of person these days, and such a splendid contrast to me, a nonsense user of the vaguest persuasion.
But despite all the anger and grouchiness, it just doesn't do any good to get frustrated by people who are lazy even about their own worth. So just wear a sardonic smile. Aikawa was like that, quite unlike you and Tomo, to say the least.
Hikari sounded sort of gleeful in describing this detective, like she was boasting about a close friend or something, or more like a hero. It was just like when Iria had described him. Is that right? Well, that's probably the better way to be, I said, to keep the conversation going. Do you think Aikawa is reliable?
Yes, for sure.
That's a relief. Even if we can't figure out the mystery in the next 6 days, we have a backup savior.
You sound awfully unsure of yourself.
I'm cautious. Or maybe I'm a coward. Or rather, I don't really care.
You don't care?
She gave me a confused look.
You know, this may be strange coming from me, But why is everyone able to stay so calm in a situation like this?
Well, that's a fairly deep question.
Sorry. But, it's like, even though someone was killed, everyone is so...
Maybe they're just used to it. At least, that was pretty much how it was for me. I don't really know the difference between used to and numb, though.
Yup. But Shinya and Yayoi seem to be reacting in a more or less appropriate way,
Kunigisa said. That's right. But hey, Hikari, you and your sisters seem pretty calm too. What about that?
Well, we've been trained to maintain composure.
She sounded a little sad about it. Her 27 years of living probably hadn't been much of a cakewalk.
Oh, right,
she said, breaking the awkward pause with a snap of her fingers.
My mistress told me to make sure I ask you this. About the locked room trick? Earlier you said something about understanding so much that you don't understand, right? My mistress believes that Tomo must have figured it out.
About that space enclosed by a river of paint. That young heiress may not have been worldly, but she was quite sharp. Nothing to brag about, really, I said. Any mystery novel fan would be able to solve it easily. But when you encounter such a trick in real life, it proves to be pretty perplexing. I guess the answers get a little drowned out by the smell of blood. The taste of death.
Ichan, you sound like an idiot using such weird turns of phrase.
Kunigisa was laughing. An innocent, vulnerable, childlike laugh. It made my head spin just a little. Did I want to be chosen? By her? My sudden silence drew the quizzical gaze of Hikari, but a moment later, she turned to Kunigisa.
Tomo? If you do know, I hope that you'll tell me. Sure, why not? It took a while to pin it down, but I finally figured it out.
Kunigisa nodded, gamely.
Where should I start? Well, first, if you wouldn't mind, could you tell me what you meant earlier? About knowing so much you don't know?
It's like the difference between bottom up and top down. I cut in, lacking faith in Kunigisa's ability to explain it. Like, say, for example, if that table is a sandbox, and you want to make a mound of sand as high as possible, what would you do?
Start from the sides and push all the sand together into a mountain.
Right. So would I. But Kunigisa wouldn't do that. She would take a whole bunch of sand and just dump it on the table. The resulting mountain of sand would be just like the one you and I built. You and I would gradually build up to the final product. Kunigisa would remove things to get to the final product. That's how her mind processes things. Right, Tomo?
I don't really get your analogy, Ichan.
Way to strand me. At any rate, Hikari seemed to get me, and she nodded along.
Okay, so if you figured it out, Tomo, could you explain the trick to me?
She requested.
Yuppie, if you'll answer my question.
Hikari stared back blankly, clueless as to what that meant. But Kunigisa, paying no mind, turned towards her machines. She pointed to the screen of the computer I'd booted up.
Okay, first let's review the scene of the crime. Ta-da! The atelier.
She used an image viewer program to display a full picture. That marbled river Styx, and the decapitated corpse on the far shore. The images vividly revived our memories of the morning, but oblivious to all that, Kunigisa began her explanation.
The obstacle is all this paint. The earthquake happened at 1 a.m., causing the shelf to fall over, which resulted in what you now see. That much is clear. The river is too wide to jump. If we suppose the murder happened after the earthquake, the killer's means of entry is a mystery. Or at least the means of exit is. You with me so far? Yes, so far. It would be easy to pin the crime on Tanaga Ashinaga, but the answer isn't that simple.
Hikari gave us an ambiguous smile. Maybe she didn't know the legend of the long-legged giant. Or maybe she did. It didn't matter.
So you're forced to think that the murder happened before the earthquake. If that were the case, it would have been easy for the murderer to get in and out. No footprints, no lock on the atelier door. In which case, it seems like Akane must be the killer, since she was the only one who didn't have an alibi. But that's where Shinya's testimony comes in. He confirmed that he heard Kanami's voice when he called her after the earthquake. In other words, she must have been alive at least for a few minutes afterwards. So, Hikari, what to do? Well,
Hikari tilted her head to the side. It was pretty adorable.
I guess the window? It's the only other way. But the window is locked, so... The window, huh? There is that possibility. Glass is more liquid than solid, conceptually speaking, so I see how you might think that a lock means nothing. Or we might even speak of a tunnel effect.
That was just misleading.
You must have figured it out by this point, right, Hikari?
Teased Kunagisa.
Not even a little.
It's the post hoc fallacy, Hikari, I said, coming to her rescue. I'd been holding out because she looked so cute confused, but I was beginning to feel bad for her. Kunagisa nodded.
Yep. Post hoc ergo propter hoc translates to erroneous cause and effect, a mistaken syllogism. The assumption, it's about assumptions. The world isn't so neatly ordered. I don't understand Latin. Hey, but you knew it was Latin. Thanks to the ergo.
Cogito ergo sum, huh? Hikari was sharper than she seemed.
For example,
Kunagisa continued,
imagine I've got 100 yen coin, and I say it's going to come up heads. I said it, okay? And then I toss the coin. Okay, it's heads. What do you think? You think it was a coincidence, right? That's normal. But some people get it wrong. They figure I said I would throw a heads, and it was heads. Therefore, I must have some kind of special power to control the coin.
For the record, it was a trick coin.
I drank some alcohol, and my cold went away. Therefore, alcohol cures colds. I turned on my computer, and a visitor showed up. Therefore, computers summon visitors. A man looked at a woman, and she happened to be looking in his direction. Therefore, she must like him. A catfish was wiggling, and then an earthquake happened, so the earthquake must have been the catfish's fault. None of that makes much sense, right, Hikari? In other words, just because B happens after A doesn't mean A and B have a cause-effect relationship. Things happen chronologically, sequentially, but that's no reflection of causality. So let's think about this case now. There was an earthquake, then a river of paint formed. Therefore, is that a causal relationship? Oh.
Oh. That. It finally dawned on her.
So, that river wasn't caused by the earthquake. Well, the shelf itself probably really did fall over because of it, and it probably did cause a little bit of paint to spill out. Kanami even said so on the phone. But I doubt it would have caused such an incredible amount of paint to spill. The paint cans probably rolled around and let a few drops out. If you think about it, those paint can lids are relatively strong, so it's not likely that just falling over would have caused them to spill all over the place like that. But even if it was just a little bit, Kanami was confined to a wheelchair, so for her, it was impossible to leave the atelier. Oh, I see where this is going,
Hikari said.
That makes sense. So then the killer snuck into her room and murdered her. Then on the way out, purposely poured paint around the room, little by little. If you did it slowly, little by little, you could make a river like that without leaving any footprints.
Hikari said, with a vacant look, as if she were imagining the killer walking backwards with a can of paint. Yup. We had all assumed that the earthquake had caused the river of paint. But in reality, it didn't take a natural disaster, or a natural artist to spill the paint, or to draw the river. It could have been the work of an amateur. No artistic talent required. It wouldn't have taken 10 minutes.
But why would the killer do that?
Asked Hikari. Probably to make us think the murder happened before the quake, I said. They must not have known Kanami talked to Shinya on the phone, so they figured by making the river, we'd be led to conjecture that the crime occurred before the quake.
So this means...
Yes. It means, I said, clapping my hands together, and then spreading them out wide. The suspect list just got way longer. There were only 4 people with post-quake alibis. Iria and Rei, and then Maki and Shinya. The remaining people were no longer cleared of suspicion.
So then, there's no point in keeping Akane locked up, right?
Hikari said cheerfully.
I mean, right? She's not the only one under suspicion anymore.
She must have been feeling pretty guilty about how we treated Akane. It seemed Hikari wasn't much of a mathematical thinker. It was quite a contrast from the rational Akane Soniyama herself. I decided to tell Hikari. Akane already knew about the paint trick too. She's just pretending she doesn't know.
Why?
Hikari said, honestly baffled.
Isn't that strange? Why would she do something like that?
To maintain the equilibrium. That brain of hers sure keeps busy. To create the best possible circumstances, she was disregarding her own foul circumstances. It was almost an inhuman way of thinking, but extremely admirable nonetheless.
So, we should keep this a secret then, huh?
Yeah. The killer is still at large, so I don't think it would be good to upset the situation any. I suppose Iria has a right to know, though. As far as that goes, I think you should do as you see fit. I wasn't going to be that much of a roadblock. Hikari let out a moan.
But it's so... I mean, the river not really being caused by the earthquake is so simple. Like I should have seen it a long time ago.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. But you know, any trick seems simple once you figured it out. I've seen tons of tricks that were even stupider. In comparison, this one was decent. I somehow found myself rushing to the culprit's defense in face of Hikari's intense disappointment. Saying that afterwards isn't fair.
But who comes up with such a trick right after an earthquake?
Asked Hikari, still dissatisfied.
I mean, what were the odds there was even going to be an earthquake? It's all too much of a coincidence. Well, it's the law of great numbers, Hikari. What is that?
The maid seemed suspicious of the term when Kunigisa brought it up.
The law of great numbers? It means that something looks like an amazing coincidence, but when you sit down and think about it, it's not really so amazing after all. Like, for example, if you saw someone win the lottery, wouldn't you find it amazing? You're less likely to hit the jackpot than to be struck by a meteor. But if you think about it, that's only true if the guy only bought one lottery ticket. Practically nobody who plays the lottery only buys one ticket, one time. If you have a group of 23 people, there's a 50% chance 2 of them will have the same birthday. Even so, It seems incredible, right? That's the law of great numbers. The earthquake just happened to come today, but it wouldn't have changed anything if it had happened tomorrow instead. Plus, it's not likely that the killer was counting on this earthquake trick alone. Mr. Culprit probably considered a whole variety of ideas. There you go. So, you mean like multiple means to one end? Yup, you got it. And it all relates back to that mistaken causality,
Kunigisa said, poking Hikari with her index finger.
Now, it's time for my question. Ah, of course. We made a deal.
Hikari tightened her posture and nodded.
Go ahead. Ask me anything. Why is Iria here?
It was a question that made the air bristle. Here, this island. Wet Crow's Feather Island. Why was Iria here? In a single instant, Hikari's usual cheerful demeanor went completely stiff. She had frozen, clearly panicking. It wasn't confusion, but utter fear. Pure and simple. Was it really that bad?
Well...
Her voice trembled, unable to put the words together.
Well, that's... You can't answer. Just that one question. Please don't make me, Tomo.
Hikari leaned forward and hung her head, looking genuinely contrite. She would have fallen over if she bowed any lower.
I'll answer anything else, just not this.
She looked truly pitiable. It was like we were the devil trying to get her to do something wicked. Hand me your soul instead. That which you hold dearest belongs to me now. Such awful nonsense. No, it's okay. We don't mind, I said, breaking into the give and take. Right, Tomo?
Yep. No use trying to force it out of ya.
For all her selfishness, Kunigisa was being uncharacteristically sensitive. Sorry, Hikari.
No, I'm the one who's sorry. After asking you to my heart's content.
Hikari stood up.
Please excuse me.
She started to leave, but then paused and looked back.
Oh, one more thing.
She sounded like Detective Columbo or something, except it wasn't in the least bit unpleasant when a cute maid did it. It even brought a smile to my face.
This has nothing to do with my mistress. I'm asking you personally. Do you really believe Maki Himina has special powers?
Did we believe? Maki's ESP? The ability to know all. After thinking for a moment, I answered, right now, there's no particular reason not to, as long as we put aside common sense.
I don't really care if she has them or not,
Kunigisa chimed in.
Yes, you're probably right.
Hikari gave a convinced nod, then left the room. My eyes stayed on the door for a while, as I thought about her bizarre reaction to our question about Iria. Well, whatever. It probably didn't have anything to do with the current case. It seemed highly unlikely that Iria's exile here had any influence on Konami's death. I looked away from the door and towards Kunigisa. The workstation emitted a strange noise just then. I looked over at it to see Kunigisa had once again started doing something on it. What's up?
Mail. I got some mail. From Chi. He's a fast one. People used to always say he ignores the theory of relativity like it was a traffic light.
She had asked him to run a check this afternoon, so he sure wasn't slow. Not to mention the fact that he was incarcerated.
Huh. Himena's real name is Shinari Himena. Wow. That's a much better name. I wonder why she uses a fake one.
Her real name? Hey, this guy even tracked down trivial stuff like that?
Yep. He was supposed to see how everyone was connected, but man, he sure has a lousy personality. Someone ought to educate him. Seriously, he doesn't understand how to deal with people at all. Oh, wait. Here it is. Hey, Ichan, we've got a connection.
I went over to her, but everything on the screen was in English, so I didn't understand it.
Why don't you understand English, Ichan? Where was it that you studied abroad? The South Pole? Mars?
I forgot it, that's all. If you don't use something, it only stays with you for 3 or 4 months, you know. Besides, my reading and writing were always worse than my conversation.
Didn't the ER program entrance exam require English, Russian, and Chinese? How'd you get in? Back door?
It's like I'm telling you. I used to know it.
Sounds like a lie to me. Anyway, I'll translate. It says, Kanami Ibuki and Akane Soniyama were spotted having lunch in a Chicago cafe about half a year ago. It's an eyewitness account. Lunch. I wonder why. Don't those two hate each other?
They had lunch together? As suspected, they had a connection. But why those two? Akane had lived in the States, and Kanami was a world-renowned artist, so it wasn't that implausible that they could have met over there. But they sure weren't the sort of pair to be having lunch dates together.
Yep. And it wasn't just a lunch date either. It was at a super secret club.
Secret club? Speaking of sounding like a lie.
Yep.
Kunigisa nodded.
But those places really do exist. Even in Japan there are some, though not many. All sorts of politicians and celebrities and their families go there. Maybe high-class clubs would be a more accurate description? The security at those places is out of this world.
Which raised the question of how this guy got the information. But I sure wasn't about to ask. Sometimes, it's better not to touch the other end of the tunnel. Is that definite?
Chi doesn't lie, even if he sometimes withholds the truth. I guess that makes him like you.
I lie plenty. But putting that aside, so Akane Soniyama and Kanami Ibuki had a connection. Whether or not it was important information, it was certainly something to be concerned about. I decided it was probably best to confirm it with Akane tomorrow. It never occurred to me that this would turn out to be impossible.
There's some other stuff here about how everyone's doing recently. Na-chan's doing about the same. Sao-chan seems to be having some rough times. He-chan has gone missing. That is so him. The Admiral found a job. Nice job. Ah-chan, whoops! Everyone else is doing well. Chi too. That's a relief. Have to admit, I was feeling a little guilty.
Feeling a little left out as she immersed herself in memories of the good old days, I rolled over on the sofa. Let's get to sleep already, I mumbled. Since Akane was in the storeroom now, I was stuck sleeping here. Kunigisa finished checking her mail, switched off the workstation, and dove off the revolving chair into the bed.
Ha!
Then she rose to her knees.
Ichan, let's sleep together tonight for sure.
Pass.
It's still cold at night. If you sleep over there, you'll catch a cold. This bed is a king size. Lots of room.
Pass.
Come on, I won't do anything. We'd just be sleeping together, that's all. I won't even touch you. You can even sleep with your back to me. Come on, that's not so bad, right?
Pass.
Please, I'm lonely over here.
Damn bastard. She was really digging in this time. I got up from the couch and looked her right in the eye. You swear you won't do anything?
Yes.
You swore. I'm gonna believe you.
No sweat.
She nodded with a happy look.
I won't let you down.
And so, that night I slept on a bed for the first time in a long time. A very long time. Not that I was expecting anything, but she really did keep her promise, and I could hear her sleep breathing behind me. But since I had my back to her, I didn't know if she was really sleeping. Then I remembered the old days, about back then. 5 years.
E-chan.
She always called me that, with that same sense of familiarity. Her heart was just as open to me now, like we had never been apart. Wide open. No facades. 5 years. I really don't like meeting up with people from the past. Whether they've changed or not, it's a lonely experience for me. Nevertheless, Kunigisa's house was the first place I went when I came back to Japan, before even going to my own home, and I did so without hesitation. The blue-haired girl. She still looked exactly the same, like those years had never happened. I closed my eyes. Surely this was the first time we'd slept side by side in a long while.
I recommend you just take her,
Akane said. If you want to be her one and only. If you want not to be liked, but chosen. Nonsense. What if I had told Akane I had already tried that before? Would she hold it against me? It hadn't been out of love, but out of a desire for destruction. But Akane, it didn't accomplish a thing. Really, it accomplished nothing. So then what? Then what should I do? Please, tell me. Intermission.